What's up? Hello, good afternoon. Almost forgot to turn my mic on. That has not happened yet in this 3 months of streaming that I've experienced. That has not yet happened. That I talk for a while without the microphone being on. What's up? Hello, thank you as always for being here for the start of the stream. I appreciate you, especially because we can start together. I keep getting invites. I hope. Stop. I don't want to fight anyone. I want to go and attune my weapon. And of course, talk to you. So I'm gonna have to get mixed up in the crowd. So I stop getting these 1v1 invites. Maybe we'll take up some of them later, but probably another stream. Hello, Kiri-sama. First message in Twitch chat. Hi, what's up? Thanks for following, Smokey and Dante Batshar. Dante Batshar, that's your name. Wait, what happened to my... Okay. I don't see activity feed. Okay, I'll fix that in a moment. Hello, sir. What's up, Yomi? You hit the gym today? Yes, I did back and I feel great. It was a very good day. Thank you for asking. This is very good. You know, everyone who comes here often, you know, you have to ask me every now and again so that I feel the social pressure. But today was back. I have it's not obvious on screen, but I definitely grew up with like not very good posture, and then I've had to work on it later. And because, you know, as I sit behind the computer a lot, I feel like working out back is kind of the best use of my time most of the time, yeah? But of course I do still split and do other things, but anyway, I feel good, and it feels good to be sitting straight up because of that also. What's up, Vitus? Hello? How's your transition to EU going? What is the final date? Have you already decided, like, your day of quitting NA? If there is one. The time by which you have to spend away all your money on an A and then be on EU. Change intro music. Yep, I already answered you. In chat, no, I like the intro music. Although it's different. Most streams it's different. Yeah. What's up, Shop? Hello. Will we get some 8-3 today? We'll see. We'll start with this to attune it, and I'm going to actually count. I had a profit counter at the bottom of this the stream. I mean, you see it. I'm gonna try, because I've definitely fallen into a bit of a habit, specifically for streams, to just attack everyone, and it's awesome, and it's good fun. But I'm gonna try today to be a bit more tryhard PvP, meaning that we're not gonna give our enemies all the advantages. I'm not gonna chase her like yesterday at the end. I'm not gonna chase after dude against whom I have very little chance to win. I'm not gonna chase after him asking for them to, you know, fight me and take my items. We're gonna be much more looking to get some of the advantages ourselves today, and of course counting silver as well. And you know, the more you think about money, the more you essentially are playing not really not scared, but you know, the more carefully you're evaluating situations, not just running in to see what happens, which is what I often do. So we'll do that. I just realized that I probably have some omelets in one of my bank taps. So we'll get some omelets there as well. And I'm gonna have Snapper for actual fights, of course. Gonna play Daybreaker. Spear, absolutely viable, and does feel actually pretty good, especially now that I started playing it much more kite heavy. But Daybreaker still on, I think, undoubtedly S tier meta weapon for solo PvP right now, specifically for mists. So this is also going to give me better chances in most 1v1s than a spear, but it does mean that in those multi-way situations, I'm going to be a little bit more limited. Vita says, fell into dark side today. Oof, okay. Played Flamewalker. Okay. Well, be careful with that, you know. Toying with the dark side, sometimes it can be addictive. Like, I had a lot of fun on Bloodletter that one day. Day of quitting an A is when I die in my 8.4 set. Okay, that's a good goal to have. So you can play without worrying at all in your 8.4, and if you die, it's like, whatever. You're restarting. What's up, Hellshoot? Hello. Do you buy your awakens or craft it? I don't craft anything, Kirisa. I buy everything. And I'm not even being like a super efficient buyer or seller. I don't care that much about silver. I mostly just play to have fun right now. So I often buy straight up. I don't put any buy orders. I do have sell orders out for all the loot, yeah, of course, but even that, I'm not trying to be super efficient with it. And I don't usually awaken, but I'm gonna do it more, especially now that we're gonna enter the tryhard arc of me and my Albion life, at least for a little while. Who knows how long. So maybe, let's see. Maybe I will have to be more efficient and figure out if I'm going to start awakening more, but maybe it's just going to pass. Maybe one day will be enough for me to realize how much I miss my tier 7 and tier 8 playstyle, but we'll see. Hello, Legend. What's up, Unknown Supremacy? Happy to see you here. Today is Wednesday. There's a couple changes. First of all, if you are not subbed, you know, and if you are don't have an ad blocker, there might be some ads. For the first time, I'm testing and trying out to see what happens if I let Twitch run some ads instead of doing it manually and forgetting to do it most of the time. A little bit based on yesterday's like advice and ideas from Grindr to see how it's up. If there's something, if an ad runs on your screen and there's something you missed, of course, I'm always here. You know, you can always write and ask what happened. Or we as you know, we very often review fights, but hopefully that will not happen very often at all. We'll see. And the other thing I want to say is that I didn't post the schedule for this week has been pretty clear for me. I didn't post it in Discord like I usually do, but tomorrow and the day after, so Thursday, Friday, I have to deal with non-Albion stuff, so I will not be streaming for 2 days, and then weekend I'll be back. So Saturday, Sunday I'll stream again, but one of the weekend days we'll do some variety, you know, something else. Probably Alan Wake actually. Or some sort of story game together. Hello, Kinjar, what's up? What's the idea behind that jacket? The idea is to have an Inferno Shield and a lot of IP. This is from the jackets that gives me 30%, which is only 4 of them. You can go look them up after you listen to this answer. You can go look them up, Kinjar. Only 4 jackets give 30% to all your damage. And from those jackets, this one gives me the most IP per silver, essentially. So it makes sense to buy it. Let's get some victory today. Victory, yep, nice. Victor's Justice was always my very favorite phrase. Back when I was debating and everywhere. It sounded very... And if you don't know, Victor's Justice is the concept that the person who, or the side, the country, the whatever alliance that wins the war decides essentially what is justice, yeah? It's very often throughout history that it's the winners set up courts, like impromptu courts or legal systems to try the losers, yeah? Even though obviously crimes were committed on both sides. So the idea is that Victor's Justice is like a real term, yeah? It's not just me being trying to pump myself up, but I always like that term. So we are gonna go into the mists and give other players some of that Victor's Justice. Time for some vicious combat. What's up, Ogburg? Is Stalkerhood and Demon Boots good right now in 1-1 Mist? Yes, Demon Boots are still... I mean, Demon Boots are just good, and I'm also using them, because if I run into someone else who has Demon Boots, this will be a good option for me to have, to match their Demon Boots. But for most fights, I'm using the Rejuvenating Sprint anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. Just being preset on Vengeful Sprint is good for specific builds, but not Daybreaker. For builds that are much more limited in their mobility already, you can compensate for that a little bit by using Vengeful Sprint already. Like as a preset. As for Stalkerhood is good, of course, but it is better at lower IP, and it is of course very good when you have a big burst of damage to combo with your Stalkerhood, yeah? Like Stalkerhood with low cooldown is anyway kind of useful, but it's especially useful if you're playing a weapon where you can kind of time your big burst of damage towards the end to execute your enemy with it. So, for example, Death Givers, amazing for that, yeah? The kind of damage you can do at the end with Death Givers is crazy. Have you ever done an 8.4 stream? No, I have not. I haven't played 8.3 on stream either. I've played 7.3 Daybreaker, I think, the highest, during these 3 months of streaming. I am pushing myself. There, you know, to kind of get over everything and just think, fuck it. But I need to get into a more tryhard mindset, I think, to play it. Although it is fun also to die in 8.4, and it's fun to have action and win or lose, whatever. But I do need to, playing, for example, like I play usually on tier 7, tier 8. I need to kind of get used to not playing like that if I want to build up to start playing more 8.3. And unfortunately, in part that's not bad, but in part that will mean not attacking as many people. Because you've seen this, you see this all the time on my stream, also yesterday. For example, if you were here at the start. Guys like this running away from me, yeah? And this is not the regular double-bladed build. This is a very good brawling double-bladed build. So, if I'm going to get into the habit of running 8-3, on one hand, I'm of course much stronger, so I can attack more people. But on the other hand, I can't just run after and give all my enemies advantages just to get a fight. which is something that I've done quite a bit of on stream as well. If there are like very difficult matchups for me, I still sometimes am the aggressive one, yeah? Just to see what happens. So I will need to build up to that kind of thinking where I am more worried about my life, and I'm hoping to do that today. Like, I'm legit hoping to just try hard today in that sense. Not to give my all enemies advantages, not to go too crazy and attacking everything, and rather be more interested in my own life and figure out how I can actually maximize the profits in terms of silver also, and over the course of the day. So it's going to be a bit more like that, the stream, and this is building my psychology up to get more used to playing higher tiers in general. Okay, so we're going to start awakening the Daybreaker. I am willing to put a lot more money into it than I usually do. We have item power and max HP, both of which, as I've learned recently, max HP always seemed like an absolute no-brainer choice, the best of all, but recently, with Ace's comments and some of the analysis we had here, discussion in chat, I realized that the IP is actually pretty nice as well. But we're going to still start with max HP, because it's definitely very, very strong. And it's very simple, you know, you don't have to getting crit right away, you don't have to figure it out too much. It's very simple to feel the effect in every type of fight. Okay, 2 clicks and I already have 200 HP. This is nice. Let's go, Vic. What's up, Turtle? Have you thought about doing 2v2 Mist Hellgates content? I mean, I've played 2v2 Mist and Hellgates, yeah, but on stream, no, I have not thought. I've clicked 3 times. 1 time to choose the trait and 2 crits, and I already have 300 HP. This is already the best 4.4 Daybreaker at this moment. 4 strain and I have 320 HP. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Oh shit, dude, just found your YouTube yesterday. I love your videos. Really cool seeing you stream. Thank you, Skeptical. Happy to have you here from YouTube, yeah. I'm getting back into the habit of YouTubing and figuring out also how stream content can be fun for YouTube to watch, yeah. It's a bit more difficult to make these more fundamental, very, very edited and more scripted breakdowns and analysis just based on stream, but getting better. Thanks for following. Also, I'm skeptical. I have to figure out, someone has to, if I don't see some of the things, because Stream Elements crashed for me and I'm a bit worried about restarting it without crashing the whole stream. So if I miss something, like, which anyway sometimes happens, but if I miss something like someone redeeming, like, for me to drink water, which, you know, or a build, then shout. You can use caps lock in that occasion. I give you a special permission to caps lock Vic, read what just happened, you know, or something like that. Because the normal thing when I see what happened, like turn point redemptions and follows and stuff, is a little bit broken, I feel. Like it's not fully connected to whatever. Kirizama says, I'm baiting the opponent to like 40% HP and I pop Stalker, Hood, Demon Boots and try to one-shot with E and W. Sounds good. Sounds good. Like, sounds like you already have an answer. Like your answer whether Stalker, Hood and Demon Boots were good, you kind of answered yourself, yeah? If you're at a level with PvP where you're consciously doing that sort of strategy, you definitely can use those items and get all the value. I don't mind you walking away from a fight, which you never do. Yeah, I have to learn that a little bit, yeah. I have to learn to do it a bit more. Okay, we can add the second trait. Ability damage. Ooh, cooldown rate. I really do want cooldown, actually. I've been thinking about this a lot, how much I would love to have more cooldown on my... definitely Spear, but also Daybreaker. I don't know, the ability damage also nice. This is kind of rare, so I'll take cooldown. If I awaken more weapons later, ability damage, I've seen it very often, but cooldown rate, I don't see very often as offered. Okay. Do we get 3 crits? Is that possible? The first 3 rolls, all crits? This is a blessed Daybreaker. I have put almost no money into it, and it already feels pretty good. Nice. Very good start. Wednesday is gonna be magnificent. I can feel it. So yeah, I'm gonna repeat this a couple more times later, just so you know. Tomorrow and the day after, so Thursday, Friday, I am not gonna stream. I'm gonna focus on some non-Albion stuff to catch up, you know, even though I am kind of moving to spending more and more of my time on Albion content and streaming, and I like that. I really like that move, but there's other things that in life that I need kind of to also figure out, and just the mornings are not enough for everything. So those 2 days I'll do other stuff. But then weekend, I'll be streaming. And one of the weekend days, we will do variety. Urburg says, I'm so used to playing tier 6. Whenever I go higher, I fail at adjusting. Yeah, exactly. I have the same... I have a bit of that same issue, yeah? I have almost never consistently played like high IP. Like whenever I played like even just higher than tier 8, it's always just a little bit, yeah, like to have fun, a little bit here, a little bit there. But as you've seen me also, when I play like, and many of these fights are like good, fun fights, yeah? But still, like the way I play my 6 trees, and this was just me on Harpoon, by the way. This was, if I wasn't Harpoon, that was actually, this fight is not favored for him, yeah? This fight is very, very easily winnable if I don't change to Harpoon when I see him. But anyway, there's a lot of these situations that I realized later, yeah? If I just change to high IP for a little while, if I don't play like a couple days in a row, I am still running in. When there's a bunch of people around an objective, I'm still gonna be looking for not looking for an excuse to run away, but looking for an excuse to, you know, get in there and fight. And it's that sort of strategy, unfortunately, doesn't work long term with higher than tier 8. But that's also the reason why tier 8 is so nice, and that's also one reason it would work why you play tier 6. Although, like for your specific build, you would also have to adjust your build a lot. Yeah, you can't play your Assassin Shoes Arcane at 6-3 very well, because well, other people will also play differently. Do you enter tier 6 Nightfalls? Absolutely, yes. I go into all Abbeys. I love Abbeys, but lately, Kirisama, like legit lately, as in last week, I've weirdly noticed that a lot of the Abbeys have had less people than the actual Mist itself, which is weird. But I guess I just got a bunch of Abbeys where people were like went in to gather, not gather, but you know, PvE or something. I'm gonna eat Omelette and change to Snapper in case he wants to fight. Since I don't have much Awakening, I mean, he might very much decide that this is a good decision for him. I will have to change back to Snapper if he fights, though. But yeah, but my instinct, and to be fair, there is even like a part of me which likes playing the whole Mist as just running around on my horse looking for Abbeys, yeah? Like camps are not worth it right now. For silver, and considering the risk, you know, there's much higher risk that you're gonna get killed, and like ganked and killed, I mean. So just running around looking for objectives and looking for Abbeys, I feel is like a pretty good strategy. And of course you will still go for Turbulent Wisps, you know, all kinds of Mist objectives. Plus, as you're running around your horse, you're more likely to spot other potential enemies to fight as well. But legit last week, I had so many Abbeys where nobody almost comes for the chest, so I don't know. But Abbeys will become also better with the change, because you will start getting a stack always. Even if you take a chest, even if you get a chest from a room, you will still get an extra buff stack, which is gonna be make Abbeys feel less RNG and a bit happier, I think. Is there someone there on the Wisp, or is it just the Flamewalker that ran away? Someone just boost. Okay, he picked up the Wisp and he's running away. Ah, it's 5-4. He says 8-2. See? Instead of talking myself into taking the fight, I'm gonna continue Awakening to at least get my third trait and a couple more points of attunement. And of course, after, like, in theory, I want to fight... I want to fight 1 tier higher Death Givers. But I'm learning. Like, it is actually... like, very legit, like, consideration when playing high IP, if I'm Awakening, you know, it's actually legit consideration that, you know, like, I want to awaken my weapon before I go and fight higher tier, like, difficult opponents, but you know, the normal you would not think about it as much. Have you tried Corrupted Dungeons with Daybreaker? Yes, I have. Back on NA, I played it quite a bit, but of course, it was completely different. First of all, I was much newer to the game. Secondly, Corrupteds were just, the meta Corrupteds has at least shifted around a bit. There was no Flamewalker, no Arclight Blasters, things like that. No Sky Strider. Against regular fire stuff, I felt very good on Daybreaker, which is was 80% of Corrupteds back then. And now, last week, I also played a bit of Daybreaker in Corrupteds, and I couldn't figure out the bow, unfortunately. I only killed one of the meta bows out of like 4 that I fought. In Slayer, like Stalker level, to be honest, is pretty easy. Yeah? It's people are not playing super meta efficient builds. People are having fun or learning PvP, so Stalker didn't, like, it was pretty easy. Daybreaker was very good. But for Slayer level, I had some good wins as well, but in Slayer level with Daybreaker, I couldn't figure out how to, if it's possible at all, and there's a reason why it's such a meta build, but I couldn't really figure out the good answer to the regular meta bow. Like right now, there's a lot of regular bow and plate in corrupted. It's like a lot. So that was ultimately kind of the biggest downside of Daybreaker. But to be fair, like there's a reason why bow is so meta. There's no weapon that counters it, like clearly, yeah. So I keep lots of tier 8 trash in my inventory, so gankers think I was holding valuable stuff. Yeah. You're not alone, Nourisher. I haven't done that, but I have a friend who used to buy all the tier 8 trash. I was even saving some tier 8 trash to give him, yeah. That's, you're not the only one with that that idea, and it's pretty cool idea. The only problem, of course, is that they will see what you actually had on, like, if they see a bunch of tier 8 trash, they're gonna be like, holy shit, what did we lose? They're gonna go to Killboard or the official, like, Albion Killboard or the Killboard 1. And, you know, all the tracking sites, they will show what you actually had in your inventory, so they will see that you had a bunch of trash. But for a little while, like for a couple minutes, yeah, that will work very well. Turtle says the AoE Q on bow has higher damage than a carving Q with same cooldown, while applying a 40% slow and being AoE. Yeah, the Q1 is what makes all bows right now much stronger than it used to be, because you're not limited to the long range Q. And in fact, a lot of the bows I fought recently, like yesterday, which one? This ended up being absolutely hopeless matchup for me. Even though I could have obviously played better, so no, I can't say like I did everything perfectly and still lost. But I played it pretty well, with like one iffy mistake, and while playing pretty well, the fight was like 0% chance, yeah? Like he ended up on like 35% HP in the end, kind of. So, but then this bow actually, no, he actually went on long range. The other, yeah, the regular, so one thing is the regular bow definitely plays Q1, but I've seen, not this guy, but I've seen also other bows actually default to Q1 now, just because of the sheer amount of damage. So yeah, I agree with you, Turtle. Right now, if you have any interest to play bows, learn bows, or just branch out in that direction, play bows. Right now is a very, very good time to play bows in solo PvP. Whether you're going open world solo, mists or corrupted, bows are in a good place. After years of being kind of just there for fun and not very strong on average, now bows are finally in a good place. Primarily, of course, it's Bow of Badon and Skystrider, with the regular bow being kind of up and coming sleeper build that people are going to discovering more and more. Okay, let's see what the third trait will be. This has been amazing, Daybreaker. I legit have gotten only crits so far, yeah? Nothing else. And we got item power, which is very good as well. Kind of, after all the discussion, pretty much the trait I want. So we got very good traits. I have only crits so far. Already very happy. Let's get a couple more rolls of... This is ridiculous. I finally got that streamer luck package back that I had lost a while ago. Only crits. How many times have I crit? I think this was 2 crits, got me to 325, so I added this perk, then 2 crits, added this perk, 1 crit, now another. So I've gotten 4 crits out of 4 rolls, yeah? And everything else was just adding new traits. Okay, let's go for one more. This is... Okay, to be fair, I watched Froggy a little bit, and I saw Froggy attune... I don't remember what. I saw Froggy attune, he made a clip of it, and he got 8 or 9 crits in a row, okay? So, I'm still building up to that, but holy shit, I have 5 out of 5 crits. This weapon has only gotten crits so far. 15 strain, and look, it looks like an actual weapon. You pay SBI? I don't know. I don't know where this comes from. This is, I'm even afraid to press the button, because maybe the next one won't be a crit. This is 100% crit weapon so far. More HP and then item power after that. I mean, cooldown would be nice to have a bit more, but not crazy. Okay, it had to end, but still, 5 out of 5 crits. I mean, if I was in the business of selling weapons, I would, like, this Daybreaker is so cheap to reattune to yourself, and it's so fucking powerful. I would sell, this is probably one of the best 4.4 Daybreakers you can buy. Considering all the traits are good, like there's no bullshit traits, and you have almost, like, it's very, very cheap to reattune it. Man, I need to... I'm gonna record this just to have the clip of what is possible. What's the best and worst matchups for Spear and how to play? Okay, the second part of the answer is very, very vague in general. But the worst matchups, in my opinion, right now for Spear are crossbows. Arclight Blasters and Light Crossbow for one-handed Spear feel like the most difficult. As for how to play. Oh, sorry. As for the best matchup, I don't know. Spear doesn't straight up counter anything. One-handed spear, but it has a lot of tools against different kinds of builds. It's kind of interesting. Which is the best matchup? I actually haven't thought about that. It used to be good against spears, against swords specifically because of cripple. That was kind of removed. Like, I guess the best matchup for spear is still those mobility abusers, but not because like equal tier it's your best matchup, but because if you fight double bladeds or bloodletters, you can often kill those who are like 2 tiers higher, so it makes for very nice silver paydays. Yeah. Okay, 6% cooldown max. Okay, let's get some item power as well. Okay, 6 out of 7. 6 out of 7. That's the sound it makes. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe what's happening. This is I'm almost getting. I'm gonna get anxiety fighting with this weapon because it's so strong, and I don't usually, you know, worry about losing items, as you've seen. Ooh, I see the game treats you very well, very well. What's the chance of a crit? I have no idea. Okay, let's go one more item power. Man, okay, fine. I couldn't get that luck on my 7-4. Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to repeat this sort of luck anyway in any other place, I think. Okay, how much? I also have omelette right now, but of course I'm gonna change to snapper for an actual fight. With cooldown reduction, I feel even better about not having the cooldown passive because I get it from here. I guess max HP is still the most universally valuable. Nice. So this was 6 out of 8. Now it's 7 out of 9. Out of my first 9 clicks, 7 have been a crit. So, you were asking what's the chance of a crit? In my experience, the chance of a crit is 7/9, which is like, how much? 75%? Somewhere between 70 and 80%. Okay, one more item power roll. 8 out of 10. Now I can tell you it's 80% chance. Go, attune your weapons. It's 80% chance to get a crit. This is becoming crazier and crazier. I have to take a screenshot of this somehow. I'm obviously gonna play it. I'm not going to sell it. But holy shit. This is still almost no strain. 190 is 0.1, 1111, so 790 is 0.7. Yeah, it's okay. Let's say between 70 and 80%. Yeah, 77 makes. But now it's 80%. Bro, I'll buy that weapon from you. Yeah, this weapon is amazing. But no. I'm gonna... This is my good luck weapon. You should play the lottery today. Yeah, I even feel bad about clicking now because there's no way I'm getting another crit. 8 out of 10 crits. It's like the TV show, 8 out of 10 cats. You know, in the UK. Okay. Everything is already good. Okay. We will remember the 8 out of 10 moment. How much have I put in here, actually? Now that I know. By the way, I learned this yesterday. The calculation, which is... I was told it's almost exact. I'm not sure it's 100% or plus minus a tiny bit, but essentially... So, attunement. So, I take 66,000. I'm doing it in the calculator. You don't see the calculator on my screen, but 66,193 times strain. So, times 31.82. That's 2.1 mil divided by attunement bonus. So, divided by 3.36. So, I've put 626k into this weapon. 626,000. So, essentially, I bought this weapon for like 1.1 plus 600,000 into it. So, I paid the same for this. I paid the same for this weapon as I would for a flat 6.3 weapon. If I just went for 6.3. Holy shit. And now I have like a very, very nice nice looking breaker of the day. Still only 150k to roll. Yeah, exactly. It's because the strain is so low. I need to... I hope I clipped the image of it. Actually, let me check. Yeah, it's somewhere in screenshots folder, whatever. So I have the image of this Daybreaker to remember for the future. Now it will be sad, more sad than normal, to run against 8.3 Death Givers and then die with it. Ooh. Let's see. Is it actually a lottery day? Last time I played lottery was like, I don't know, 10 years ago. And it was symbolic because some of you who have heard my travel stories. For a while, I traveled completely without money, and like, it was very fun, and a lot of adventures happened that way, like hitchhiking, you know, staying at people's places, finding some like random odd work to do. Anyway, at some point during that time, I had I don't remember what I did, but I had two euro coin. Like that was my whole net worth, was the 2 euro coin, and I bought like a scratch lottery ticket with that. It would have been symbolic, you know. You need to get it to at least 100 straight now. How? Why? Why, hamster? Why is that a thing that makes sense? Also, what's up? Hello. Why do I need to now? I thought the opposite. Now I can save a lot of money and I can get a good weapon without spending gazillion. I guess I can clear the camp, but honestly, I'm more interested in seeing if there's something else happening. I'll kill these mobs and then I'll go look around. I can maybe also run around and cripple now. I am at least kind of dangerous enough to potentially find the gatherer. Spend all your 900 million on it. That would make for a video, right? Because that would like if Albion was like a bigger game, you know, if it was like World of Warcraft level of decades of popularity, that could be like a legit RMT plan for a content creator, you know? Like not like illegal RMT, you know, but essentially like spending all your in-game money in order to kind of try to transfer it to like real life money. But no, you would have to already be like one of very established creators for a very big game. But I think like that's no joke. That would definitely. I spent 900 million on this. All my 900 million on this weapon, or all my whole billion on this weapon, would make for a pretty good video. If you get good RNG, you need to max it. It's the law. Okay. Okay. So you're saying that probably this weapon is just blessed until the end. So I need to get the most out of that blessing. Fair enough. Maybe it's not the weapon that's blessed, hamster. Maybe it's the day. Maybe it's just a wonderful Wednesday, and maybe whatever other. Maybe what I need to do is actually buy a 7-4 Daybreaker. Because, oh, wait. There was an explosion here. What? I'm sorry, what? There was like an explosion here in the middle of these mobs. Did someone just pass by, or is it the bug again? If you were here yesterday, remember yesterday in Abbey, twice it happened to me. In the middle of my screen when clearing a room, I saw, what's it called? I saw a nature staff queue on the ground. And then I kept moving, and in the next room there was a nature staff clearing mobs, but there was some sort of visual bug which made their queue appear on top of me. It didn't do damage, it was just visual, like, bug, which essentially gave me like free information that, yo, careful, there's a nature staff ahead. Oh shit, I need to run into that. No, I should have run into this thing. Oh, that sucks. I am very much on cripple. I am very much in a good position to take advantage of this. Oh, he wants to fight though. I will at least eat snapper against him, yeah. Not fully underestimate him. I can after I dismount him, I can reset for free also because he's on demon boots. I'm still on cripple, which is not great for this fight, but since he's on demon boots, why not? He's trying to get me to use everything, and I want to use everything, but he's too far. I can't. Like, I want to use my E and everything else to dismount him. Okay, there we go. Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I did change my food, so at least I'm giving him that much respect. And also I can't get rid of these stacks, yeah? No, my bad. Kind of my bad there for using my Dust Quiver just for damage. Okay. Okay. Warm up. But, I mean, I did... If I wasn't higher IP, I wouldn't stand in his queue this whole time. And also, it's not really a fight for Cripple. Damn. Too bad I didn't have boots. This guy was oblivious of what's happening here. So, it's working, at least. People want to attack me because I look juicy. And I am juicy. I'm worth like 5 mil, right? It says 3.9 mil? Something is wrong. Something here is not calculating, I think. I bought this just before stream and I think I spent like just about 5 mil. So, I think I am legit worth 5 mil plus what we put into the weapon now, yeah? Okay, let's go for the objective. I'm also good enough to kill Gatherer, so if we find this, the guy who just ran away, the dual swords, there's a chance, yeah? He will Iron Will, so it's gonna be difficult to purge his minor boots, and I probably won't be able to, but who knows, he can mess it up. Thanks for following, Alchemy. By the way, with any dot, whenever new stack is applied, it does damage. So just standing in a puddle is not a good idea. Yes, obviously. Fighting this fight is, if he's same IP, I'm not standing and tanking everything, yeah? I would even be happier on Impaler to just fight him from far, especially when he's also not just standing in puddle is the question, but he's also in the on the what's it called, grudge, yeah, that's also a thing. No. I use my helmet to slow him, you know, to remove the buff from the mount. If I wasn't on Impaler, I could dismount him there, but I feel like overall right now, especially in an Enchanted Mist, if I'm running around trying to hunt people more, then Cripple will help me. I can even kill Gatherers with Cripple. How to win against MUs? Like Deathgivers, Bloodletter, what should I do? Kite or Brawl? What are MUs? I don't know, but there's already like... Be a bit careful with trying to figure out this sort of theory, because in your question already, Deathgivers and Bloodletter are like night and day complete for most weapons. Deathgivers are probably the best brawler. It of course depends on their Q and W, which once again shows the limitation of any kind of answer. If I tell you, yo, do this against Deathgivers, don't limit yourself too much with that, yeah? Because it's all... Deathgivers alone already can have a lot of different builds and different approaches, and they will change their spells and the way you play against them. If you're playing a Spear or Daybreaker, for example, the way you play against Deathgivers changes completely on their Q and W choices, yeah? But Deathgivers have the potential to be the best brawler in all of solo PvP, whereas Bloodletter can brawl a little bit if there is a very good player who like is fully committed to the brawling build, but overall Bloodletter is completely different and usually plays around mobility advantage, yeah? So I hope because of that it also makes sense. Like clumping those together is it's going to be very, very different. I don't want to give you like a very simplistic answer because I feel like it's going to just mislead you more than give you like be helpful. But if Deathgivers are on Q1, essentially you kite them. That's simplistic. There's actually more things that goes into it, but very simplistically, if the Deathgivers are on Q1, you always kite them. If they are on Q2, then you can brawl them a little bit more, but you still have to worry about them getting 3 stacks. As for example. Ador on TV, thank you for subbing. Yeah, today I hope I notice all the subs and follows and everything in chat, because the stream elements is not showing them. So, spears out for Adoron. Anyone who has one? I mean, you have your own spear now, so you can also put it out. I will maybe check also... I will check the... Anyway, I will try to be on top. But those of you who are here for a longer time, if I miss something, then please make fun of me, but also point it out. If I miss someone redeeming channel points or subbing, following, tipping, then point it out. Adoran puts that's the spear you have for following. You now have also the spear which moves, the Heron spear. That is a good boy Heron spear. Anyway, thank you for subbing with Prime. I appreciate you. And thanks for following NEC. What about kiters like Arclight, Nature, or Arcane Staff? Arclight Blasters is not necessarily a kiter. It's for a spear, it's one of the more difficult matchups because they are good they're better than you from long range. So, I mean, they can just play from 10-meter range, and on spear, even if you have Impaler, which does damage from range, obviously, even then you're losing. And from close range, you are still kind of losing, yeah? So the only way is either to just outplay them with deflect somehow crazily, or to have some sort of mobility advantage. So you stack up, quickly do some damage, and then run away, and then do the same again. It's the only ways I feel like Arclet Busters is at least somewhat manageable, but for spear, very difficult. Arcane Staff also doesn't strike me as like a classic kiter by any means. I wish I should bring Invis Potion for this build. This is 100% an Invis Potion build. I could kill this guy if I could get on top of him with Invis, yeah? But I can't. He's still there. I heard him mount. And now he knows. Now he knows. I don't have another helmet now. He says XD. Well, XD out of here then. Come on, come on, come on, come on. XD out of here. Okay. Oh no, we got XD'd. Not even question mark. Straight up XD'd me. I have some attunement. Actually, I should be killing some mobs, yeah? I'm in a legendary mist. I was looking around for some coffers or something, but unfortunately the Turbulent Wisp was the only objective I saw in this mist. Let's go kill some mobs until it times out. So yeah, so some of those are like Arclight Busters are difficult, but if you're talking about legit kiters, Shadow Spy, so your question doesn't include the actual 1v1 kiters, which are Frost Staffs and Bows usually. If you're actually playing against kiters, you usually focus on getting on top of them because you will outbrawl them anyway. I wish this was fully correct though. It's not entirely true right now because of the Q1 change. You don't actually outbrawl everyone. You don't outbrawl the bows that spam Q1 close range. So that's why bows on Q1 right now seem also like one of those matchups which can be very dangerous for a spear. Because it's the same thing I was talking about crossbows, yeah? From long range, they have a bit of an advantage, but from short range, they also now have a bit of an advantage if they are using Q1. But it depends on which bow, yeah? Like, if it's not a regular bow, from long range, Impaler versus... like, they can't hit... If you're outside of their Q1 range, they can't hit you with Q1s, and you hit Impalers, then... It's not terrible. This is gonna give me a lot of attunement. If I ever kill this, it's gonna be difficult, though. Because it's a tier 8... enchanted, it's an enchanted mist with a tier 8 spider, and spiders in general are pretty annoying. No, I didn't mean to tank that, but okay. Curve dual cold-blooded XD, yeah. 4-4 or 6-3? Both. Right now playing 4-4. One of the best Daybreak, like one of the best attunement starts I've ever seen. Out of 10 rolls so far, 8 have been crits. I think now maybe I have... Actually, ooh, not bad. Actually, maybe now I have 11 rolls and 9... Or, you know, it's still 8 crits, yeah. But anyway, I have a very low strain Daybreaker, which already feels like it's almost, you know, fully attuned. I mean, to a point where it doesn't feel bad. Which of these are worth picking up? Why does it cost so much total? These are all cheap bullshit. This is also... Okay. Okay, well, I took the most of it. I took the valuable stuff. And I'm gonna count profit today. So until I die, everything is profit. I'm not like the attunement cost we will calculate later when I die. I'm worth, I said about 5. It still says 3.9, but it's not true. I'm gonna say somewhere 5 mil because I spent about 5 mil on my items. So I'm worth just about 5 mil, I think, with the swap helmet. Maybe even a bit more. I don't know why it's saying 3.9. Something is not calculating. So I'm worth about 5 mil plus the attunement. So that's what we're gonna calculate as losses after I die, if I die. Maybe I don't. But everything I'm carrying out is gonna be the plus. With the plus sign. But on with Mercenary Jacket is good for brawling. Yeah, with the Q1, bows now have the option. And I love that. I always felt like when that change was announced, I'm in love with the idea that you give weapons flexibility and trade-off. So they have to choose with their build, with their spells. what kind of playstyle they want to play in a specific fight and how they adapt to the enemy. It's more, makes it more tactical. So I love the fact that bows were given the choice to not just full kite, but they can now do other stuff, and you can actually brawl very well. That's awesome. It just feels like maybe Q1 is a little bit overtuned with just the sheer amount of damage and utility to still kite a little bit, yeah? So I hope they nerf Q1 a little bit, but overall I love the idea that it's like there's a viable close range Q for bows. Very nice. I feel it only estimates the worth of inventory. No. This 3. See, now it's 4.4. There's an item that wasn't showing. I was talking at the big number, yeah? When I mouse over, you see the number, the equipment number. Equipment number just calculates what I'm wearing. There was one item here, something that was showing as NA before, for sure. Okay. More max health. I mean, I already have such a nice weapon, but okay. Since it's still kind of cheap, let's ruin the amazingness and turn it into a more or less average. Plus 10 max HP for 150k. Okay, let's roll everything a little bit. Okay, this is good. I mean, I kind of expect this, to be honest. This is good. This feels good. And let's put one here as well. And another crit. I don't know. We have to calculate how many in total. But it's like... I have like 11 or 12 crits out of like 16 rolls or something like that at this point. 75 attunement power. Holy shit, this is already like a fully amazing weapon. And I have almost no strain. And I'm not going to get it to 100. I think I'm going to take Hamster's logic, but turn it around. That it's not the weapon that's lucky, it's me. So I will... This is good sign that we need to awaken higher tier weapons today, yeah? More Hamster. Hamster is getting... Have you been drinking some of that blue juice, Hamster, during your off hours? Because I know that feeling of more. Absolutely. Man, I kind of want to overcharge my items now. Charged with the enthusiasm and caps lock of Hamster, I want to just overcharge everything. Overcharge the world. And 75 item power. This is practically 6-3 already, yeah? Which means I need to be careful with energy. I definitely have started running out of energy with Duskweaver lately, much more than I used to. And do it, says as it. $550 HP, 10 CDR, 100 IP. No way. Man, this is getting to... If I go that numbers, I need to buy a 7.3 jacket for this weapon soon, yeah? Because the weapon is just so good, even though I have not put much money into it. Okay, we're getting regular rolls now. That sucks. I got 0.1 cooldown reduction. There's no actual... Like, it's just wasting money, yeah? This is, by the way, Tryhard PvP day, yeah? I'm not going to run into every fight and throw items away. I want to make money! Okay, this at least gives me 10 HP. Like, 10 is at least a beautiful number. Okay. I think we good. We good with this weapon. I'm going to carry some of this luck over to the next set. Let's see. What is the profit counter saying? 1.1 mil. Well, not really profit, but you know, we're gonna calculate the negative just whenever I die. So where is it? Today, plus 1 mil. Easy. From the guy that valiantly fought me on tier 7. And also... And some chest I opened, yeah. That's awesome. I love seeing this because, you know, otherwise sometimes I feel like what would happen if I wasn't playing the way I was playing? Like, nobody's attacking dangerous opponents, but of course that's not true. There's a lot of people who play like the aggressive style, and it's often like in this case, he saw that I am worth a lot, so he thought, whatever, let's give it a try with the life curse, yeah. Reroll quality of boots and torch, bro, poking my eyes. No, boots 100% no. This is kind of intentional, yeah. I don't like full excellent quality looks scarier. This is boots are 100% intentional. Torch, yeah, I could reroll, but I'm not gonna do it. Still fine. Does CD on weapon apply to all spells or just the weapon itself? Cooldown reduction that you have applies to everything. This cooldown reduction as well as from passives or whatever, it applies to everything, yeah? Your armor, your spells from weapon. This beat takes me back. The place where I play music from, you know, if you've been here before, you know it's I don't play copyrighted music. Yeah, I play music that I can play legally, that I pay for a little bit, not too much every month. I feel like they've added a lot of good things lately. Like I feel like it's become a lot better. I should write to them actually, because I've even though I'm very new to content creation, I get so many emails, you know, with offers of different kind of cooperation and sponsorships. And from my experience so far, like 85% is just straight up scam, you know, not even like a bad deal, but just straight up scam. And the other 15% are just obviously bad deals, yeah. So maybe I should become like more proactive myself and reach out to, because I don't want to be sponsored and like advertise something that I don't want to name the companies, but those 15% which are just bad deals, like it seems like if I took that deal, first of all, it's bad for me, but secondly, I would be advertising absolute like kind of bullshit stuff, yeah. I don't want to say the names because I see other creators using it, and I don't want to talk shit about them, but yeah, so maybe new streamer logic. Maybe my strategy should be to actually proactively contact like for example the place where I source music. I love them, but they are not writing to me. Do you profit from the cast time on the omelette? A little bit. Impaler, no. A tiny bit, yeah. In which situations do you use demon boots? I use demon boots vengeful sprint only when the enemy has demon boots. So if I'm fighting a fight and the enemy is on demon boots, and it's sometimes going to be prowling, sometimes a curse staff, depending on the build, yeah, or maybe some crossbow, and I feel like I would like to take this fight, but the problem with the fight is that if it goes wrong, they will just run away. If it goes wrong for them, I mean, if it goes wrong for me, they will always catch me, and I don't feel comfortable with that. I'll change deep to demon boots so I can match their mobility. And can run after them. If they get low, I have a better chance of catching them, because presumably I'm also kind of low. But boots are not super impactful, yeah? Of course, it does give you more HP, but it's not crazy important to have higher IP or better boots, yeah? Which is also why it's not that big of a decision, yeah? If I had 6-3 Boots of Valor, I would be a bit stronger, because I would have a bit higher IP on my boots. But I feel like it's not that important. I'd rather have the Demon Boots option for the one fight out of 25, or when the enemy has Demon Boots. Hi Vic, what's up? Haha, hello. Okay, what do I do? What do Tryhard players do? I walk around the mist, and I am on Impaler now, so I can dismount. It's a bit of like a problem that I need to be on Cripple to actually catch people running away and have a chance to kill gatherers, but I need to be on Impaler to actually dismount people, as you saw before. Fortunately, it's Daybreaker naturally is not amazing at dismounting. Thanks for following, by the way. Soita. Unknown Supremacy asks, is Primal Staff used in PvP or no? In solo PvP, no. It was for a while. When it came out, it dominated Corrupteds for a while. Then for some time, it was played in solo mists on Asian server. I know this because I had discussions, and I was told this many times by people when I was talking about weapons and tier lists. I was told that Primal Staff is actually played quite a bit in Mist, but this was all only SEA server, and I was waiting. Because of those messages, I was waiting, because I know from some other games, like in Dota, it's often the case that some new meta technology is invented in SEA region and then, you know, flows over to EU and NA. It never happened in my eyes. I never saw in EU Mists Primal Staff being actively played. So solo PvP, and it's not played at all now. Nowhere, I think. But group PvP, of course, yes. In group PvP, it's a very strong. I don't know. Is it called an off? Is it correct to call it an off tank? Anyway, in group PvP, I think Primal definitely is kind of played. Like Primal. Sometimes you have those groups with Primal plus what's the other one? The tree. So you have like two tanky frontliners / sustain. Ah, I won't make it. Come on, Abby, almost there, almost there. Oh. I made it. It's like 3.5 seconds or 3 seconds to channel, and I made it at the last possible time. Abbeys make me happy for no reason. Right now there's no rational reason to love Abbeys. I feel like only thing I guess is just like getting a fight is potentially easier because no one is dismounted. But also, after that fight starts or after I attack someone and I get attacked, it's also much easier for one of the participants of the fight to just walk away and survive. But I'm tryharding today, so actually, surviving is good. I'm not just running into fights, seeing who dies first. Shizu said, last night I tried to team with someone in the mist on a guy worth 6 mil and the random just ran on me and I got beat down. The random that you teamed with betrayed you, I mean, oh. But how did you try? How did you try to team? Like, did you actually use chat? Because that stings. That's what happened to me with Tinto. That stings when the enemy legit uses chat to trick you into trusting them. If it was more like you kind of assumed that you are together because, you know, whatever, you wiggled or you just saw the other guy is more valuable, then, well, that happens also, and I know it also sucks and you can get really frustrated. But at least then you can't have the kind of, I don't know, it's a bit less of a bad emotion and like bad taste in your mouth. Because if the enemy didn't write anything, you can't really assume they are helping you. But it's easy for me to say, you know, when it happens on my screen, I'm also going to be unhappy. Can you explain the spear skill tree? Which spears are good for what? I can give you a very quick rundown, but maybe you have a more specific question. It's going to be more useful. But for solo PP, Daybreaker and one-handed spear are actually good, very good for mist, especially Daybreaker. For Corrupted, Daybreaker is okay. Then we have Heron Spear, which is a fun build for solo. Not super strong, but viable and fun. And Heron Spear in small scale can be very strong. But before you do that, you have to kind of ask the person, the most experienced person in your group, if it fits the playstyle of the group you're playing with. Then you have Trinity, which is very good in Corrupteds. It's kind of popular in Corrupteds as one of the meta spears. And I don't think it's played anywhere outside of that. Pike is kind of a troll build. No one really plays it seriously, I think, in solo. And I don't think it's played anywhere else. Glaive is not played anywhere at this point, from what I understand. And what else do we have? What am I forgetting? Crystal Spear, I have no idea, honestly. When it came out, it was played in like a small scale a little bit, but I don't know what happened to that. What am I forgetting? Oh, a Spirit Hunter also in small scale, actually. But once again, it's kind of tricky. Like, you don't want to just show up with Spirit Hunter to a small scale group fight or to a robe. You don't just want to randomly show up with Spirit Hunter, yeah? It's not like universally valuable and super good weapon, but you want to talk to the guy who is in charge of figuring out your team comp, and they will tell you. Because if they already have other pierces, they don't want Spirit Hunter on top of that, yeah? They would like a proper DPS then. But if you don't have another pierce in your group, you know, the one who removes enemies' resistances, then Spirit Hunter can work okay. And in group PvE, I think it's also pretty good and often used. Proditas, thank you for subbing for the second month. You are 1 month away from upgrading your spear to tier 5, and I raise this cup of coffee in your honor. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you subbing, and I hope that someone... I mean, it's not your first time, so you already have the spear, you know the deal. But I hope someone somewhere in the distance, someone raises a spear in your honor. After next patch, these chests will give a stack of buff, which is amazing change. Very happy. Pike is played 2v2 Hellgates. Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah. I kind of went over Pike. But yeah, Pike was for a while. I also saw some people talk about it in Hellgate context, yeah. Like, if you are gonna play a spear with a healer in 2v2 in Hellgates or maybe even in Depths, Pike kind of fits that decently well, yeah? You don't have as much, as much sustained constant damage output as the meta weapons that play with healer, like some shapeshifters or swords, but you have a very, very nice damage burst, yeah? If you build your whole build around that big damage burst with your E, it can be pretty nice, yeah? Spirit Hunter and Riftglaive both are ZVZ small scale spears. Rift is more popular due to sheer damage. Okay, I know that Rift was played in ZVZs when it came out, but I am not a guy who I don't keep tabs on what happens in ZVZ. Hellgates are a good example. Like, I don't play Hellgates. Yeah, I played on NA a little bit, but very, very little. Nowhere near enough to have a good opinion about what is strong. But even when I don't play Hellgates, I kind of keep an eye on some of the creators who do play, just to see what is popular, what they think about stuff, yeah? So my opinion about, like, my knowledge of Hellgates is not first-hand, not amazing, but at least I kind of feel like what's happening a little bit sometimes. But ZVZ, like the reason I was saying this is just as a comparison. ZVZ, I don't play ZVZ and I don't know anything about ZVZ. So there, I have no idea. I just remember because when the spear came out, people started playing it there because, you know, it felt like it's not a, quite obviously not a 1v1 spear, but... Is there creators who play duos? Good point. There are, yeah, but I can't remember. The big ones play the big Hellgate guys play 5v5. You're right. But the ones like I kind of used to also see on YouTube, like I think Quasar used to also talk about duos, but I'm not sure if he played it himself. I don't know if he's active anymore, but Quasar used to also discuss duos for a while. But like just the videos that I get recommended do also include duos for sure. Can't remember. Yeah, wait. It didn't, you know, yeah? Like, you must know Russian content creators. I think Etlendo and Stifler played, like, duos for a long time, right? Like, and they played a lot. And I think I was watching them play, but that was, like, a couple months ago, I think. So, yeah. I think Etlendo and Stifler played, and some other duo I also saw. But I can't remember. I don't watch them. Yeah, well. I just thought that you might know the names, yeah? How much time do I have? 2 minutes, so I need to be... Okay, I'm gonna change to Snapper. I don't want to risk running out of food if it does end up being a decent fight. Khalifa says, is builder on burst plus anti-heal with tenacity, hood, and hellfire pot so strong? Oh, okay. Yeah, you have to figure that out how to counter a healer, yeah? Like, you have to do it on in any 2v2, like cloth armor DPS has to figure out, but Pike doesn't offer the constant output of damage as much. It still does very good damage, yeah, but it doesn't offer as much constant output like some shapeshifters, yeah, which are played a lot with healers, or some swords. So you do need to kind of all in on the burst. That's your chance to win the fight. So yeah, it makes sense that you would have the rest of your build, things like anti-healing items or potions. Biscuit says they need to nerf bow. It's too good, especially in Corrupteds. I think so, yeah. I mean, Corrupteds, yeah. Within Corrupteds, bow has been often very strong, yeah. So that's not just enough to nerf it, yeah. Although, like, also keep in mind in Corrupteds, the range of builds that are viable at the actual Slayer level, like very active among very active players, is always much narrower than other types of content, yeah. It's always like that, because you can choose your fights much more in Mist and Open World. You play different situations, and you can play different ways, yeah? You can just run around ratting, you can run around with hyper mobility, or you can run around with the Battle Axe and Hunter Hood and defend yourself, yeah? So there's so many different ways to play that Mist and Open World always have a much wider range. So Corrupteds were always limited to like a handful of very good builds at any meta. I mean, to actually contest the best players. So just keep that in mind, yeah? So nerfing something based on Corrupteds, yeah, of course, there is still a good argument to some extent, but no matter what the balance is like, Corrupted's meta will be much narrower. Like before the bow buff, Corrupted's meta was still kind of narrow, yeah? There's still like 3-4 weapons mostly played, yeah? Like the Flame Walkers were dominating, Arclight Blasters for a while, so... I don't want him to go to the exit, but he's gonna go there anyway. I should have just eaten. I don't know why I didn't actually. So yeah, so keep that in mind. But I do agree with the point that bow, the Q seems a little bit overtuned, yeah? I love the idea. I love where it's coming from. I love the idea of giving bows extra options to take close range fights. I love the fact that they removed the knockback and kind of made it into a slow. But it is a little bit oppressive right now. It would be nice to either now also remove the slow completely and just keep it for damage, or just lower the damage a little bit, so that a lot of melee weapons like spears and swords can just get out-brawled by a bow almost, yeah? Like if you count in also, like the regular bow can dash away a little bit, yeah? Regular bow can kind of out-brawl, like I've been showing this several times. This fight yesterday, I had no chance, essentially, yeah? And I said this before as well. Like, I didn't play perfectly, but I played good, like well enough where I would expect in this fight to... Okay, maybe he wins and it's close, yeah, because he has attunement and I okay, actually, I forgot, he didn't have attunement, yeah. But I overcharged in the middle of the fight, so he was 1 tier higher, okay, he has a good helmet against me, like, okay, I can think of a couple things to give him a bit of an advantage in the fight, sure. And I could have played better myself, yeah. But in this fight, he hit his W's relentlessly into my reflect, for example. Yeah, he didn't care about my reflect. He just did like all his damage into my reflect without thinking too much, yeah, as an example. So despite that, and the fight didn't end up like, okay, it's a bit close because he has a good build against me. No, it was hopeless in the end, yeah. Like he was 35% HP when I died. The Death Givers, I thought, would like to fight. I think I'm strong enough to not change helmets against him. Normally, like if I'm fighting 8-3 Death Givers, I definitely want to have Cultist Skull, but I don't want to lose too much HP also, because he's still tier 8, yeah? He will overcharge and it will be actually like I can very easily die, especially when I'm on this helmet, yeah? I'm looking to the south, and because of that I'm actually losing more HP, so maybe it would be better to just kill the spider quickly and not worry about him. But I'm constantly looking if I see his name tag, you know, pop up in between my minimap. But I guess he wasn't interested. I was too scary. My weapon too good. Is there something here? Okay, this is 10k. Nice. Spears have a bad second Q too. I mean, Pike and Trinity use the second Q on Spears, yeah. It doesn't feel that amazing, but I don't know. I don't like second Q because I'm so used to Q1. I don't think I can trade my brain to change even if the second Q was buffed somehow. You could use helmet skill again to jump to the enemy position while he was invis. No, as of if you go like if helmet gets connected to you, Duskweaver, and you go invis, it breaks. The thread breaks, so you cannot. I don't want to say it's a counter, but it is a tool to have in mind if you are using Assassin Jacket. If an enemy is connected the Duskweaver helmet to you, you can go invis, so they cannot use the second part. And the second thing to remember again about Duskweaver is that while you're dashing, you are not immune. Like you're not immune to CC or damage or whatever. Yeah. So if an enemy has some sort of interrupt or firewall, if they firewall in between us while I dash, I'm gonna get stuck in that firewall. Yeah. Cyan-san, thank you for... Ooh, man, there's a lot of bows here. I should change to omelette, but I already have this. Thank you for subbing. Spears, you have your own now, so use it. He's in combat with me now. He's an invis potion, I need to be a bit careful about that. And regular boots, yeah. I don't know why he's XDing me. Yeah, I wish I was an omelette before, but I'm gonna at least have this food better than no food, yeah? But I really wish I dismounted him an omelette. Then I would easily, like much easier, just catch him and, you know, continue like that. Too bad. Let's change to soup so I'm ready. And hopefully I get a fight with this snapper. I'm getting XD'd again. It's an XD type of day. Mobile players love bows. Okay, didn't know that. I didn't know that bow is also good for mobile. Anyway, thank you for subbing, Cian-san. Appreciate you. If you write something in chat, you will see a spear in front of your name. No pressure. How do you avoid spider attacks? Next time I see a spider, Mr. Zoom, I will try to remember. I will tell you. There's a pattern. The spider does everything at the same... Like, it does the same pattern all the time, yeah? So you always know what the spider is doing next. The spiderling, yeah? It doesn't apply to the big spider. We're talking about the spiderling here. It's an 8.3, but it's prowling. Aha, reset your ass. No, no. Tryhard day. I don't care. I'm not going to give you anything. I guess I'll fight the bow. I mean, not fight, but this is not characteristic, but Tryhard day, you know. I'm definitely scarier to the bow now because I attacked the 8.3. Yeah. Yeah, I can't catch him. Like the question marks are kind of right. He's an omelette, so I won't be able to catch him anyway. I just if I connect my helmet before he jumps, nice. I'm gonna run out of energy though. He drank one invis potion. He has another. I wish I was an omelette. Ducks counter spiders. Here's mate finally seeing the behind the voice. Oh, the face? Yeah. Well, this is me. Welcome. Yes. I mean, I've been streaming on Twitch for like 3 months, so this feeling of some people discovering like, okay, that's what he looks like, this guy that I've heard on YouTube. That kind of phase is already over, yeah? The energy is a problem still, especially now because I got plus 75 item power here, so the energy is a bit of a problem here. What you have problem? We'll leave him. We'll leave him there without answering. I mean, he saw that I also attacked the 8.3 Prowler, so who was asking for a reset, but no. Although, if I reset against Prowler, I can change my helmet, and this is going to be much better. I mean, he doesn't realize this because he doesn't know I attacked bow, but actually you saw when I attack Prowler, my W and E is still on cooldown, yeah? So if he fought back right away, I think he has an advantage, so I don't think I was being as safe as I'm supposed to be. But today is Tryhard Profit Day. So he XD at you because he made you use food. It's a small win for him. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, he didn't really like... Yeah, okay, that's true. Yeah, it does seem like that, yeah. It didn't really make me use food, yeah. I just ate some food so I would have something, yeah. I mean, he's not alone in the mist, yeah. We know there's other people and we're kind of moving towards an objective. But yeah, you're right, you're right. He might have thought that the bow might have XD'd because he saw me use food. If I was an omelette from the beginning, I'd probably catching him there the first time. Well, it depends on invis potion, of course. Do you gather? No, I don't. Well, I have tier 8 ore mining. I unlocked it, yeah, but that's all. I don't do anything. I just buy stuff, go into the mists, open world or corrupted, attack other players, die, and then buy more stuff. And somehow, since I usually play tier 7, tier 8, since I do that a lot, or used to do that a lot, we'll see, then sometimes I get their items and sell them. Sometimes I lose my items and buy new items. That's my game loop, usually. And of course I fight for the objectives and chests as well. But I don't do other parts of Albion, no. I used to play a bit more socially on an A, like was part of a guild at some point and had some more group roams. Even on a U I had some like Avalonian roads with friends type stuff, but not that much. And even when we did that, it was still focused. Like I did gather a bit, like when we were on Roads of Avalon, I did gather a tiny bit, but the focus was still trying to find some PvP. I want to find the spider now so I can show to Mr. Zoom how the spider the pattern, you know, like everyone, like most experienced players of course know this already, what I'm talking about. Okay, looks like nobody in the camp. Yeah, the snapper out. I really need to be a bit more wary with my food, yeah. I should run around an omelette when I'm trying to bully people and then change when it's an actual fight. Oh, Abbey. Abbey. Where is it? How do I get up there? From here. Would love to see some group stuff someday. Yeah, the only kind of group stuff thing I've had on stream was me playing duo with Hamster in depths for like 2 hours or something. That's the only non-solo content ever that has happened on stream. It's possible, but you know, first of all, because of streaming, I'd already get the social satisfaction, you know, from Albion. So the same, like, what the biggest reason why it's so fun to play with others is I think it's just more satisfying to share the excitement and the moments that happen and the adventure with other human beings, yeah? But I get that from streaming, because of you, by the way. I appreciate you being here, you know? But the group dynamics part, like the tactics of who does what when and what spells go together, that part, yeah, that part is the only one that's would be extra if I played with a group. With extra satisfaction from that. But there's it's a bit more difficult to be active in terms of stream, like to talk with chat, you know, to answer questions, all of that. If there's other people also talking, like actual voice talking to me, like on Discord or something. Yeah? So, it kind of goes both ways. Yeah. There's it's fun to watch for a little while, but for example, if I was to watch Albion streamer, and of course at the beginning I used to, yeah, someone playing solo, it's much more approachable. Yeah, if I have questions, if I want to comment on something as a viewer, I am included in the experience more, as opposed to someone playing group. Maybe you disagree, or maybe you feel it when you watch. Okay, somebody cleared this room. I only have 1 stack, but it's red. So I'm gonna kind of go and see what we're up against. Okay, he didn't go here. Do I just go cripple? I'm gonna go cripple. It's not a great idea if I run into a fair 1v1 fight, depending on matchup, but at least it's kind of... It's still viable, and... What? All of these rooms are still alive. Okay. Glitch in! Thank you. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate you. And I'm happy that you got the spear. We will have another mercenary. I shouldn't have eat. I overestimated him. But he's on Q1, so he cannot really do much to me either. He's just gonna run away, fuck. I messed up there. Never mind. A little bit sloppy, because he's so much weaker. I'm not used to being that strong also, but... A little bit sloppy that E would just gave him a chance to run away. No reason to E against his mercenary. Probably better if I just let him get full value. But okay. At least the cripple worked very well, because not only was he like he boots, so I could remove it and forced him to fight, but also he had throwing blades, you know. So the first cripple I removed 2 of his move speed buffs at once, and the second time I just removed the throwing blades. So yeah, in this sort of situation, cripple is still viable, you know, when you are kind of bullying someone else. Glitchen says, sad there's no stream tomorrow and the day after, but looking forward to variety this weekend. Thank you. Yes, I am... I'm also a little bit sad. Like, I'm already... streaming has been so much fun, like, in terms of Albion during stream and the whole, like, talking about everything and spending time together, essentially, has been so much fun that I also, like, I kind of feel like, for the first time in a long time, it's not like addiction, but it's the same feeling, like, you know, like when you are really interested into a game, and then you can't play, you know, you have to do something else, or even if you can play, but you know this feeling, like, oh, I can't wait to play my favorite game again, yeah? It's like a honeymoon period you get with every game that you really love. And then it goes by, and then it becomes like more like, I don't know, more like everyday stuff. Anyway, I feel like a bit of that towards playing and specifically streaming Albion, which is also an awesome feeling to have. But yeah, but I do have to do some other stuff as well. Yeah, I forgot to post it on Discord but at the beginning of the week, but it actually was clear for me from the start of the week that this week I need 2 work days off, and I decided it's going to be Thursday and Friday. Depths content would be really fun to watch. Maybe we'll watch, but Depths content is like there are a lot of positives and benefits. Depths are, I think, very well made, and indeed there's a lot of fun. Yeah, very nice piece of content added. The only thing is, some of the excitement of full loot, not just when watching, but also when playing for me, some of the excitement of the fight is because I get the other person's items, and I'm constantly risking mine. Some of that is missing in depths for me. It's a bit like, you know, adrenaline junkie, like, you know, after, if you get used to like bungee jumping, you probably don't want like a tame vacation experience. Random example, I've never done bungee jumping, I don't know, I probably know someone who has, but I have never talked about it, yeah? It's just random example, but it's kind of the same, yeah? Like playing for millions in the mist is, it feels like it's a bit, like more extreme sport experience. So that's the only thing with depths. In terms of downtime, it's the same. Like in mists, I run around a lot between fights. In depths also, you have to wait sometimes for the level to end, but that's fine. That's kind of all about them. Man, I'm 6'3" with good awaken here, but I only got 4 stacks. Because I got 2 chests and I was running after fighting the Death Givers for a little while as well. Solo is more fun to watch because easier to digest what you're seeing. Multiple people just looks like fireworks. That's an interesting point, Venice. I wonder how much of that is like just generally true of your sentence, and how much of that is just maybe you being more used to solo, yeah? Like I would probably have a similar experience to you if I watched like, for example, I watched Paul, you know, gorgeous Paul, his name, on Twitch or YouTube. I watched him play 5v5 Hellgates. And part of me was like experience the same thing you described, yeah? It's just so much things happening, yeah, on screen that I can't follow it by no way, yeah? But I think that one reason why I can't follow it is because I don't have that much experience, and they were like really trying to go, like they were playing like a Tryhard comp, and they were like really trying to synergize their spells. It wasn't just random clicking. You can't really just randomly win 5v5 Hellgates, yeah? But I think, as I said, I think a big part of it was just me not being used to that sort of content, and that's why it's, like you said, just fireworks, yeah? If you're out of your element, it feels overwhelming. Yeah. Like, Albion is definitely complex enough that if you're not used to a certain type of content, yeah, a lot of the things, you are gonna miss a lot of what's happening on screen. It's just gonna be colorful images and effects. I mean, it's just like League or Dota, both are games that if you haven't played any MOBAs, especially, if you start playing League or Dota, like, you're gonna suck for a long time. But we're not just talking about sucking. The first 100 hours you play League, you don't even really understand what's happening on your screen, right? Like, it's just a bunch of different pixels moving, kind of. At least that's what I feel with Dota, and like, pretty sure League is a little bit more beginner-friendly, I think. Like, there's some things that... there's less unintuitive stuff, let's say, yeah? A little bit less, but still. You're just gonna look at a bunch of stuff happening on your screen and not understand what it is for a long time. 2 minutes until chest. I have only 8 stacks. No, that does not make me happy. I'm gonna change to Impaler now. Because for most fights I want Impaler, probably. Although, both are kind of fine. But we are also right next to the exit, so... if the enemy wants to leave, Cripple is not gonna help me kill them. You made 1 mil in 1.5 hours? Yeah, I'm bringing out like 2 more or 1.5 more, but yeah. I mean, I am just misting, you know? I will update the profit when we get to city now, but I've only fought 2 tier 7s, I think, so far. And also, I mean, if you're ever here for the start, Big Bad Owl, then you kind of know that at the beginning there's also a little bit of a warm-up yapping session planned, you know? So, the time when I actually enter, and then we did a tuning, by the way, I got it absolutely amazing, but I tuned it from 0, yeah? So that was also some time today spent the tuning, but it was ridiculously good rolls. It is still, even though last rolls were not crits, it's still amazing for how low strain it is. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, he's coming from a side where I can't really go catch him. The mist feels so empty nowadays, they should buff the chests and fame. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the way to get more people in, but they could definitely buff, because you have to risk. Like, it is high risk, low reward. If your reward is purely economical, if you are calculating where could I make silver, mists are high risk, low reward. Depths are low risk, high reward, yeah? Very clearly. Those things are absolutely not matched up. But a lot of, like, most people who play Mists play it for the PvP. Even if they're just learning, but they play more for PvP and less for money. So it's maybe PvP fun, maybe PvP like bragging rights, like you beat another player and you feel good, you know? So... And they are changing. Next patch, I'm so happy to have finally some little changes for Mists. One of the changes that is going to hopefully improve Mists is that there's going to be fewer Mists created, so more people, more densely packed Mists overall. We'll see exactly what it feels like, but I'm very happy to know that it's a thing. Nah, he's on Frost Shot, so I kind of need Cripple, but... Oh, never mind. He's fighting back. I am sorry, Mr. Bow. Tryhard day? Anyway, I need to attack more people. I've already learned this, that I need to take those free kills to make up for inevitable losses, because I'm also gonna attack some 8.3s later, yeah? But this one was like... It wasn't that much worth anyway, so... Maybe it's not that much minus karma, but who knows? Glitchen says, honestly, I can barely keep up with team fights in League of Legends, but the casters make it easier to digest what's happening. I understand that, yeah. I used to, for a while I did also cast Dota games, and it was difficult. Like, I don't know how the best casters, like I did it obviously like semi-amateurishly, yeah, like some regional tournament with just like a small broadcast and nothing crazy. But still, like I got so much respect for the actual professional casters, like it's crazy. Because I can also, like I can speak fast, clear, and hype people up. But to do that while, like, seeing what's actually happening on screen, you know, like saying like random nonsense fast to hype people up, sure, I can do. But to actually say and notice the things, it's crazy. I always felt like there's so many things in teamfights that I ended up not noticing, you know? With a cultist cowl. But he was like on a wolf or something, so... I don't know if he's gonna fight me. I don't think so. With a cultist cowl is pretty good though. With cultist he has a chance, I think, you know? He was 4-4 weapon though. So he's not going for like full brawl. He is still going for mobility, probably, if he's playing 4-4 with 7-3. Although, who knows, like, I can also play 4-4 with 7-3. The reason I disliked Mist for so long was all the 8.4 running around. With the depths, they're rarer as most migrated to the depths. I don't think so. I think there's almost no 8.4s who migrated from Mists to depths. The 8.4s in Mists became very rare already long time before depths came out. And it had to do a lot with nerfing. Like it's kind of like a snowball thing, you know, like step by step. Like Mist loot gets worse, fewer people come to actually contest the loot, fewer 6.3s and tier 8s means there's less value in blinging 8.4 because you don't get that much money. You end up either getting ratted by a bunch of 4.1s together or fighting other 8.4s. So it's kind of like snowballs, one thing leads to another and everyone plays less and less, yeah? But like Mists not having a lot of 8.4s was already like that change happened way before depths. And especially now, I don't like people who play Mists tried out, most Mist players I think tried out depths for a little while, but then went back to Mists. I think they're already back in Mists now. Okay, we have some more profit now. And I have actually all the food and everything I need. I just need to eat omelette to be running around killing people more effectively, and I'll be a cripple for that as well. I don't know if I should roll. Let's agree to maybe roll every time. One pure beast. Okay, but I don't know. I don't know personally, like what one beast, for example. I don't know what they normally play. Yeah, Like, I know them from like very long time ago. They played Corrupted, but I don't know how much they played Mists just before Depths and stuff like that. But also just, I'm not talking about like content creators, yeah? Like, content creators are playing new content also, you know, because, to showcase it and to kind of, because they played already Mists along. But for my, like, I think regular non-content creators, I feel like overall, like, already, Mists already had a lot fewer those hyper juicers before. And I think a lot of people went back to Mist. So. But who knows? Maybe it goes like in and out. This weapon is good. This weapon is really good. This weapon is just crazy amazing. But I think I'm gonna roll. Let's agree that every time I go to the city, okay, it's so cheap for considering how crazy good the weapon is. Wait, let me turn on sound. Just one roll and then we go back out. This is gonna be like 0.1% extra, yeah? 0.2. Man, this is such a waste of money. 8.4 is migrated from Yellow Zone Mist to Depths. Exactly, Hamster. Yeah. That's... No. Absolutely clear that the majority of Depths population didn't come from Mists or even Open World. Open World to some extent, but majority came from those who otherwise would play Yellow Zones. Or from the influx of new players with the hype of the event. It's like it is exactly doing what SPI wanted, which is to be the stepping stone for people who are getting into Albion, just learning. For stepping stone for them not to get stuck in Yellow Zones forever, but to kind of move towards full loot PvP. That's like a step in between. But there is a good argument, like also that you're making about streamers. Like, as I said, it's just a couple guys, but there's actually a good argument. Like, if a lot of very popular streamers do play some content, then everyone else, not everyone else, but a lot of people follow suit just to be able to potentially kill them. Yeah. So if One and Beast and you mentioned Pew as well, like if they go to Mists, more people will go to Mists to try to potentially kill them. Yeah, so there is a good point you're making. So maybe you're more right than I thought at the beginning, but I still feel like majority of Depths content, Depths players are not from the Mists. Okay, so we talked about Spider earlier. If you don't know about Spider, let me show you. The Spider always follows the same pattern. The only thing that is kind of difficult is sometimes to understand how it starts. It doesn't always start like this. But now, wait. Man, I don't know if he wants to fight me. Look at this. He's gonna... After this... Wait. Okay, you need to fight it. The beginning is a bit weird, but once you get the rhythm... Now he jumps. Now, let's count the attacks. 1 attack, 2 attack. He does this. Now he's gonna jump right away. So, you know, I can already dodge ahead. Now he's gonna hit me 4 times and then jump. I can't show you the rest of it because obvious reasons. I need to be worried about the carving a little bit. I am on correct food at least. He has 1 mercenary. He has good mobility, so my helmet is good because his W is also for mobility. But Tryhard day, you know, I'm not gonna throw my items away. If I fight him right now, the carving is, you know, obviously lurking to kill me. If I somehow get a 1v1 or I'm able to kill the carving first, 100% want to take this fight. The carving has a Mistwalker, which is nice. It makes him a bit more attractive. I don't think I can 1v2 them, yeah? I mean, this guy is 6'3", so he's essentially same as me, except I have a very nice weapon. The carving says that he's a loser, but I wouldn't say that. He's playing tier 7 carving, so... why not? What's the difference? Wait, what was the question? Oh, I'm not sure what the question was about. Is there a 2v2 corrupted dungeons? There is, yeah, but it's called Hellgates. 2v2s and 5v5s are called Hellgates. He still has mercenary, but I'm gonna have my E, of course, for that. If I don't randomly E next, like, if I don't E for no reason. It would be a nice fight. I want to fight the wolf, obviously, 1v1. Hope that was obvious. Okay, let's see. Did I miss? If I missed something? Okay, yo, by the way, yes, I am testing out what's it like when I let Twitch handle my ads. Because the more time I spend on Twitch and the more I learn from experience of other guys who are willing to help me, that's awesome. The more I try to figure out ways without selling some absolute bullshit software. This is like legit thing, you know. As I said, I already get a lot of emails, even though I'm pretty new. Yeah, I got a lot of bad offers from sponsorship. So without like trying to shill for some bullshit software, to at least like make some pocket change and some money from it. So I'm trying out how ads work. If that affects your viewing, like I'm a bit sorry, because originally I thought maybe it's better to not have ads at all during the mists, but it might happen. Of course, if you're subbed or you have an ad blocker, you won't get it. And always ask me, if you miss something because of an ad, always ask me. Okay, can we somehow kill one of these guys and then fight the other? They're like he's following me, hoping that the other guy will also come, yeah? Ads are fine, just not the middle fight. I know. But what I used to do is manually run them when I'm in the city, but it took a lot of mental energy, and plus I ran very few. So now, like, Twitch has this very, like, it has its own system. So now the Twitch is deciding, but Twitch doesn't know when a fight happens, yeah? Unfortunately. YouTube is actually pretty good at figuring out, like, YouTube actually scans your video and kind of figures out where a logical break is, but Twitch doesn't. YouTube has also ads for sure. Big bet owl. Like this stream is on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube for sure has also ads, but I don't know if they're intrusive or not. I have the setting in YouTube, the default, not the setting which is a lot of ads, but the default one. So maybe it's not that many. I don't know. Okay, so let's see if I missed some question. Capitan says, hey Victor, you hyped me up to start playing Spear. Happy to be that guy. I want to do so in open world, solo camps, and diving them. What Spear build would be good for that? For open world, I strongly suggest buying Assassin Jacket and Undead Cape, yeah? If you're going lower than tier 7, don't buy Undead Cape, but for higher AP, because open world, there's so many situations you can't fight. You have to run away, you have to survive, you have to kite 5 different people, you have to run away from ganks. So Invis is so much more valuable. So I would definitely, if I played open world with Spear, definitely go Assassin Jacket and Undead Cape. Torch offhand, also no real question there. The only questions you have is your helmet and boots. For boots, I suggest refreshing sprint now, but rejuvenating sprint is also good. So any plate boots or any leather boots will be okay. Don't try to be super cute and figure out some kind of special spell. Any plate boots on green sprint is okay. Or lately, I'm more in love with refreshing sprint for one-handed spear, because I feel like cooldown is more valuable because you need to kite more than before. And for your helmet, it depends. Your helmet will define like some of what you can do, yeah? Like if you want to gank people and run after them, buy a Purge, buy a Helmet of Valor or Feed Cowl, yeah? Very good for open world. If you want to more be in a defensive stance, you're gonna clear camps and you're gonna be attacked and you want to fight back, a Guardian Helmet is a super simple and valuable defensive item. Stalker Hood is also very good in open world because there's so much invisibility, just like I told you. So it's others will also have it. So if you want to be aggressive, you can either have a Purge or have a Stalker Hood. VPN or Raid Shadow Legend sponsor, yeah, kind of like that, yeah. I don't know. No, I don't know. Not those specifically. I'm not gonna name names because, as I said, if I shit talk the companies that are writing, first of all, that means other companies probably won't want to contact me. But secondly, I'm also kind of shit-talking the people who have accepted those, yeah? But I've looked into some offers that I've gotten, and first of all, it's a bad deal, but that's probably because I'm new, yeah? They're trying to kind of take advantage, and I understand that, yeah? So it's like, it's just not a good deal for me anyway. But even if it was a good deal, I looked into like what the company actually does in the software, and it feels to me like it doesn't actually, like, it's not something I would use myself ever. But it's not Raid or maybe something VPA adjacent, but not exactly. There's a couple of those. Thanks a lot for the help. Go to W for open world would be Impaler. Yes. Right now, yeah, since Cripple got nerfed a significant amount, Impaler. Stake, fun gambling for entire family. Yeah, I don't have a moral kind of opposition to gambling, being as I also used to play poker very seriously. I mean, I can't be fully against it, yeah, but poker was a different thing, and also, yeah, it's I do not like the gambling streams, and I don't like when Twitch like when you actually like promote gambling, but I also don't have really like any sort of moral thing, like big moral thing against it. It just seems like meh. By the way, I saw your food check, thank you. Poker is not so much left to chance. Yeah, poker is is a combination of skill. No, it's for sure. Like poker is not doesn't go under that the sort of gambling that makes me feel a bit. But as someone who has, like, as I said, I used to play poker, yeah, very seriously for a while, and a lot of it live, not online. Online poker crazy difficult. Like compared to live poker, online poker is like it's like if you imagine playing Hunter Corrupted Dungeons, yeah, and then going to Slayer level, yeah, it's the same difference. Like playing online is the Slayer level of poker, yeah. So, and all the time playing live poker in casinos, I saw the other parts of I can pretty proudly say I don't think I've ever played any other casino game ever. Like not even, I don't even remember, not even trying like some sort of blackjacks or whatever. But the kind of like people and energy and what I saw there is, it does make me think a little bit. As I said, I don't have like an emotionally like or moral opinion about gambling, but I did see people who are day after day sitting there like dead husks, you know, like not real humans anymore, just pressing the button to see if maybe next time they don't lose their €5. And it is kind of scary. Not everyone is like that, of course. There's people who enjoy it, but it's kind of scary to think that that exists. At least for me it was. Gambling is legal in your country? Yes. I mean, it's very, very much regulated, yeah? Like, gambling has a lot of important regulations, one of which is that you can't start a casino, yeah? Like, it's very difficult. You have to prove that you have to have already a positive reputation from business before you can essentially ask the country if you can start a casino, you know? Okay, well, at least I didn't use my boots beforehand. Kind of minus karma, but okay, whatever. Let's see what the room that he cleared. Maybe there's a buff there. Vic, can you recommend me a strong Ava Fist build for Mist 6-3? You don't have to do anything special, just Assassin Jacket. Start with Assassin Jacket, Call of Purity, and Energetic Sprint, and Smuggler's Cape. And you can start innovating later a little bit. Like if you want to be more brawl heavy, you can change to Cultist Cowl and Tenacity Jacket. Both are like you can surprise a lot of people by brawling on Fists of Avalon, of course. They DM'd you. Who DM'd me? Oh, the person I just killed. He says, ah ha ha. Okay. Oh, by the way, I should check the follows. Thanks for following Gustav JJ and Murilo Louro. If I miss some follows or something, then let me know. But I'm trying to keep my eyes on everything because today my stream elements seems to be broken. Well, it's okay. He can whisper me because it was a bit of a minus karma kill, yeah, because he's 4.1. But he's he does at least wear a PvP build, yeah. So this is not like a nature staff farmer 4.1. This is a guy who will come check out the chest. And if I have last 100 HP, like that fight against carving, I got just enough distance on my last HP to potentially turn it around. That was actually like the fight. There was a fight against carving. I watched the clip later. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like I recently died in an abbey in a very interesting fight where I survived an undead cape. Started running away from him after undead cape was over, and I was ready to turn around. And it would have been like a 50-50, yeah? Like he had more HP, but he had to come to me, so I would do damage. And then I ran into a 4.1 dude who just killed me. Nothing wrong, of course. Do that, 100%. But just to be clear, you know, like this hammer will do the same thing to me, yeah? If he sees me low from a proper fight. So it's not as much minus karma. Killing a farm only nature staff build is a different story, because they will probably not even come look at the chest. But this guy has a PvP build. How does he toggle the screens over like that? They changed the name. It's no longer called recording mode. It's now called, I think, hide UI mode. Hide HUD mode. This is now the new name of this. Whatever you set here, your hotkey, when you click it, the UI disappears. Be careful. The developers, a couple patches ago, broke some of the things. So some of the spells malfunction if you turn this on. If you turn this off in the middle of a fight, which really sucks. But right now that's the way it is, yeah. But it's very useful for example, surviving. If I don't need to see my spells, so in a fight I usually I look at it, yeah. But if I don't need to see my spells, like right now, I'd rather play without the HUD so that I instantly see if someone is at the edge of my screen. Oh, Shop says absolute hydration. Okay, nice. You hit the sub goal. Oh, nice. Yeah, I definitely missed it because I don't have the stream elements working. The sub goal also kind of automatically, I think, updates, but it still makes me happy. Wait, not sub goal. It's follower goal. It must be, yeah. So thank you for following, thank you for being here. We need to all drink water together, yeah? Because Shob redeemed absolute hydration. This is not just for me, this is for everyone, because you also are probably human, so you probably need some agua in your life. So we're gonna hydrate. It's time to get a new bottle. But I just drink tap water with lemon. I live in a part of the world where I don't have to worry about tap water, yeah, it doesn't have any sort of good or bad taste, but at least I've been drinking tap water my whole life. Like most people in my country, don't worry about it, don't like filter their water or whatever. But you also hit the sub goal 30 minutes ago. Oh, okay. It is actually, yeah. I wonder if it's because of the ads, but you know, it's definitely maybe a sub goal kind of day. I'm happy. It's a very good Wednesday. And I am kind of enjoying. Maybe we'll see other situations. I'm kind of enjoying trying this more tryhard playstyle where I don't just run into everything. But of course, so far we haven't had so many situations where it's a question. The only situation that I kind of treated a little bit differently was the situation with the Prowling that wanted to reset, the 8.3 Prowling that wanted to reset and then left the mist. Friendly reminder that September is coming soon. Thank you, Hellshoot. I don't know what it means, but it does sound like a good thing. Oh, this is a red buff. Okay, so I can clear both of these rooms and have a red buff. So I don't know. I don't know what exactly September means, but it sounds like a good time to have discount subs. Yeah, okay, discount on subs. Yeah, okay, nice. Okay, I'll keep in mind. September is a good day, good month. It's also the month where I have my birthday. And I think more people play games in September also because it's usually like new year of university, new year of school. I mean, for some people, depending on your schedule, but some people who just like work regular jobs also in summer, it's more likely that people take vacations, you know, or just enjoy the outdoors, like I do every week, occasionally. So yeah, it's. Are you married? No, Taro, I am not, but I have been. Surprisingly, to some. I mean, to you. Probably. Maybe not surprising. But yeah, I have been married, and it was a very happy marriage, and I don't want to talk about it too much, but essentially it was a happy marriage and happy divorce. I don't know if that makes sense to you at all, but it's like... but it was still a good memory, and it's still someone who's really close to me, but just without the love part, let's say. Joao Artur Tobalinas. Thank you for subbing. Spears out. You have your own spear now in Twitch chat that in front of your name if you want to show it off. But I appreciate you. Thank you for subbing. We're moving through the sub goals, breezing past. Thank you. Every time I feel your support, I feel a bit better, a little bit happier. Good morning, love your videos, says Joao. Thank you. Happy, very happy to hear that. I hope I will be able to match the quality of my videos that I made earlier. I hope I will be able to match that with content from stream more and more in the future. Is this a red buff? No, it's not. It would be nice though. Oh yeah, the situation with the Blood Moon. I mean, I did fight him, yeah. So it wasn't like a situation that would have been completely different otherwise. But if he's fighting, I need to eat food. I used my boots. Are you sure that you're running away? Oh, I hit that, nice. If I E now, he's going to have a free mercenary jacket, so. Nice dodge. I don't want to drink my my potions, but I think I will have to. I was waiting for him to Q in the end. Okay, nice. So this is how you make money. I am very positively surprised how many people want to attack me when I'm 6'3". I'm very happy. Like, big props to him. Like, he's in the role where I usually am, right? Like, he's doing exactly what I usually am, and I'm so happy because sometimes I feel like, are other people even fighting at all? But he clearly shows me that they are. Like, he took a very difficult fight, knowing that he's at a disadvantage. No pussy, big respect. And it was, like, at the end, as you saw, my buff is still intact. I still have 2 potions, so that should be a good testament to how difficult the fight is for him. But if I don't hit all my Dust Quivers, I hit very nice Dust Quivers. If I don't hit my Dust Quivers, I have to use my E just to get close. And if I do that, then I have to be ready to drink my potions. Energy is really a problem, though. I'm almost thinking about energetic sprint with this helmet, to be honest. It was again close to... I was again close to running out. That's crazy. Libra gang. Is it Libra? I think I am... is it Libra? I don't know. I think my September birthday is... the one... Virgo, I think? I think it's that. I don't think I'm Libra, but I don't know. I haven't really... This hasn't been like... Thinking about star signs has not been part of my life, yeah, but... I think... Why didn't he bring OC? He didn't overcharge? Oh shit, yeah, you're right. Alright, I don't know why. The fact that he does not have a purge also makes this much easier. So I got this very, very big advantage because I Inferno'd only when he was about to get his third stack. And he double E'd into my Inferno, he doesn't have a purge, yeah? And I hit all the Dust Quivers, so I never had to use my E, so I kept it for his mercenary. But as you saw, he actually dodged it, so I didn't hit it, but still. He did have a chance with that E-dodge if he OC'd and didn't lose 1 bar at the start. Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, it's not hopeless, but it's very, very difficult for him, yeah. Still. Like, Glevati, don't forget, like, yes, in this specific fight, if he fights right away and he, like, with the dodge and mercenary, very nice, yeah. If you say that the fight goes the same way, he has a chance if he overcharges. But keep in mind that if the fight goes the same way, at the end, I still have red buff and 2 healing potions, yeah. So, like, yes, if I don't use my healing potions, he might have a chance, yeah, but so... Overall, if you count everything, overall this fight is still very difficult for him, yeah? Because he can't purge. Recently had a nasty motorcycle accident, says Taro. Couldn't walk for now. All I do is play Albion all day and I love watching your live. That is simultaneously, obviously, I mean, accidents suck. But it's also a pretty happy message. I'm happy that you are finding something something to do and that you're here. And wait. I see the super chat thing as well. And thank you for the super chat. That is something that I've been on YouTube now for a couple of weeks, yeah, but I'm still getting used to what it looks like. I appreciate you, Tyro. And I have never had like a nasty accident, so I don't exactly know it. But because of playing basketball, I do know what it's like not to be able to walk for weeks, yeah. But it's never. I've luckily never had like an accident which really feels like terrible. So I hope you're gonna return to your proper form at least, yeah. I mean, okay, be honest though, Taro. There is is there some good feeling from the accident, from like not having to make the decision? You know you have to sit at home, yeah. So like you can, in some ways, you can game without the kind of impending doom of existence, you know, because sometimes when I play games, obviously now streaming is a bit different, but sometimes when I play games, I feel like I can't enjoy them fully because I know some other things I should be doing or should do first, you know, and sometimes those things include going out. So is there some sort of like sweet silver lining that at least you don't have to worry about that because you know you're stuck inside? If you fight outside the Abbey, he may have a chance with mobs around him. Good point, Azot, yeah. That definitely adds to it, yeah. At the end of the day, I have my Inferno was perfect, and he actually double E'd into it. And I am a higher IP, and that's why, you know, I get this such an advantage. But he did a very good dodge with Mercenary. And he did also, like, it took him a while to decide to fight, yeah. So, you're right. Like, it's a fight he should take outside of Abbey for sure, and inside of Abbey also, but just it's much more difficult for him than for me, which is awesome because usually I'm the guy who takes the much more like the fight from that side. So I'm so happy to see that other people are also interested. Yeah, I mean, there's also this thing like when I attack higher IP players, at the back of my mind, I know that it's kind of valuable for me to try it, even if it's like a 10% or 20% chance that I win. I want to try it because what I can win if I kill them is valuable, yeah? So he probably was thinking the same. Like, he's not risking that much, even though for a tier 8 build, Death Givers is pretty expensive, but the rest of it is not that expensive, so, you know, and he can win, like, how much do I have? I spent about 5 millions on items, plus the attunement, which is, I now know how to calculate. So the attunement is something like 3 mil on top, yeah? You did a great job hitting your impalers also, I would miss all of them. And in the end, I was so waiting. Like at the end when he was running away, we're both bootsing and I was waiting because I'm sure he's gonna Q. I don't want accidentally to impaler during his Q. And he didn't Q, so then I just impaler, yeah. But I was waiting for his Q in the end. Great stats. Not just great, this is absolutely ridiculously amazing. This was like, when this had a 30 strain, it was already almost like a perfect weapon, yeah? Like from the first 10 rolls, I got 8 crits. Then like 8 out of 11 and like 10 out of 14 or something. Anyway, I had so many crits, the weapon was amazing. I put so little money into it, and it is very, very good already. Rai asked, how do you approach unfamiliar matchups or builds? Well, usually I just run into them and attack and see what happens, yeah? There's no, like, overarching some sort of big logic of how to approach. I mean, only thing I can tell you is I just try to figure out the matchups and just try different things. Unfortunately, with some builds, you can't try different things because you fuck up once and you die. But if you have a more mobile build, meaning not mobile phone, but mobile as in more mobility, then you often can try fights in different ways. You can try with one W. If it doesn't work, you E out on your spear or on your bloodletter or whatever. You reset, you try with other abilities. I think I'm at my breaking point for this Mount of Albion, says Limon. I'm burned out now. Well, it's good to recognize that, and I hope you give yourself freedom to just not play. I mean, if you don't feel like it, do something else, yeah? Oh, this is the guy standing outside Portal, the Curse Staff. I've seen this guy many times. I think... I mean, there's many Curse Staffs who have full specs, but I think it's the guy standing outside Portal. I've seen him. Last time I played him on... I fought him on tier 7. He was tier 8 and he still had to overcharge, but then he killed me, unfortunately. But when I played tier 7 against tier 8 against him, I swapped to dodge roll because my tier 7 items were not super important, yeah? In this case, if I swap to dodge roll, even if I kill him, I'm gonna die to someone else, so I need to be a bit more careful with that. And I can kite him. Because of his boots, I can kite him a little bit better. I'm 95% sure it's the guy I'm thinking of. And as I said, last time he overcharged when I was tier 7, but I was on dodge roll last time. This time I don't have an answer to his E, so I'm kind of gonna look. I'm gonna see how the situation develops and who else shows up. This guy is not super PvP, but Limon says I'm just losing fights these days recently because I'm forcing myself instead of enjoying it. Yeah, that's how burnout feels exactly. Yeah, you just kind of get into a rhythm and you just do the same thing again and again, and you don't. It's not like fresh. You don't do what you really would like to do. You just do what you kind of are used to doing, yeah, mostly. I need to be a bit careful. There's another guy down south. He will not use boots until, you know, he's already winning the fight. I think that's pretty clear. If he uses boots, then I can get out later. Oh, this is also me being Tryhard, yeah? I don't have an advantage after he overcharged. So I have to take this fight a little bit carefully. Did he boots? He actually did boots, yeah. I still have 2 potions, and he doesn't have boots. I have to be a bit careful with him. The other guy also dismounted now. Oh shit, is this guy? He's also on Wanderlust. Brother, are you sure? I had to drink a potion for this. If the curse will definitely show up as well, I need to be a bit careful. I think you can change to dodge and still have much more mobility than him. Maybe. With the helmet, maybe you're right, yeah. But he will play around it, yeah? Like, I'm 95% sure I know who this is, and this guy, he plays only this every day, the whole day, yeah? So if I dodge, he will play around my dodge, yeah? As I said, like, he's... Although, I mean, if on dodge roll I had a chance to beat him on tier 7, then this should be easier, right? Also, to be honest, don't really like his playstyle. Although here he's taking a fight, so this is proper, yeah. But last time I saw him, he was very much just gunning for the free kill. Damage was pretty good though. 8.1 cloth armor curse. The damage was pretty good. I can also change to this. If I don't change to dodge, I can instead change to the shield, actually. That's another option. Okay, let's see what I missed, and then this I'm trying to be more tryhard and not just run into this, but you know, wait for my cape, or maybe not fight at all, we'll see. But honestly, I should probably fight this, for sure. Yeah, Limon. So anyway, if you got to the point where you're just kind of going through the motions, it's absolutely a moment, like a time to take a break and do something else. That's like that with everything in life, yeah. Like you're not gonna have fun with other activities in life also, not just gaming or Albion. Yeah? You're not using the shield and helmet with the nerf anymore. Back to helmet swapping. Helmet swapping is once again better, but the shield is still okay. Honestly, right now it's kind of 50-50. It's not obvious to me which is a better strategy. To bring extra helmet or to just swap. Like before the nerf, I felt like the shield is so strong that it's definitely it's just the best option for a lot of these fights. Yeah, I think here against him I should probably also go on shield actually. Either I go to dodge roll and hope that my mobility is enough, but the problem with dodge roll that I also outlined last time, I said like you said like okay, I will still have more mobility than him even on dodge roll, maybe, but when I'm not playing tier 7, swapping to dodge roll is almost always a bad idea, even if it's good for the 1v1 fight. Because if someone else shows up, or if something goes wrong, that's it. That's GG, yeah? Like if the nature comes and throws a poison at me, and I don't have that way. Or if the 8.3 double-bladed shows up, I'm dead, yeah? So it's better for me to keep myself on sprint, but instead decide I don't need this, and just change like that against him, yeah? He E's right away, which is interesting. And he still has cleric there the whole time as well. But you saw that he like every time I went close to him with Impaler, he E'd right away, which is interesting. Like he wasn't waiting. Yeah, his strategy is just to get the first E out of the way and then try to kill me with the second E. It's kind of nice to also like learn what he's thinking. Yeah, with his curse stuff playstyle. Or we can do our secret tech using a reflect and go all in. Remember, you won once that way. That was not a one-handed curse. Yeah, that was Shadow Caller. Yeah, I mean reflect could also be okay. I was hoping to just kite him out, but he did not really let me do that very well. Like, I was trying... The reason I kept Impaler, because I was hoping to win by running in and out, as you saw, and proccing his brain to use his boots, and then fight when he doesn't have the Wanderlust ready. So, in some ways, not exactly, but I was being a little bit of a double-bladed, yeah? Because of the way I played that fight, nobody died, yeah? Because I was trying to use my mobility advantage to get an HP advantage. But because of that, what ended up happening is I was not able to kill him, yeah? I was losing the trade, essentially. And he was also not able to kill me, because the way I played meant that he needed to use his Wanderlust early so that he didn't have it to catch me later. So, I am... this is a tryhard PvP day. Trying to survive and make money, and... This definitely brings out the more double-bladed side of PvP, but let's see. If I see him again, we can try also reflect, yeah. Or I can just try to commit with my boots, you know. I should probably bring a kick pot. That would also change the fight a lot, because I don't have anything for his E, yeah. Like no real, like he just he used everything in my Inferno. He didn't care, and doesn't matter too much because he has 8.1 cloth armor, so his damage from the E is crazy. But the trade-off for his damage is that he also dies pretty quickly. But because he's stacking defensives, you know, I need to wait out the Hunter Hood and then purge his Cleric Crow probably. Thanks for following NoFac. But his W is longer range, so we can't trade him that way. Yeah. Now, if he sees my reflect, yeah, he's just gonna W from far and get an advantage. Yeah, his W is the problem also why my plan failed with Impaler, yeah. Because I had to run in and out, and because his W is a lot more range than mine, and also very good damage. No, it's cool. It's cool that I have to figure out, while not having Gig Pots and Mistwalker Jacket, I have to figure out the one-handed curse. You don't see, like, I was kind of giving him shit, yeah, for just playing the curse, because I think I know who it is, and I've seen him like play in ways that I did not appreciate before. But at the end of the day, it's still someone playing like high tier curse, which doesn't happen very often, and he's not only ratting, yeah. So there's like that's awesome, yeah, to have like the variety of weapons and to have some balls to take the fight. Is the damage from the spear's E get applied after the purge, meaning it can purge through cleric? Yes, we gosh, yeah. Daybreaker, yeah, not one-handed spear. Oh, somebody's fighting mobs there. Do I need to drink potions here? I think I do, but I'm not sure. No, probably not. Okay. I think he could have kept running, but... Look, good Duskweaver connection on him. Like, the Duskweaver through the thing was nice. Otherwise, he would have gotten away. But I think he could have kept running, honestly. He turned because I was on top of him, but... I had everything on cooldown, because maybe he didn't see that I eat. But yes, it's also true with Fists of Avalon, for example. The same thing. The purge works before the damage is applied. So with Daybreaker, if your enemy uses an Inferno, Hunter Hood, whatever, you can always easily E without worrying about the reflect or something. Of course, there are things that you cannot purge, yeah, which will still counter Daybreaker, like Soldier Helmet or Mistwalker Jacket. Or some spells like Deflect. Like if another spear is using Deflect, you cannot purge that. So if they UE into them and they deflect it, you take the damage back, like a big part of it. Dash to Tread was nice. The Tread itself was kind of... I didn't expect to hit him. In my head, he already kind of ran away. I didn't expect to hit him. Victor, what's up? Kaiser! Kaiser! Hello. What date does the Mist update go live? No announced date, but usually when something is on test server, it takes about 1 week, up to 2 weeks. There have been some exceptions when they've put things to test server much earlier and then announced that the actual big update will be like... But I haven't heard at least that they've announced a date for this update. I think it will be like a week or 2. How you're doing? I'm doing well. I am tryharding PvP today. I am not attacking everything just to get an experience and attack. I am being careful with my life and appreciating the amazing weapon that I got from attuning myself. The amazing luck I got. And so far, I think all of my kills are tier 7 players who want to fight me. Oh, this was tier 8. Okay. This was tier 8, so this was the actually close. Everything else is tier 7 players who either want to fight me or don't have a choice. Value life, love life. Yes. I don't know what you mean, but it sounds like a hype positive thing to say, so sure. Is Duskweaver helmet, is Duskweaver expensive? I might try it after 2 weeks break. Oh, it's more expensive than non-artifact items, but it's not crazy expensive. Let's see, 6.3, shares 600k. This okay. It is expensive, yeah. If it's the same, because Cultist, maybe Cultist has dropped, I don't know, but Cultist used to be a decently expensive helmet, and right now the Duskweaver estimated for me shows more than Cultist even. Wait, so the Mist changed where there are more players per Mist active now? No, X-Respect. Right now it's on a test server. It will go to live server in a week or 2. I mean, I don't know if this is a change that can be tested, but anyway. It is in the patch that went live to test, like that, not live, but that went to test server or staging server, it's called officially. Like yesterday or 2 days ago. Anyway. LMP asked Vic Zane, where would you send new player to learn PvP? My answer depends a little bit on where this new player comes from. If someone coming from League of Legends or Dota 2, or in general like more hardcore competitive gaming environment, comes to Albion, I would urge them to play lethal PvP as quickly as they feel comfortable with it, yeah? I would push them into open world black zones, into mists, into stalker level corrupteds, to lose their items and feel bad, but to get through the hump, because people who have thousands of hours of Dota or League are not going to be discouraged by the fact that it's difficult and you suck and you keep getting defeated, yeah? Because you've already gone through that. If someone comes from other MMORPGs, like RuneScape, World of Warcraft, whatever, other more progress-based games, where success is often expressed not by winning a competitive match like Dota or League, but it's more about the success of your character progressing long-term, yeah? In that situation, I would tell you to play... Is he... Oh, he was trying to get away, okay. Yeah. Too bad. Well, he can't queue at least. I can't catch him either. Wish I had a what's it called? Harpoon here. Why is he doing this? You're out anyway, just go. So, if someone comes from a more progress-based game and is more like not as competitive and hardcore already about gaming, then I would suggest that they spend some more time in yellow zones first. Oh, you hit me. You hit me, sir. Yes. You are my next paycheck. I hope you looted something good in the Abbey. Did he? 170k. I guarantee it's better than this chest at least, yeah? I'm not looting all of it either, but let's see. Let's see the chest. 170k for the player. Minus karma. The chest that we're supposed to fight over. 120k. So the player is better than the chest. If someone's wondering why does he deserve to die? He doesn't. I do accept the minus karma, but not that much. And by non-lethal, if you want to go like more easy, then I would suggest that you go into hunter level corrupteds, play a 5v5 arena, play depths. Depths are very good content right now, just to learn the mechanics of the game, yeah? Whether you want to play 2v2 or 3v3 later or not, just to kind of get used to the mechanics. And yellow zone mists also are okay for that, yeah? Maybe he wanted to fight and wanted reset. Sure. Let's go check out this turbulent. You need tornado pots and just pot the exit. That would have been fun though. I have killed in duo mist with my friend. I have sometimes when we are running around mist, if nobody came for the chest, so we assume that there's no Gucci's to fight, then I have sometimes swapped to harpoon. Oh, sometimes swap to harpoon and then you know, catch them and surprise them when they are trying to exit. The 15 seconds is annoying. He's gonna just mount anyway. There's no way he's gonna even risk this, yeah? Yeah, for sure. I don't want these other guys, obviously. I want this guy, but... 8.4, by the way. Full 8.4, actually. It's not even 8.3, yo. He did dismount, so he might be trying this. And I might get destroyed here. Who knows? Oh, by the way, this is Tryhard Gaming, so I'm not gonna run towards him if he doesn't want it. If he's letting me go, I will just go. Let's see. I should have Dusk Spirit on top of him. I can't trust the battle axes and guys as well, but at least I have some HP. I can't. Somebody needs to mount here. One person here needed to mount. But it probably should have been me, to be honest. Okay, I found them at the right time. The fight was so-so. Food check, thank you. Almost there. The fight was so-so. But you saw, at least, it didn't work amazingly well, but at least I wasn't full-on running into him. I was making it seem like I'm getting away, and he was very close at letting me away. But I did have to drink a potion, which sucks a bit. I don't know what would have happened if the guys didn't come at all. Well, at least these are gamers, you know, not some random dudes. These were gamers, actually, going for the 8.4 and ignoring me. He could have just gone on mute. Yeah, I was ready already that they might try to kill me also, yeah. It would have absolutely 100% sucked, but at some point it felt like, I'm not sure if I mean, they can't even catch the double blade anyway, so yeah. But I'm gonna risk my 5 million item for like 60 mil plus, or like whatever, now it's not 5, but let's say 8 millions for not even 60 mil plus. I don't know how what his weapon is like, but I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk that if the bow wants to kill me, they will kill me. I should have connected my Dusk Quiver, like the second part I didn't use. That was a bit of a mistake. Like when we were already chasing together with Battle Axe, I should have absolutely just connected the Dusk Quiver. I hit the Dusk Quiver, I hit Impaler because of the slow, and then I should have instantly also gone on top of him with my Dusk Quiver. But that's why he's also running a lot of cooldown reduction. Obviously you're an easier kill, but I will say going for the big boy is worth the gamble. Yeah. No, it's for them also. Like, but I'm just, you know, you can't take it for granted. The fact that these guys both, is like the Battle Axe saw both of us, and the Battle Axe already saw earlier that there was an 8.4, yeah? So it makes sense. Like, if he's not a beginner, he sees the 8.4, 100% going for him. The bow, however, when the bow dismounted there as well, or not dismounted, but when the bow showed up, from Bow's perspective, he didn't even see the double-bladed on his screen probably at that point. Yeah, he might have seen him earlier, but he didn't see him there. So if the bow attacked me, I would not be like, it wouldn't be too surprising. Yeah, he might have not even known that that the other guy's there. He might have thought that they're just going for me. Yo, Vic, was that you chasing? Yeah, I was chasing the 8.4 double-bladed. I made a bit of a mistake there in the end. I should have Duskweavered better, and I would have had maybe a chance. Were you there, Mufanza? Is that what you're asking? You were one of the guys that were trying to help me. By the way, as I said, we are dealing with not beginners. Yeah, both Battle Axe and Bow focused on the prize. Didn't just start randomly attacking the first guy they see. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of them was Mufanza or someone who has played the game. He's not a beginner, yeah. But yeah, bro, I thought you were going to connect. Me too. But I connected the Duskweaver the first part. Then I thought, okay, I'm gonna use the slow to hit an Impaler, but I was so kind of focused right now on the Impaler part in my brain. So by the time I hit the Impaler, it took a bit too long. Just, it was just me being too slow essentially. By the time then I clicked my second part of Duskweaver, and it was too late. It was already over. So that's what happened. It's not that I decided not to go, but it's just that I was a little bit too preoccupied with hitting Impaler. If you Dusk on him, he could full combo you, and then you'd get betrayed. Possible, yeah, but it's worth a try. But if he full combos me, he is also standing a chance to die, yeah? And 8.4 double-bladed is not gonna risk his items to kill me. And by full combo, it just means stunning and using his Stalker. If he does that, he might die to the Battle Axe. Because Battle Axe also has Duskweaver. Mufanza is definitely that Battle Axe. Yeah, it was the Axe, okay. I mean, the bow was in even more, like... as I said, Battle Axe, very nice. Instantly went for Mufanza, very nice. Instantly went for 8.4. But the bow was, in my opinion, even more in a situation where he could have just attacked me, because for him, he didn't even see the guy we're chasing at some point, yeah? But still. Duskweaver's second phase is quick, especially in high stakes. Yep. It definitely happened before, but the thing is, in many fights, I don't connect the Duskweaver. You don't always have to connect it, obviously. Sometimes it's not that good because it's predictable. The enemy sees, and you end up on top of them with half a second global cooldown, or maybe not exactly half a second, but anyway, it's very often when I Duskweaver on top of someone, they can they start using their spells. I'm not ready for it, and I really like using Duskweaver to hit my Impalers to slow the person so that I hit the Impaler. So I think that part made sense, yeah? Not just instantly connect, but Duskweaver, Impaler. Also, if I push my Duskweaver to the last moment, if I use it as far as possible, there's a chance that he also uses his Q and I can Duskweaver, or even E, and I can Duskweaver while he's, already further away. So it's good to push it to the limit, but my brain there was a bit too slow with everything, and that's why, I didn't, when I clicked, the second time I clicked Duskweaver, I realized, damn, it's over. Nourisher says it's 40 degrees outside, time to stay hydrated. 40 degrees? Well, I can barely survive in 40 degrees. Like, it is actually my physiological limit is somewhere near 40 degrees, I think. But I also see that you are not just telling me about this, but you're also redeeming absolute hydration. So, this is for all of us. Because, by the way, thanks for... my stream elements is not working the way it should be. Thanks for following, Toby. Yeah, see. Anyway, as per request by Nourisher with channel points, we are all hydrating together, unless this guy is gonna attack me. Oh, okay. If he attacks me, I fight back. I have wrong food, though, which sucks. Can I fight an omelet? I probably shouldn't, but if he wants to fight, of course I'm fighting, but he needs to overcharge. I don't think he's gonna fight now. Very, very unlikely. His tier 8, even if he overcharges, I have a big advantage here, I think. And then we're gonna hydrate. Oh shit, with Frost Staff instead. Against Frost Staff would be nice to have Omelette, yeah? What is this? Okay, that is a Gatherer. I can't 1v2 these guys, so I need to be at least a little bit careful. If the fists has an overcharge, I need to be just a tiny bit careful, yeah? I can't lose too much HP against the Frost. He took 15 seconds on the fist. He actually took 15 seconds. And they're fighting each other now, okay. Really? They're fighting each other? I was sure that they are gonna be friends against me, you know? That's not good. He should go south, but now that I went south, he's gonna go here, right? I need to be a bit careful with both. I have just enough mobility to catch either one of them. Ah, that's not good. But he doesn't have boots now. Kind of went okay for Frost, to be honest, because... But I'm not sure he was dying at the beginning there, but at least he was in a bad situation. But he would have gotten away because I'm not on Eel Stew, I think, but who knows. Anyway, I'm happy because he dismounted on top of the Frost. That was very ballsy and weird from him. Europeans instant die at 40. Yeah, Northern Europeans, okay? One of my most difficult temperature-related times was, as you know, if you've been to stream, I used to do a lot of competitive debating. That was my thing. Anyway, I went. It was, I think, European. It doesn't matter. It was like it was a very important championship event in Belgrade, you know. And I was it was actually 40 degrees. I thought I am dying. I thought I am dying because I had to actually debate. It's a intense activity, yeah? Like competitive debate. So it wasn't just that I was existing in 40 degrees, but I had to debate in 40 degrees. It was crazy. I don't want to play around this fucking rock. I want to fight. I don't mind that I'm losing more HP. I have 2 potions. I have much better... Not much, but I have 1 tier advantage. Wait, actually... Well, his helmet is 6-3, yeah? Ooh, that sucks. That sucks. That was also probably a mistake, to be honest. Deathgivers need to be careful with him. Okay, I'm not gonna let him. I'm not gonna let the tier 7 Deathgivers get a free kill on me. Was close. I actually did not fully run out of energy. If I hit that E, that was so close. If I hit the E against his last freeze, he's already dead there. Yeah. So it was just missing it by an inch, unfortunately, or like a very tiny margin. At the very end. Keeping my E for his E is not terrible, but of course I would love not to have to use it, but yeah. So in that sense, with the moment he is, I instantly E to dodge it, you know, for CC immunity. But then what happened, as you saw, is I have to kind of guess the direction. I don't have time to react, I have to guess the direction right away. Nice fight. Yeah, it was fun, it was fun. That's exactly the way I expect this fight to go. And I say often that brawl heavy fights, IP matters more. Kite heavy fights, IP matters less. Although here he's actually... Oh, he's playing full tier 6-3, but just a lower IP Frost Staff, yeah? I don't know if this is a good idea for me to take this fight when Deathgivers is lurking, but yeah, who knows, we can try it. Just don't want to dance around the tree, you know? Oh, he changed his W, okay. So he's even less scary close range because of the W, it's less damage. But I can't catch you around the tree. I hope it's clear. I need a straight line, yeah? It's still not guaranteed that I'm gonna catch him, but I need a straight line. if you want to fight, win fights on Frost, oftentimes what you have to do is I know it sucks, and you want like the way you have to play the way he try to avoid the enemy. It's just like Death Giver's pre-stacking, yeah. You try pre-stacking on mobs to see if you can get a free advantage. If the enemy doesn't give you that, you have to accept that you're gonna fight, yeah, if you want to fight. On Froststaff, one thing that is often is like play like this, like around the tree. But if the enemy doesn't give you that advantage, yeah, then you have to essentially on Froststaff. Oftentimes, in my experience, you have to let the enemy get on top of you once for the fight to really properly start, and then use your spells and kiting ability, like his invis, his blink, his boots, to create the distance and keep kiting me after that, yeah? But you can't start and hope that the whole fight will happen only from 15-meter range where the enemy doesn't have any spells they can hit. But yeah, if there was no tree, then I can walk into him just like before. You saw I lost almost 1 bar last time before I even started doing damage to him. That's fine in this matchup, yeah? He's a very kite-heavy Frost. It's not a problem that I lose HP at the beginning. Also, I'm on Snapper, so I have the extra HP to work with anyway. What's up, Flo? Hello. The mob just hit something here. Hello, sir. Okay. That's pretty for how zero hope he has to kill me when tier 7. Weird build. That's actually like a pretty juicy, yeah, with Call of, wait, not Call, but with Robe of Purity and stuff, yeah. Kinda cool. Bathtub with ice cubes. Okay, wait. Anyway, yeah. Back to the point before. From request from Nerishare, we're all gonna hydrate together because water makes the world go round or stuff or something like that. Man, that's good. Is it the same guy? No way, it's not. Oh, that's good. Whenever I am hydrating because of channel point redemptions, you guys also, whoever, if you're watching, you also should hydrate. Vic, are you a lawyer? By education, yes, I studied law. By my actual work experience, no. I mean, I was an intern, like a proper lawyer. I was just as an intern. I kind of realized it's not really for me, but I did work with law for a while, doing like educational projects. Like it's a bit difficult to explain, but essentially, law was part of my life for a while, but not practicing law as a lawyer. Absolutely, doing other law-related stuff. Okay, this tier 7 wants to fight. We're obviously going to. He doesn't have mobility on his Q. He actually changed very nicely his spells, so I will be ready with my cultist as well. He also has full spec. Maybe he doesn't want to fight if I change to cultist. Maybe that's a bit too safe from me to do that. But I do like his spell selection. Yeah, Q1 and Shadow Edge I think is it's good choice against me. Hydrating because water makes you not die. I don't think that sentence makes sense, Sasha. Water doesn't make you not die. You can very much drink water and still die. It would make more sense the other way around. Not drinking water kills you, yeah? Vic thought he was dying on just 40 degrees, where here in North Africa 40 in summer is just another day. I know. I've said about this thing that I'm a Nordic man. My limits are very Nordic. I hope to adapt to a more southern climate later, at some point in my life. But yeah. So anyway, when I was debating in 40-degree weather, it was crazy because I was like that. The activity itself is intense. Yeah, it's obviously not a physical sport. But debating is essentially like, you know, preparing and then going in front of people and giving speeches. But it's a very back and forth, yeah, if you haven't done it. You're essentially arguing about different things with, like, you have to be really good at countering enemies' arguments, creating your arguments, and you don't get to decide what you defend, which is fun part about defending, yeah? You don't get to defend your own opinion, but you are told what is the position or the kind of the side that you have to defend in a round. And then there's judges who decide who wins and who loses, and it's like a real sport. But it's not obviously a physical sport, but it was still so intense. Pretty much the whole day I was just fully wet, and I was in better shape than now as well. This was a while ago. I was like fully like my shirts were all, everything was just it was just like constantly trying to not sweat into my own eyes, you know, and I couldn't do anything other. Like in 40 degrees was just death. But yeah, I can imagine. Well, I would hope that like you're saying that for you in Northern Africa 40 degrees is like an average day. I would hope that the other side of the coin is also applies. Yeah, so for me, like I go out without too many clothes or a hat when it's weather that is for some people cold. Yeah, like for me, winter, like proper winter, like minus 25 or snow is just another day in winter. Yeah, so maybe there's like that balancing fact. At least with snow, I have experienced this when I lived in other European countries. That like, you know, if there is ever snow in like the south of France or in Spain, for example, it's a big deal, you know, like there's problems with the roads, like with drivers, you know, it's a big deal. People are a bit more on edge, like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't go outside, you know, stuff like that, yeah. So snow definitely has that effect, and obviously for where I'm from, snow is like, I think this year we had snow in like March, even later. I think we had snow in April. Lone Wanderer says, chill, I know what debating is, Vic. You might not realize this, but you are not the only person watching. By the way, stream is available on Twitch and YouTube. I've been streaming on Twitch for a couple months, but on YouTube just a couple weeks, so you can choose where you watch. Did you win that debate? Which debate? Which debate exactly? Yeah, debating was really fun, but I'm also, when I stopped doing it, I also was pretty happy because there was a lot of pressure, constant competition pressure, and a lot of pressure to always know what's happening in the world. I'm so happy to live in a way where I don't need to know the latest updates of international conflicts, political debates, like social issues. Like, obviously, I still have social media, so I hear about stuff, you know, like discussions about AI or whatever, but I don't have to know everything, which for debaters is important to be ready. I need to change back to my hunter helmet, my I am the mist helmet, like Ulbrich said before. I am. You do not understand, Skylar. I am the one who mists. "100% of people who drink water die." Well, sure. There are people who are alive right now who haven't died, right? Who have drank water. Like, I drank water and I haven't died, so... You're saying 100% based on your past experience, but... I don't know. Maybe I won't die. The real killer is the humidity. That's like that's the biggest meme, you know? I've seen that actually like YouTube shorts with that joke. That whenever someone says like, "Oh, it's too hot outside," it summons the typical dad running in. Actually, the real killer is the humidity. So I don't know if you're saying this ironically or seriously, but yeah, I've heard it. 0 degree with high humidity is much more colder than the minus 25 with low humidity. Maybe, yeah. I don't know how to feel humidity necessarily. When you have to defend what you personally... Oh! Wait. I was... Oh, you say... Okay. I thought you were explaining the previous question, but it wasn't yours. Yeah, that's like people who do competitive, like the same type of thing that I did, you know, people who do competitive debate, like really try hard as a sport and the championship level and stuff. A lot of them have the same problem that I had when... It's not really a problem, but an interesting side effect. Because to be the best, obviously, you have to be ready for everything, and you will never say that, "Oh, I'm not debating," yeah? It's like Ibrahimovic saying, like, "I'm not playing the football match because, you know, I don't like the weather today," yeah? Like, you are in this game of debate, you are told what to do, what your position is, you have to defend it. Those who decide what the questions are, they have to make sure both sides are kind of equal, but you have to defend whatever you're told, you don't get to say, your opinion doesn't matter, essentially. What happens to a lot of people after doing years of that is that you kind of start losing your own opinion, yeah? Like, in general, in life. It might not be a problem, but it happened to a lot of people, including myself, that since you are used to, like, whatever the position is in a discussion, you can instantly think of good reasons why that person might be right, yeah? Why their case has like some good points, merits, and you can think of the other side, yeah? So like people who debate usually have a lot fewer strong opinions, like, you know, like this should be legalized or this should be illegal, or you know, like in international politics the country should do this, or like opinions about stuff like that. People who debate usually have weaker opinions and less opinions in my experience, or who used to debate, yeah, like I did also, because you're just so good. Like, yeah, I might have some opinion about something, like some political issue or whatever, social issue. Like I support one side, but I'm much better because of the debating experience to also understand in my head what are the good arguments of the other side, yeah? So in that situation, it's a bit difficult to have a strong opinion. It's good practice for a lot of things in life, but I just noticed this, that a lot of, like, back in the debating circles, there was a lot of people who had this kind of issue. Hi Vic, hello Stream Nation. Happy hunting, thank you Wisdom. Did I miss anything? I am playing full tryhard today, not giving my items away, being careful. I did attack an 8.3 Panther, but he didn't have full HP and he asked for a reset, and I didn't give him a reset. I just kept attacking him until he left. And I am being a bit careful, right? In the middle of 50 people, I am fighting only a little bit. And I have an amazing weapon, just crazy good RNG with this weapon. Such low strain. Still, it started off even crazier. So that's what you missed. I am focusing a bit more on making money and a bit less on making lessons happen. Weegash says, you say that as it is a bad thing. It's a good thing not to be stubborn and see all sides. Yes, this is like an Inception moment, Weegash. there's good thing about not having a strong opinion, and there's bad thing, yeah? The good thing is that you said, yeah? It's nice to not be stubborn. You can approach things with less emotion, so you don't become part of the angry mob if there's like a discussion or like societal issue. So you don't, you know, as you said, you see all sides. It is very good. It's good also to understand other people, yeah, with this approach. But the negative part is that there are still things in life, I think, that are worth like fighting for and being active in supporting, yeah? And if you go too far into always seeing both sides, some of the like important social change that I would otherwise support, I might not, you know, I might not like radiate the kind of change I want the world to move in towards, because I can also see the other side, yeah? Like if we take many like issues which are maybe not that controversial, like it's possible, like a debater will still kind of, you know, you will see the devil's advocate side, which can prevent you from actually taking action in making the world a better place, because you can also kind of see the downside of, you know, whatever is the good change. Maybe we could have some sort of like, maybe some examples would make sense, but whatever example I bring is going to be a bit divisive, because it's going to be just one issue that people have different opinions about, yeah? But if you imagine any sort of social change that you would like to see in the world, the better you are at seeing the reasons against it, the less likely you are to actually, you know, full-on fight for it to become reality, essentially. Now, I probably shouldn't have changed helmets against Death Gears, even when he's on Q1, I feel like. My IP advantage is enough, but that's also part of being a bit safer with my life, you know? That I don't have to risk my much more expensive items for his... this is not the same guy, is it? Maybe it's the same guy. For his tier 7. This guy also has a cultist skull, so he's at least a bit more dangerous. Look at this. Wee. Do you know how I'm doing this? By the way, I'm holding the day... Oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm holding the Daybreaker properly right now, yeah? Like you would hold the lance. And look at this now. Like my hand moves to a completely wrong part of the blade. It looks kind of cool, this thing, though. Can you guess? I mean, some of you probably know exactly how I'm doing this, but can you guess? Unfortunately, it's not that. Okay. It's not that crazy, difficult, super duper strategy. But anyway. And 4-4 Daybreaker. Oh yeah, double-bladed. Yeah. True. I also did attack an 8.4, but that was a double-bladed. That was like a different situation, yeah. I mean, attacking 8.4 double-bladed was definitely risking my life. Yeah, that's true. But it wasn't... I don't know. It wasn't like completely crazy. I also attacked him a bit more safely, yeah. The lance has become your hand. The Daybreaker is just an extension, you know? Like good basketball players, the ball is just the extension of their hand. The best football players, the ball is just the extension of their feet, you know? They're so good at controlling the ball. Maybe I can reach a point where the spear is just the extension of my... What? What are we talking about? I know some people that just love to argue and always devil's advocate no matter what their actual opinion is. Yeah, well, that's another positive of debating, that people that that did competitive debating as a sport usually started debating a bit less, because, you know, if you get your kind of weekly fix or daily fix of just arguing for the sake of arguing from your hobby, then you don't have to argue for the sake of arguing in your real life, kind of. Thanks for following, Mac Balut. Happy to have you. Good Wednesday. Very good Wednesday so far. I think it's the same guy. I'm not sure though. He says, "Little boy, you can dismount and fight me if you want." I mean, I can also just kite him with my helmet, to be honest. I don't... maybe I was being too safe when... I don't know if it's the same guy. I don't remember if that guy was tier 7 or tier 8. But it's possible I was being too safe when I changed to my cultist, yeah? Because cultist is really good against him. It's just I'm not really worried that he gets away. But I can also play with this helmet. I just need to be careful about letting him getting too many Qs on me. Like after he gets his second Q, I am going to E out and use my helmet to catch him later if I need to. Really don't know what to think about one-handed frost staff changes. What do you think? Which one? Is there a new one? Ryle, Nanu, are you saying that there's one that I missed in this in the patch that is on test server right now? Or are you talking about the change to the Q1 where you stun your enemy if you hit enough Qs? That has been live for a little while. This is boring than I thought. Explain, Azot. What did you do? Did you accidentally read somebody's autobiography? Kinda cool, actually, to be honest. It seemed like a good moment for humor, but honestly, I think autobiographies can be pretty cool. And the person is writing... if it's an interesting person writing about their life... Oh shit, I'm gonna get hit by that. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing in a special mist, to be honest. I should probably just change to cripple and go quickly see if I can kill a gatherer. Or like a PV, and then just go for the next mist. Because there's not a lot of PP happening in Enchanted Mist, generally, anyway. I tried to use 6-3 Bloodletter in Mist and nobody fight you. Okay, so you just started 6-3 and you discovered it's more boring than you thought? Oh, I wish I had the thing to gather some of that 7-2. Nobody fight you? Well, yeah, I don't know, actually. Depends on your build, but I would fight you. And I think a lot of people would fight Bloodletters. A lot of 1 or 2 tier lower players will fight Bloodletters if they think that you are a mobility Bloodletter. They will fight you because you are a pretty good chance for a nice payday for them, yeah? It's one of the matchups that most weapons can fight up, like... most weapons can fight a bit higher IP Bloodletters, yeah? Whereas, like, some other builds, like Curse Staff, for example, fighting a higher IP, like Curse Staff which is higher IP than you is very miserable, yeah? But fighting a Bloodletter for most weapons is a decent matchup. Ooh, Tier 8 Abbey, holy shit, okay. Tier 8 Abbey, actually... good for fame as well. Not that I need a lot of it, but still. And also very good because I am strong enough to clear mobs without losing too much HP. And in Tier 8 Abbey, a big deciding factor might end up being... actually, I don't even want to go to the center. It might end up being that if I run if I meet someone when they are low from mobs, you know, it's like a good chance to get... to kind of get the ganking kill without actually ganking, kind of by accident. I just see you in the mist 1v1 against Double Bladed. I killed him just now. You killed the guy! Holy shit, nice! Dragonfire! Tell me all about it. The guy who was full 8-4 except for the staff. Yeah, 8-4 jacket, 8-4 helmet. Nice. I'm happy. One less double-bladed. And to everyone in Twitch chat, this is from YouTube chat. Dragonfire from YouTube chat says that he killed the double-bladed I fought before. I hope you have a clip that you can post on Discord, yeah? Exclamation mark Discord if you are in Twitch. Or just look at the description of the stream if you are in... I hope it's in the description. If not, then it's in like the socials on my channel if you're on YouTube. There's a channel on Discord for sharing VODs. He says, me and Battle Axe. So you were the bow, Dragon, or what? Or what? You were the bow who was chasing him together with Mufanza. Mufanza was the guy playing Battle Axe. I am super happy that you killed him. I didn't realize that there was any chance. Wait, Mufanza didn't say anything about him. Mufanza was not telling me that... Nice! Good job. You finished what I started, and I'm happy for that. We fought at 2v1. Oh, after I left, you kept fighting. Oh, okay. Damn, you guys are... By the way, big respect. I mean, Mufanza, obviously, but Dragonfire, you too. The fact that you didn't, like, just instantly attack me because I'm the closest one, it was kind of a special moment, yeah? Because I didn't know that you even saw the other guy. He tried to fight? Brave? On Druid rope though, I don't know. Man, that makes me so happy. That is awesome. Is there any chance you actually clipped it, Dragonfire? Is there any chance you have recording software? So you can look and show the situation from your perspective or not? So yeah, everyone in Twitch chat, I hope you're catching up to what happened. So if you didn't see a couple minutes ago, I attacked an 8.4 double-bladed. And it wasn't going really well, to be honest. It was likely that he was winning. Or at the very least, he would not have died there, probably, if he wanted. But it was not clear. But as that happened, two dismounted guys with a Turbulent Wisp ran into our fight. And both of them ran straight past me, ignored me. I was like 40% HP or something. The other guy was maybe 50% HP or something. Ignored me and went straight for the 8-4, which is awesome, right? Doesn't happen very often, yeah? Like, I am valuable, yeah? So for a lot of people, it would be like, oh, free kill, or maybe, you know, just attack the closest thing on your screen. First it was the Battle Axe and then the bow, both went past me for the 8.4. So I instantly said, like, okay, nice, we are dealing with somewhat experienced players for sure. Because, you know, they had the time and the presence of mind to figure out that the other guy is worth 10 times more, like, the potential to make, like, upward of 80 mil or something, and they went for that. But I was very low, and you know, I didn't catch my dust. I didn't use my dust square exactly correctly, but I was very low. They were right on top of me. They still weren't attacking me, so I was kind of like my life was in the hands of those two guys. I walked away, and it seemed like double-bladed got away anyway. So I started walking away because I was on top with like last 30% HP on top of two guys. Walked away, and it seemed like double-bladed already got away, so the two guys have no chance catching him. Then we found out that Mufanza was the Battle Axe, and now Dragonfire in YouTube chat says that he was the bow. So we have identified both the players that were there, and Dragonfire said that he ended up actually finishing off killing the 8.4. I don't know how it's possible because at least from the situation where I was, like when we were chasing him after my fight, it seemed like he already full got away. It's also not about the payday only. If we fight with you, then we have to deal with 8.4. True. There is it like if you go for double-bladed, you don't probably die. At least I am in no position to attack you. That's true. If you attack me, then he is going to come back and try to finish the fight and be the last one standing. There is some point to that, yeah. From a purely selfish reasons, it's better to team up against the strongest dog, says Mufanza. Yeah, kind of, yeah, but there's like, it depends. At some point, there's also a situation where he's running away and I am almost on top of you, so I wouldn't, like, it wouldn't be crazy what the fuck moment if in that moment you decided, like, you know what, just take this free, like, kind of free kill, yeah? Maybe not for you, maybe for you I'm not free kill, I don't know. With like 35% HP and 1 healing potion I think I had still. If you double team me with bow, I'm definitely a free kill. And you just, like, you take the risk that you double blade comes back, but you hope that you get away with loot before he comes. That's awesome. Very happy to hear that double, like, every time that double bladed dies, someone smiles. God creates a new kitten, you know? Or what's that? What is that? The joke is usually that when something bad happens, or like a kitten dies, but it's the opposite. A new kitten is born. Every time double bladed dies in the mist, a new kitten is born and somewhere in the world. So more people can have can enjoy the company of cats. And it's also nice because I know I'm a big proponent of risk, so I'm happy if it's not just like, oh yeah, double bladed died, like ho, so nice that you lost your items. No, it's not just that against him. But it's also nice that to remind that there's always risk in this game, yeah? No matter how much you try to minimize it, even if you're just full RMT build running around the mist for just 3 kills, there's always some risk involved. And that's props to the developers. That was not like that like a year and a half ago, yeah? Like double bladed were legit, like the chances of dying was like infinitesimally small, even if everything went wrong for you. But with the nerf to double bladed and stalker jacket, it definitely made it much weaker, and specifically the nerf to its C means that it's not, and W as well, yeah? Remember, they nerfed the E cooldown if you don't hit any players, and also they made it so that if you hit someone with stun run, it ends. So you don't get both the stun and the extra move speed after that. So because of those nerfs, double bladed are not as safe at all as they used to be. Let's see what awaits me at the end of this tier 8 Abbey. I only have 8 stacks, but it is tier 8 Abbey, so someone who has more than 8 stacks is likely gonna be at least 6-3 as well. We'll see. Like, it's not easy for most builds to farm 8 tier 8 Abbeys. Farm in the sense that get actually a lot of stacks. So I'm in a good position, and I have a red buff. I'm gonna keep myself on Duskweaver in case I do run into something that I want to just bully, like a lower tier player, or a build that is not that good. But I am also ready with Cultist Scarf or to swap to Energizing Shield. Hello. That was not randomly saying hello, although I do also do that. That was a person named OK. That's your username. Okay. That was OK saying hello in YouTube chat. As a quick reminder, the stream is available on both. Okay, he's fighting. Okay, he missed his E, so now he's just full running. I think so. Too bad. Never mind, he's not full running. But his E is very long cooldown, so he's probably gonna full run. We'll see. How many stacks? 5 stacks. Okay, so we're kind of in the same place. Yeah, he's full running. Ah, I should have gone next to him when he uses his W. That sucks, actually. Wait, what? Where are you going? He's not going for the exit. I can catch him next rotation. I was sure he's just trying to juke and he's gonna go. Now the exit is kind of far for him, actually. Okay, he purged me, so he cannot leave quickly, but by the time he gets to the exit, he will be out of combat anyway. But it also means he doesn't regen because of the purge. It's a bit too far for Duskweaver. Yeah, he's gonna make it to the next exit. I had to figure out a way to catch him out of his W somehow. Okay. Not bad. Not bad from his side to survive that. But also it was very risky. If I E or Duskweaver the moment he's using his W, then I can prevent him from leaving. But he tried to fight, maybe because I changed food, that's why. Maybe I shouldn't have changed food. I mean, I am 2 tiers higher, so. But I don't want to Like, I don't see him here. I don't want to brawl Flame Walker on Omelette also, but maybe I shouldn't have changed food. At all, I don't know. So, I think he wanted to fight until he missed his purge. Because he just randomly clicked his purge, purging nothing. After which I have the boots ready if I need to, the next rotation of boots, and I have also Inferno whenever. I wonder if the double bladed will show up as assist for me or not. Probably not, right? I don't know how long the fight took. I can't imagine that you killed him very shortly after I was on the screen. Let me see. Where is Killboard 1? Let me see if it shows up. Probably not. Otherwise, I would also know like who plays the 8.4 double bladed. Would be interesting. No, I don't have any assists. Okay. Pork omelette and the helmet finished him. Okay. But you don't have a clip, Dragonfire? What are your thoughts on Clarent Blade? For example, is Clarent plus Facebreaker, Merc Jacket, Guardian Helmet, and Demon Boots a good build? I'm a bit new and the Clarent seems like a cool sword. For the content where mobility is important, which is open world and mists, Clarent Blade very clearly suffers from having no mobility on its E. The build that you outlined, it seems like if I were to play Clarent Blade, your build definitely is good. Yeah, it's not like there isn't like a one best build that I can think of for Clarent, but your build is definitely good enough, and you don't have to change anything about it. If you want to play it that way, play it that way. Yeah, but you will, if you play mists or open world on Clarent, you will very obviously feel the limitation you have compared to many other meta weapons. Like actual meta weapons, Clarent is obviously not meta. Compared to other metas, the limitation that they just have more mobility, which means that they can decide how the fight goes. Yeah, if you defend, if you use all your spells and everything correctly, you start winning a fight, they're gonna run away, or they're gonna kite you until they have an advantage. If you fuck up, or if they're just simply stronger, or if you make a lot of mistakes, they are gonna run after you and kill you. We have a Demon Boots carving. Interesting. Does he want to fight? I wonder. He's on not Chain Slash. He's on Splitting Slash, which is kind of weird here. I guess he wants to fight, but maybe not. He was thinking about it. It's tier 8, by the way. Mistwalker is not bad against Daybreaker, so he could also change to Mistwalker. I don't really need to change. If the carving was higher IP, Cultist would work maybe better. I'm not sure. I mean, it definitely would work better, but yeah. So. I need to somehow kill him before his next Demon Boots. It's gonna be difficult though. His Demon Boots are like 1 second away. Well, next Boots I have a chance to catch him, but I'm not sure if it'll be possible. Please don't slow me. Just hit me regularly. Don't slow me, don't slow me. No, mob. Okay, my boot's still before his, so I can catch up potentially, but I'm not sure. He's using his stacks kind of well there. I'm gonna run out of energy. Look, he's using the mobs very well. This is exactly what the change to swords, what it was kind of intended to do. No! Like, he's constantly has 20% move speed, yeah? That's why I cannot catch him. Nah! Maybe I should have Infernal, but it's anyway not enough damage. I'm gonna run out of energy while I'm chasing him. Too bad. This is why I change to Demon Boots sometimes, but at this fight I thought I can take it without. If he fights again, I'm changing to Demon Boots, but he's not gonna fight again because his cape is on cooldown now. In this situation, if I change to Demon Boots, yeah, this doesn't happen, yeah, because I can match him, kind of. Oh, he's trying to soup me, okay. Okay, I'm gonna change to Demon Boots. The soup HP is offset by the fact that I still have 2 potions, yeah? Too bad. Too bad. I can dismount you again, but I'm gonna run out of energy, that's the problem. He did come back for a moment there. To be a bit wary of the bow. He might not realize that I still have 2 potions, yeah? I'm not sure. He will only have 1 now. When I change to Demon Boots, I might not need the helmet as much anymore, I'm not sure. He's trying to do the soup thing again, yeah? He already tried it once. The problem with Demon Boots is whoever is winning, kind of, you know, can't catch the other guy. Like, before I wasn't able to catch him. If he starts actually winning, he cannot catch me either. Okay, he's trying to at least. Yeah, he's interested, which is awesome. I'm risking more, so at some point, it's not worth it for me to continue this. Like, Dust Quivering on top of him? I think he has 2 potions now. So now, we are actually in an equal place. But I am risking a lot more. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure what his... We have a tier 4 axe there as well. Yeah, he did. Nice, he waited out until he had the second potion. That's well played by him. Haha, you wish. There's 0% chance that I am trusting someone in this situation. The other guy is 4-0, so he doesn't really do anything here. Okay, he's running away. Haring is still on my screen somehow. He's still interested here. Now, come on, it with the soup thing. We are both just gonna waste all of our food, bro. He's also using the fact that I'm still in combat with the other guy. We're gonna eat all of our food for this. GG. That's your last food? I guess it's his last food. Carving is doing his combo E and W and W on top. Should you brawl him? Yes, I out-brawl him pretty clearly, yeah, but this is the reason why, one of the reasons why Carving is weaker now. He perfectly showcased one thing that most swords don't want to do, but Carving always wanted to do in some matchups, which is, he's kiting me, yeah? I get on top of him, he just eats through me and splitting slashes, yeah? That's a good showcase. Because of this, nerfing Splitting Slash was also a nerf to Carving. Because this is very good. This is a good strategy for Carving. That's why one of the reasons why Carving is weaker than it used to be. By the way, thanks for following Artifact. Okay, I mean, I guess we keep fighting, yeah? I can also change helmet, but then I just full brawl. If I change helmet, I am into fighting on cabbage. If you're into fighting on cabbage, you can do whatever you want. That's a very kinky thing. He does have one more snapper, right? He just equipped the snapper. Okay, let's go for the chest. Ooh, what is this? I need to change boots. And I need 2 potions for this. The carving is gonna kill us both now. This is fun. This can go either way. I can very easily get destroyed. His combo is gonna hurt like a motherfucker. I mean the fist's combo. Splitting Slash was too strong, too much damage for root. Absolutely, absolutely. Splitting Slash was too strong and it was the obvious go-to for every sword for a long time. Even swords that don't really combo very well with it. But this is just a very good example of why I said this many times. Nerfing Splitting Slash was a nerf to carving, because this sort type of playstyle, other swords can't do this, yeah? On dual swords, you can't E through your enemy and then Splitting Slash them like that, yeah? Or kiting away. Because if you E away, you don't do the damage. With carving, he got full value every time. Like, if I wasn't higher IP, I would never fight him like that, obviously, yeah? If I didn't have an advantage from gear. Because the way I'm fighting, like, he constantly does free damage to me and, you know, running away. Are you still in Demon Boots? No, no. Don't worry, they're buffing swords again. I didn't... Yeah. Well, that's not the point. I'm just... Yeah, I understand your joke, yeah. I mean, when bows and swords are strong, it's good for the game, because beginners usually pick up a bow or a sword because it's like an archetype weapon from other games, so they feel like, yo, it's like, you know, if you like to be a ranger from a different game, you play the bow. So it's nice if those weapons are strong, so beginners are not don't feel crazy disadvantaged. I need to be careful here. They are both dismounted, so I mean, I trust carving more than anyone else here, but I'm gonna help carving a little bit, but I need to be a bit careful, yeah. Is he not gonna E? I thought he's gonna E behind him. This time I decided not to Dust Quiver. Yeah, Q me. Man, I hope he understands you can always Q me here. Zero problem. Now he's on Demon Boots, so... I am sorry, Mr. Carving. Okay, he's in combat. Man, the Demon Boots on Carving is... It might be the final thing that ends up catching him, but it might also completely ruin this this idea for us. Now the Carving is gonna die here. I'm gonna have to give him half the items from that dude for sure. No! My bad. Nice. Man, the Carving is such a bro. And he's doing so well. This guy just pushed him away though. The low IP... Oh, the Carving Demon Boots are gonna catch him. Yo. Carving, get away. I'm gonna kill the Carving by accident here. Oh, okay. Yeah. You are my friend also, so don't... Take the stuff. Okay, I mean, let's... Okay, this is 3v1 is super insane. Okay, this is 9 mil. We're gonna give him 4.5 at least. Yes, we are gonna definitely give him at least half of it, yeah? Okay, so I wanted a good fight, and I ended up getting a good fight with the Carving, yeah? That long fight was still interesting, yeah? Although it was very much depending on, like, based on how the fight went, it was very much, like, based on the fact that I was higher IP, so I was much more aggressive than I should be. He was souping, there was, like, all other things, yeah? But I got a good fight, and then we made a good friend as well, so... Well, not really, but... Man, Carving, I love seeing. Like, this is something that I do and then sometimes, you know, regret. But it's so nice to see. This is the Carving, yeah. Okay, so what do we give him? Do we give him at least this and something more? Do I give him the robe? Is it too much? I have the weapon, yeah? How much is the weapon? Yeah, okay, the weapon is really good. Take this, yeah. The weapon is really good, so it's good. Okay, so I gave him all the actually expensive items, but I got the very nice fists, which we can now cancel. We can now calculate how much it's worth in average, yeah? Although for profit calculations, it would have been nicer to get the other things, but let's do. Okay, I'm opening calculator. So now we know it's 469,919 times the strain. 225 strain, okay? Divided by attunement bonus, divided by 6.67. This is 16. He put 16 million into this weapon to attune it. He put 16 million. Imagine people having to 1v3 when being that. I'm gonna write to him, do you want to buy your weapon? Your weapon. You must understand that if your weapon alone more silver than all items of other two players. Okay, I'm not gonna explain anything to him. I'm just gonna ask if he wants to buy the weapon. Duskweaver helmet only if 2 mil strain is high. True, then no. Okay, true, then no. Yeah, the strain is very high. Like he will have to reattune or die with it. So it is. This is crazy. How much? 16 million and 4.4 Fists of Avalon. I don't know how to calculate this. I don't know how much this actually will sell for. He says, I don't know if people can't proper 1v1. It would be fair. I mean, we can 1v1 if you want. I'm writing. He says, I don't know why people run. He's not writing it in a toxic way. I don't know if you see it. If you see the chat, he's not writing in a toxic way. But I'm telling you that we can 1v1 if he wants, yeah? But keep in mind, your weapon, you put more money into your weapon than me plus carving all items times 2 together. Right? Me plus carving are worth like 8 mil, let's say, more or less, yeah? So, it's... But okay, he doesn't want to 1v1, so he's just a big talker. This is a... Usually it shuts them up pretty quickly, yeah? But he's still talking. Use it yourself? Yeah, at some point I might, yeah. For sure. But I just to calculate today's profits, you know, because today is Tryhard day. It would be interesting to know. Definitely gave the carving the better end of the deal, because the carving can just sell the items easily, but it's okay. He was such a bro for trusting me that I don't feel bad about that. So we have 7.5 mil profit plus whatever this is worth. I don't know. Because the strain is so high, it's difficult, because it's crazy much money went into it, but buying it is going to be difficult. So, or selling it, yeah. So at some point I will have to play it or give it to someone who plays it, yeah. So I'll just add a little bit of extra because of this. So let's say otherwise it would be 7.6. Let's add like 2 mil maybe. Is that pushing it? Let's add like 2 mil, because it takes 16 mil to make a new one, but reattuning this is also like 9 mil, yeah. So let's add 1.5 mil more or less. So let's say I have plus 9, yeah. I usually stop at like 70 strain. Yes, Reese, exactly the same. Me too. If you didn't see, he wasn't actually that friendly. It seemed like he was writing in a friendly way, like you know, doesn't understand why people were teaming up. And I told him that we can 1v1 if he wants, but he says, no, you're not worth it, have seen you play already. So he's afraid to 1v1 after big words. But he doesn't, like, I'd also told him that, keep in mind that you put more money into the weapon. I don't see the chat, yeah. I told him that keep in mind that you put more money into the weapon that me plus carving combines times 2, yeah? So, just so maybe he understands, but I don't think he understands why we teamed up on him. And from his perspective, it was annoying, yeah? Because he didn't know that me and carving are secretly becoming best friends, yeah? Why I can't buy these? What? Is the game? What? What is happening? Create buy. Wait, what? Buy order? Did I click buy order? I didn't. Is the game broken? He doesn't want to fight big brain big. Well, I mean, I am not like the best player on the. There are a lot of guys so much scarier than me. So I don't know why he's worried about fighting me. If he thinks that I'm not strong enough to 1v1 him, like his whole point is that we are teaming up on him because we are not good enough to 1v1. Yeah. So if he really believed that. It's just, why I cannot buy healing potions? What's happening? Is the market broken? Okay, this works. Okay, now I could. Interesting. Something was broken with the interface there. So his whole point is that he thinks we are teaming up because we're not good enough to fight. I understand. And I just to be clear, like, yeah, like the way he's writing makes me not want to say good things about him. But I do very much understand how difficult and frustrating this situation is for him. Because even though he is much more valuable, he didn't know that we are going to team up to that extent. That we are just like... Me and Carving played almost like we are actually like best friends, you know? Because of the long fight we had before. It was mostly Carving though. I'm not trusting like that, you know? After the Tinto incident, I wouldn't run next to Carving with my last 20% HP. And Carving fully trusted me. And then I had to E through him a couple times. And yeah, it was difficult. I smell a long break from that guy. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Did I get the last hit? Oh, nice, I got the last hit as well. So he will forever be remembered. So how much is that weapon can be sold? I'm actually curious. I don't know. Yeah. If you have any way to find out and help me figure it out, tell me. I will check out the Albion arenas, but I have not arenas, but Albion Market Discord. But I have a lot of awakened weapons anyway that I know are gonna be difficult to sell, and it's whatever. Should I use Assassin Jacket or Armor of Valor with Carving? You should use Assassin Jacket out of those two. Definitely use Leather Jacket. Carving is... If you are... Like, Carving doesn't feel very good with Plate Armor. You can play it, but I don't think it's a good idea. But definitely, if you are at the point where you're kind of asking about what build to play, from Twitch, for example, definitely it's too early to play Plate Armor. Like, Plate Armor is when you have already played so much Carving, you just want to try something new. Until then, just play Leather Armor. Like, Assassin Jacket is good. Mistwalker Jacket is super good, but expensive. Jacket of Tenacity is also very good. I don't know, I just have one X4 item. Yeah, I don't have that many, but I have like probably like 20 or 30 awakened weapons that I'm too lazy to figure out how to sell. One time I tried when I got a really nice 5-4 Realm Breaker from Duo Mists. We killed the guy using that, or a duo. And I tried to sell it, and I looked, and it took me time. It took me like a decent amount of time to find people in Discord, like the specific trade Discord. To find people who actually want to buy it, yeah, so to find someone who's even looking for a Realm Breaker at all. I found the person, we exchanged like a couple messages, like I asked him, do you still want to buy it, because his message was like a month old. He said kind of, okay, sure, what's the price? I told him the price, which I in my mind calculated would be good, considering how much money was put into that, which was 8 million. It was 5-4 weapon, which the person who made it invested about 16 mil, yeah? So I thought, okay, I'm gonna say 8 million. The guy didn't even respond, yeah? Like, he didn't say anything. I don't know if it's because he didn't want to buy it, but I feel like maybe it's because my price was just stupidly high, because well, since I don't know exactly the norms of the aftermarket of the awakened weapons, yeah. So yeah, it's so far it's been just a bunch of time that I wasted on that. And after that still... But now at least I know exactly how to calculate how much people have put in the weapon. So in the fists I know he put 16 million into that. So I can base my decision on that. If someone buys these fists, they're gonna have a like more or less 16 mil weapon. But for the cost, whatever I am selling it to them, plus they have to attune it. I think re-attunement cost is this times 10. This times 10. So they will have to pay another 4.5 mil. Actually, not 9. 4.5 or something mil to re-attune it, yeah? If I remember correctly, this calculation. To get a really nice weapon. That's basically the same as 8.3. It's possible. Like, I mean, some cooldown, some perks like the cooldown reduction are actually... That's why you also see blood that doesn't double blade. That's sometimes play 4/4 weapon. Because all they need from their weapon is cooldown reduction. Obviously, this is different, but all the perks are really good. Like these are the perfect things you want for Fists of Avalon, yeah. So this is quite possibly the best Fists of Avalon 4.4 out there. The only big downside is that whatever is the cost that I put it on the market for, the person has to pay 4.5 million on top of that to get it. It's only like 5 mil. You mean how much I pay? How much I want for it? Yeah, for sure, not more. Yeah, unfortunately. Right now, when calculating my profit for this weapon, I added like 1.5 mil extra. So the weapon itself was 1.2, and I added like 2.7 or something to calculate today's profits, yeah? Because I'm definitely going to be able to sell it for 3 mil, yeah? That's not a question. For 3 mil, 100% someone will buy it. But over 5 mil, I think you're right, Big Vidal. Like, because the reattunement cost is so high, even though the weapon is amazing, it's not going to be like super attractive. Thanks for following Spaz0. Oh, there's a Turbulent Wisp there. I spent 6,000 channel points but didn't get any wiser. Oh, okay. Those who were here today, you were supposed to caps lock me when I missed those things. Sorry, Mofanza, my stream elements crashed, so I have to kind of tab out to check on the newest things happening, specifically Twitch stuff. Give me a moment. Where is my Opera browser? That was 25 minutes ago. I am so sorry. Okay, well, wait, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Let's check out this objective quickly and then we'll do it. I thought so. Yeah, because sometimes I'm just, you know, new streamer. Okay, it's been 3 months, so I can't say that anymore. But sometimes it's just a lot of things happening in chat and I miss it. But I am focusing on making sure I notice everything. But today, stream elements crashed and I am too afraid to restart this without... like, I'm afraid it might crash the whole stream. I don't know. I'm curious about carving. I cannot open his page here, yeah? The carving Darrow Liu. I'm curious about him now because he was like that is a special manly man, yeah? That's the thing that in that Tinto incident I was talking about, yeah? Like the benefit of trusting people, that it's very difficult. I'm also learning not to trust people, but still like how good it feels and how sometimes it feels like, you know, the potential reward is higher. I hope that for him also, because I gave him the items that are easier to sell, but which were worth, you know, more than the more theoretical worth, like he got like 7 mil or something from the items. I hope that he has like a very big positive experience from this, that he's like hyped, because him trusting me really paid off for him. I could have at any point just insta-killed him, yeah, with a spell, and I'm so happy that I didn't. No, too far. Okay, so now that we're carrying it, let me see. What is the wisdom? Mufanza's wisdom was... So the question Mufanza is asking. How do you mentally deal with the amount of downtime in Albion? I have limited amount of time in a day to play games, and it feels like in Albion Online, a lot of time is wasted. I heard someone? That's the same guy. Feels like a lot of time is wasted by walking around looking for fights. That is definitely the case. That's not just something that it feels to you. That's definitely true. That's how it is. If you compare this with Dota, where you get 40 minutes of non-stop action, how do you justify this walking simulator? Okay, first of all, it's absolutely... It's not just you feeling it. That is the case, yeah? That is the time to fun I've been talking about in Dota, but in any kind of big popular game which has like a queue for matchmaking, you queue up and then you get your game, yeah? Like... Also, Apex Legends, yeah? You spend a couple minutes, you play. So it's not just MOBAs, but a lot of games. So 100% that feeling is not just you. How I deal with it is, like, first of all, the stream is just the simplest answer, yeah? Ever since I started streaming, everything in Albion is just better and more fun. Thank you for being here, yeah, with me. So it's more social. There's constantly something to talk about, some ideas, you know, we're having discussions. Whether it's just me yapping or answering questions, or we're having like an active discussion, it's always I like spending my life that way, yeah, talking about those things. Sometimes it gets philosophical and even more fun. So that's like an instant life hack, you know, to enjoy it more. Now, it doesn't mean that the answer is just you need to stream to have fun while you're in downtime, but it's the social part of it, yeah? Like, I know like giving you this idea is maybe bad in terms of I don't want to lose you as a awesome viewer on stream, Mufanza, but way before streaming content anything, when I started Albion, oftentimes with the people I was in the guild with, some of those that I really liked playing, those that were more PvP minded, oftentimes we were sitting in Discord chat together while playing. They were doing their own stuff. Whoever was playing solo usually also streamed, or not whoever solo. Somebody streamed like in Discord, so others can watch if they want. There was like 6-7 people in the chat doing their own things. Sometimes I remember sometimes some of them were like doing group roams. Like I also joined some of the roams. Sometimes they were roaming and talking about their stuff, but they were like kind of my background noise. And plus, when they had nothing to do, they tuned in to see my kind of essentially stream, but you know, like Discord stream. So it was much more social. So one thing to get over that, it doesn't have to be streaming, but it's just playing like socially, yeah, which changes your experience. Essentially, that's kind of an option that you have, which will make it a bit simpler, yeah, because you're constantly. I really remember like when one of the guys went to play 8.3. That was so awesome. Like we were all sitting there anyway, and he said, "Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go play 8.3 in Mists." And it was new for me, obviously, and for him as well. So everyone else also tuned in to like watch him play. You know, he streamed over Discord. It wasn't like an actual stream, yeah. So that was fun. I was doing my own stuff at the same time, but I was also watching it. True, that's also why I have you in my background. Exactly, yeah. I mean, you don't have to be part. You're gonna have to be on Discord together. You can also, and you don't have to stream yourself. You can be also part of stream. Yeah, absolutely. So I am hopefully also doing that, having that effect. But other than that, I feel like, I mean, we can hope that developers take this into account, and you know, they are changing Mist to be more active. They have added quick portals to Corrupteds, and they added depths which you can enter instantly almost. So they are fixing this to make it more addictive and instantly fun, which is awesome. But I don't think there is some sort of like, I have never reached a point like you could like with Zen wisdom, you know, I could say that, you know, use the downtime to become mentally stronger. Yeah, the fights make you a better warrior, but the downtime in between makes you like a stronger man, essentially. Yeah, it's like raw dogging a flight, you know, or raw dogging like a bus transit, you know, like the idea that if you go somewhere, instead of listening to YouTube, just sit and do nothing, so that you kind of sort out your inner world. Yeah, you have to sit with your thoughts, and you become a more mentally strong person as a result. I could tell you that as like a whole wisdom idea, but in all honesty, I have never done that. Yeah, like I have also always found some ways to distract myself in between content in Albion. Yeah. So this is more theoretical, yeah? But if you are completely alone, and you're not watching a stream, you're not playing with friends, you're completely alone the whole downtime in Albion, in theory, you could like, you know, you could spend it thinking about life and legit like becoming like better. Maybe being more mentally prepared. Maybe you can think about what's gonna happen next fight, and you can already imagine what are the possible things that will happen, so that you won't be ready. Yeah? Playing video games as a way of meditation. Yeah, meditation is such a weird, convoluted word that I think pretty much anything can be a meditation. Yeah? That sword guy is absolute giga chat. He played so well despite being lower IP, had the balls for trusting you with his remaining 5 runs. Absolutely, Azot. Big respect. The trusting thing was absolutely, he won my heart with that when we were chasing, and I eat through him twice. Yeah, I had to, because otherwise I can't catch the fists. I eat through him, and even at the very end I eat that through him, and he still kept going. That's amazing. Absolutely love him. As for he played so well, he played according to the situation. Yeah, the soup was interesting idea. He played according to the situation. I just want to point out that if we are both same gear level, the fight against Carving looks different, yeah? I am not going to use all of my spells just to get close to him. Because if I do that, like, if he was also, like, he did overcharge the rate, so he's close to me. But if he also had, like, an Awakened Weapon 6-3, if I play the same way I played against him, I die. He can punish me. Even on Splitting Slash, he can punish me, yeah? My helmet doesn't help me brawl. He has a purge from my Inferno. It's not clear that I 100% win the fight, yeah? The way that I was playing. At all. But because the IP, like we both played according to the fact that I have a big advantage. No, not a big, but I have an advantage from IP or from items. So I was willing to give him more advantages gameplay-wise. And he was doing a very good job playing the way that he's supposed to play when he's at a disadvantaged position, yeah? That's what you're supposed to do in carving. If you are not like weaker because of Awaken or IP, you're supposed to use your Splitting Slash and E to kite around. Although, if he wasn't Blade Cyclone, like he would still have the chance, yeah? How about changing helmet ability to first one so you can brawl? Absolutely, Spaz, yeah. If I'm fighting same IP carving, that is an option, 100%. But then I'm gonna have a much harder time catching him, yeah? Like I can, but absolutely, yeah. Even more so, I can if I fight same IP carving, I can kind of fight the same way, the same spells, but just much more carefully. If I fight an 8.3 carving right now, I cannot play it like this, yeah? If I fight 8.3 and I'm the disadvantaged one, I need to either be very careful and maybe change this, or at least be super careful and not use anything just to get close to him, or I just changed my helmet. I have another helmet with me. So against 8.3, I have to accept that if he gets away, he gets away, yeah? But against this carving, I'm brawling well, even when I don't have all the brawling spells. I'm still brawling pretty well because I have IP advantage. So there, my concern more is to make sure I actually catch him. Yaria said earlier, I'm also a Dota 2 player and I use the toxicity of the game to control better my anger issues. It's definitely a lot better now. I'm curious how exactly that works. Like, it makes sense on paper, but I've experienced in reality on myself and a friend that I used to talk about this with, who used to play games and now doesn't. I've experienced also that both in me, and he said this very clearly also, when he was kind of like, he was still playing Dota, but not very often. He felt like outside of Dota, like in his normal life and in his work life, like he doesn't have this kind of problems, yeah, with like being overly negative or this negativity or whatever, toxicity at all. But he feels like when he starts playing Dota, it brings out the bad side of him that he doesn't like, yeah? That's what he said, and I kind of experienced that also. Like, I have been also toxic to my teammates in voice chat on Dota, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I've played for so much, I've experienced everything, you know, in gaming, emotion-wise, probably, or most of it, yeah? So, that is not a part of me that in real life doesn't exist at all, I think, but sometimes it can be a bit of the opposite, that, you know, putting yourself in that environment brings out that part of you where you actually do get tilted that someone messed up and you're gonna open the microphone and start saying toxic things to them, yeah? Or writing shit in chat, yeah, in the case of Albion. So I see the other side as well, to be honest. And for that, like that, I'm happy that friend actually, like that friend stopped gaming at some point and built up their like life outside of that, so it's very nice. But I feel like for them it was a good decision then not to play Dota, because it was a happy person, happy with their life and with their work and everything. But when like, because, you know, whenever you stop playing a game, people are still always inviting, you know. So when we invited him back and he started playing Dota, like he played a bit of Dota with us, it brought out the kind of the negativity in him much more. The worst you can do is bring it to real life. But yeah, that's the point. That's the point, Shizu, that then it starts overflowing, yeah? If you embrace the toxicity in a game, it might start overflowing to other parts of life as well. It's so bad to be toxic IRL, I try my best at work. You try your best not to be, you mean? I've had some funny moments. IRL, I don't think I'm toxic by any definition. But, you know, these kinds of like jabs and like these kind of online like meme/joke things, like dissing but as a joke, yeah? Like if you have really good friends online, you know this, like it's not just about mom jokes, but also like making fun of them. Like it's like if they beat you in a game, you say things like saying like eat shit and die, you know, like that sort of thing. Like it means nothing, yeah? It's like a friendly kind of stuff, yeah? Or it's like you expressing that, fuck, you beat me again, you know? So it's not toxic if you do it with friends, obviously. But I have had moments where that part of me being gamer and online has kind of come out in real life, and it's just been really fun. Yeah, it's not toxic, it always ended up well. But I was playing basketball, for example. One of the guys that, like the group that I played a lot of basketball with, at least used to a couple years ago, Like, some of them were really important at their workplace, you know, and they're like mostly from a company where I don't work there. But anyway, this dude is like the C-suite, like, executive at his company, like, important dude. Like, some of the other guys playing who are also from there, like, even have like this, you know, a bit of this aura of respect. And he's like, we were playing basketball in the middle of the game. That's a fun thing. Like, I'm telling him, like, he shit and died sort of thing, you know? Like, when he misses a 3-pointer against me or something like that, you know? Like, it's kind of crazy, like, to imagine this real life thing, yeah? But then later I realized, like, this guy, it's probably the first time in his whole life that he's heard something like that from someone, yeah? I wonder if he's fighting. He has a very good helmet against me, so... I have a bad food here. I'm gonna die because of food, I think, but we'll see. Yeah, this is not an omelet fight. It's so bad that I didn't equip the other food, that sucks. I had to wait for his E before I can start running away, potentially. But he's gonna catch up, probably. We'll see, though. His E has a pretty long cooldown. This is the double-bladed nerf. I should have eat through him. If I can somehow survive until my next E, I have a bit of a chance. He actually doesn't have Snapper either, so it's not terrible. I wish I had energy for my E. My E is ready, but I don't have energy for it. Okay, at least I got him to run away. If I had Snapper here, man, this is such an easy fight. I don't overcharge this fight ever if I have Snapper. I have everything perfectly set up for this fight, except for the food. Omelette is not a brawling food. And he's on Cultist, which is very good for brawling, yeah? So it's not a regular double-bladed either. In the end, if I have energy, there was a chance also to shut. And I hope, the whole time I was trading in the end, I hope it made sense. I cannot eat, like, if he never E's, I think he just kills me, I'm not sure. But you saw, he E'd just for extra damage. After that, I'm free to E away and run away like I did, yeah? Buy spear? What are you taking? Saying, Shob. What is this, blasphemy? I hope he didn't go for a red buff. If he found a red buff, I cannot fight him, obviously. Why isn't he full? Is he fighting someone else still? Yeah, on this food, the same fight goes much heavier in my favor. But I need to be a bit careful with his helmet. Ah, yeah. He has the red buff, so I can't fight him. I didn't see that he got another red buff. Too bad. Too bad that it has such a big impact, but I mean, it's nice to have an impactful buff. Too bad. He got it so fast, so that's why he was low. He got it so fast. I went after him pretty early and I didn't. Ah, man, this is such a stupid way to lose. Such a nice, it's 1v1. The fact that I almost win on Omelette is crazy. But on Snapper, it's, he can't do this. And he doesn't have the kind of build to fight me from far. Because he's on Cultist Cull, yeah? So on Snapper, yeah, he's gonna run away a little bit, but I have the tools to catch him. This is a big mistake. I had already Omelette, but I didn't equip the other food as I should have. I only have one potion, but let's see. This is not a good build for me to fight at all. And there is a dual swords that is lurking, so... Like, this 1v1 could be acceptable without the dual swords, I think. Because I hate this matchup, as you know. I don't think it Don't think it's happy in any perspective. But he has 2 potions, and I have just 1, so I need to be a bit careful with that. At least I'm on Snapper now. I'm overcharged also, so actually I'm stronger than it seems. If I do too much damage to him, he's gonna have much better demon boots and he's just gonna be able to run away. Is it mage robe? Yeah, it's mage robe, okay. He still has 2 potions and I have 1, so I need to be careful. No point going crazy with this. I do need to hit some impalers here though. Wait, no, I have 2 potions now. Okay, then it's okay for me actually. Then it's actually okay. I hope he just kills the dual swords. It's this fun fight without the dual swords messing up. Okay, he ran away with demons. I'm gonna try to kill the dual swords and hope that the other guy doesn't just murder me after that, but we'll see. People are getting good at using these sword stacks though. Another example why I have demon boots, yeah. To not give him an absolute free reign over this fight. But it sucks. The fight still sucks. I can try with reflect, but I have 2 potions, I realized. I thought the cape was on cooldown, but it's not. So I am 4-4, 6-3, and 6-3 is overcharged. Yeah, 4-4 doesn't get overcharged. The weapons are same tier, but the 6-3 gets overcharged. He has 2 spells now. Nah. This sucks, because if I go close, it's not like I am instantly winning just because I'm close to him, yeah? Unfortunately. Now I might be fucked here, but we'll see. No, he messed up his Stalker Hood. Now I'm not fucked at all. Reset. Yeah, I might. If there's no mobs, he cannot get mobility advantage over me. They're both on Snapper. Yeah, I'm risking a lot more, obviously, even without anything in my bag. But yeah, this is... for one-handed spear, I feel like this is the worst matchup right now from popular weapons. For Daybreaker, it's also pretty bad, but it's not crazy bad. It's still okay. But missing my E there was the critical part. Yeah, if I didn't miss the E, then... I think I'm strong enough to just go in for it now, but I'm not sure. Ah, he has double Q now. Yeah. There's no range at which I shine in this fight. If he uses boots now, he doesn't get his double Q. He only gets 1 Q. With the... if I go on top of him, if he uses all his spells correctly, I am dead here, yeah? Because of his Stalker Hood. So... that's why I can't really fully commit. Yes, I have a chance to kill him, but I'm risking more, and he has a very good chance to kill me. I was hoping to connect the thread and then just E through him and just YOLO for it, but... I mean, I'm risking so much more that honestly I shouldn't be probably fighting this at all anymore. He messed up one thing the first time. I was already like much closer to dying than it seems, because he messed up his helmet, you know? Like, he helmeted when I was like above 50% HP. Thanks for following, Santageddon. But it's good to practice this matchup in these sorts of conditions where I am 60 overcharged and he is playing... Man, I feel bad about the double bladed, because my overcharge also now, it's kind of wasted, yeah? It was for nothing. Unfortunately. And the double bladed even, like, he was writing some sort of shit, you know? I can also... Okay, let's do this. Not amazing, but let's... Just to experience different things, let's try it out. It's much more difficult for him to fight like this, for sure. He says bye-bye. Okay. I see how it is. I don't know if he can fully bye-bye away from me. Well, I guess he thinks that the reflect is much stronger because he is, you know, fully resetting. If I connect my helmet after I reflect his damage. So yeah, anyway. It feels bad because my overcharge is kind of wasted. Plus, I know he's missing on purpose, by the way. That's why I'm not reflecting, yeah? Like, he's good enough where he... Okay, he hit that one. Like, he's very... He's experienced enough to understand how he has to play against my my deflect, yeah? We both have one potion now, I think. That was not the button I wanted to click, but okay. Oh, he drank his second potion. Interesting. That's the problem with Reflect, you know, my mobility is way too limited. And he's gonna have, he has boots. Oof, okay. Okay, ended up being okay like this. He had overcharge, nice. So he also understands that he has it's a good matchup for him. So he's not even overcharging for this, which is interesting. I would 100% expect him to overcharge there. Because I'm overcharged, yeah? Otherwise, like, one tier difference is not that bad. Okay, Reflect ended up being much easier, but honestly... Still, like, if I don't, ooh, he has 15 health potion. Anyway, if I don't have the gear advantage, even with Reflect, it's a very painful situation. Well played. Yeah, well, in the end, when it feels good because he said bye bye. Yeah, we have another one of those. Yeah, this already happened before. We have another one of those. The guy says bye bye and then dies a little bit later. Santageddon, thanks for following. I feel like I said this before. Maybe I didn't. Anyway, Grillo Ziomek and Santageddon, thanks for following. Yeah, very nice. But keep in mind, I do have a good IP advantage. But this is a... In my opinion, it's for 100 Spear. And for Daybreaker also. For Daybreaker, it's okay. But for Daybreaker also, it's one of the more difficult matchups right now. Like, regular bow is super difficult. But all crossbows... Because you see, like, he has to hit spells. But if you assume that he hits, like, 80% of his spells, or even more... At any range, I am just losing, yeah? Any range, he's better. But the kind of... the trick or the balance comes a little bit from the fact that it's much more difficult for him. Like crossbows and arclight blasters, the Qs and Ws are much more difficult to hit than most popular weapons. And you have to constantly hit them, yeah? It's not just one big spell that you can miss or hit, but it's like you have to constantly hit spells. And he didn't hit that many. Okay, we have 11 point... Actually, I mean, this is like a 1 million profit as well. But since I'm using it, it probably makes sense to not count it. Let's take 8 potions. Put this here. Is this the kill? Yeah, not gonna keep it. Nothing super amazing about that kill at all. I am still overcharged. For how long? Okay, we can still go in with overcharge. And these food choices. And the profit is a 12.2 plus the weapon, which is super good. Let's start adding 2 million for the weapon. So 14.2. Because the fists here are, the cost is 1 mil, 1.2. But I'm definitely, like, anyone will buy it for 3 mil instantly, yeah? But for buying it for, like, selling it for more is going to be difficult. Okay, sorry. If I missed now, I'm going to look at chat. And if there's something I missed, you know, feel free to write it again. What does overcharge mean? Is that your passive? Oh, Shizu. No. Overcharging. Okay, I hope someone explained. Overcharging is using siphoned energy. It's an item that I had earlier. This thing. Using 10 siphoned energy to... You see my items are glowing. All the items that are overcharged, for half an hour, they are 1 tier higher. So, my 6-3 jacket is actually 7-3 for half an hour. And... after half an hour, when the overcharge ends, there's a chance that every item that was overcharged, there's a chance that it breaks. So there's a chance that 15% chance that this item will break after half an hour when the overcharge is over. You can see here the indicator. I still have overcharge for 14 minutes. What are good and bad Dawnbreaker matchups? You mean Daybreaker? Yeah, Dawnbreaker is from a different game. Daybreaker has tools to counter almost anything, which is why it's one of the S tier meta weapons for solo PvP, in my opinion, at least for mists. However, some matchups which are good, in my experience, Fists of Avalon are like one of the best matchups. You can kill Fists of Avalon who are higher tier. Bloodletters and Double Bladeds who rely on mobility. Not if they try some brawly stuff, you know, it's kind of 50-50. But those mobility abusing weapons, essentially, those are good, very good. Like Daybreaker counters them, kind of. Because you can out-brawl them, but you still also have enough mobility to catch them. Plus, you have 2 tools. You have both Inferno and E for their Stalker Jacket. The only things that counter Daybreaker, in my experience, the most difficult things right now are crossbows, especially the Arclight Blasters that I just fought. This build is one of the Daybreaker... It's not really counters, but it's the most difficult fight, yeah? And the light crossbow as well are difficult matchups. And then there's regular bows, which right now it's difficult because not enough people are playing Q1. But bows in general are kind of difficult because you spend so much time catching up to them. But Daybreaker is good at catching bows, yeah? But it was always the case that you spend time catching them, but if you do catch them, you have a big advantage. But with the addition of Sky Strider, who will E when you catch them, and you kind of, you know, you don't really feel that good about getting on top of them, and now they just E. Plus the addition, or the big buff to Q1, which means some bows can actually straight up just brawl you. Because of that, it's difficult also. Like, bows are difficult to fight because they are just really strong right now. And I feel like crossbows are not a good matchup for Daybreaker or Spear. But okay, but still, with that said, Daybreaker can still fight anything. I don't think there's any build which like straight up counters Daybreaker to a point where you cannot even try the fight, you know? Dawnbreaker is a hero from Dota 2. Yes, I don't think it's only there. I'm sure Dawnbreakers exist in a lot of different things, but yeah, there is a hero in Dota called Dawnbreaker also. If you double OC, it increases to 30%. Yes, if I OC, I can OC for another half an hour right now to extend. Then the chance of breaking will be 30% instead of 15. Yes, correct. Good point. Bows are easy to fight using swords. I'm not sure, Spaz. I think your comment is coming from the game experience that you have prior from the Q1 buff. I am pretty sure that if you go right now, Mists and Corrupteds with Mists or Corrupteds with a sword, and you fight against bows on Q1, you will rethink what you said. I'm not sure, but I'm more than 50%. I think it's probable that you're saying that it's easy is before the bows started spamming Q1. Like right now, a lot of bows are viewing Q1, including in Corrupteds. Everyone is using Q1, but even in Mists, a lot of bows have started using Q1. Vic, are you streaming on Twitch? Yes, already for over 3 months. I've been streaming on Twitch. Every stream is on Twitch. Last 3 weeks, every stream is on YouTube as well. but I don't know how it will be in the future. I'm gonna play some variety over the weekend also on stream, but I don't think that stream will be, for example, available on YouTube, just as a point, as a side point. Thanks for following, by the way, Del King and Ramsef. What do you think about fighting Flamewalker? Yeah, definitely fight Flamewalker now on Daybreaker. Spear is more difficult, but on Daybreaker you can almost brawl a Flamewalker. Like, I say almost because a lot of it depends on what they hit, yeah? If they hit all of their Qs, you're gonna lose. But it's likely that they are going to miss some of their Qs, yeah? And Daybreaker is good enough to brawl Flamewalker, usually. But it depends a bit, like in my case, it depends a bit on the helmet. Ooh, a bit on the helmet, yeah? Like if I didn't have a helmet swap, if I'm fighting same IP Flamewalker right now, I'm gonna either change to this, or probably even better, I'm gonna change to Energy Shield, yeah? Against the Flamewalker. Because the Flamewalker no longer has the free Giga mobility to always run away and run into every situation. If I change my helmet to Energy Shield, if I successfully outbrawl Flamewalker, so I hit all my spells and they miss some of their Qs at least, and my Inferno gets maybe some value, or I purge their Inferno, whatever. If I successfully brawl them, if they now use E to run away, I can probably catch them, because their E will have such a long cooldown. I won't catch them right away, but I will probably catch them without Dust Quiver. I rather the knockback than the slow and bows. It might be your personal preference, but right now, the Q after the change definitely is stronger. I think there's no denying. Yes, there are niche situations where specifically not having an interrupt is bad, obviously. If your enemy has some sort of cultist robe or some sort of fire artillery, you no longer have such an easy option to cancel it, yeah? You need to use something else to interrupt it. Absolutely, that's true. But overall, the Q1 after the change is just such crazy... Someone is fighting mobs there, right? It's a dual sword. I think it's a dual sword. But where is it? What? Did I clear the big room or not? Do you remember? I'm 900% sure I heard the dual sword E somewhere. But apparently it was not here. Oh, it's here. Sir, are you okay? Don't make it worse than it has to be. Yeah. Did you see that? This is like a built-in radar system. Unfortunately, my brain doesn't tell me which way the sound came from, because Albion is not always so clear. But I knew there was a dual sword somewhere because I heard the E. I'm happy with that. Doesn't always happen, yeah? Not every weapon is as easily recognizable based on sound. How are fist weapons in solo small scale? Returning player and they look fun. By fist weapons you mean all the war gloves, yeah? The whole tree, not just the Fists of Avalon, yeah? There are options, there are good options. In small scale they are not used a lot. In my experience, they're not used in small scale a lot. But in solo, absolutely. Fists of Avalon, Battle Bracers, and the Brawler Gloves are all good popular weapons. Fists of Avalon are legit still among the meta tier. Maybe it's falling out of S tier, I'm not sure, but it's like A tier for sure. Fists of Avalon still. Battle Bracers are very good for middle tier and low IP. And high IP a bit more limited because your E can be reacted to easier. And Brawler Gloves are like probably the strongest one-shot type build of all of Mist right now. I say one-shot type because there's no real there's no real solo one-shots, yeah, but it's the strongest build, which essentially plays around just one big burst to kill your enemy. 32 says, I discovered your channel yesterday here on YouTube, awesome content. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to write a positive message in chat and make me smile. What skills would you go with against the Dagger Pair? Dagger Pair is not... I'm not gonna find a 6-3 dagger pair. Nobody's gonna play that high IP dagger pair. The weapon is not good for solo PvP outside of low IP and kind of like a bit of cheesing like a beginner. So I'm not gonna find it. But if I go, let's say I'm tier 7 spear and they are tier 7 dagger pair, then it kind of depends. You can't go reflect. Reflect would be so nice to outplay them, but you can't go because they will usually have shadow edge. So you just go impaler and try to dodge their shadow edge and just kite them pretty much. Thank you for the response. Thank you for the questions, Kumert. Yeah? All PvP questions are welcome. If you ask a very silly or very general question, you're gonna get a very silly or general answer, yeah? There is no point asking things like, oh, what is the best build? Or even like, what W do I use on dual swords? Yeah, like the more specific you are, the much better the answer will be. What's the best weapon for someone trying to start out solo PvP? Ikechi? It's Ikechi, yeah. I suggest, if you want to ease into it and not just... If you're the kind of competitive person who wants a difficult start, but then to learn things fast, just take some of the meta weapons, yeah? Or take something difficult like a spear, very good decision to learn PvP. If you are very hardcore and you don't mind that for the next 150 hours you're gonna die a lot and you're not always gonna know why you died. If you are more like a normal human being and you want to ease into it, good options for a beginner are battle axe, dual swords, battle bracers, one-handed fire staff, quarter staff. All of those. There are some differences there, but all of those are kind of good and simple to start out. But they're not like simple where you have to grow out of them. Like if you get better, you can still play them for a long time and have a lot of fun. And there's enough skill gap for you later as well. It's all about the bow. Yeah, okay. You know what? Actually, regular bow also. Regular bow is now... Like, regular bow was just a very difficult thing to suggest to beginners because of how weak it was everywhere other than corrupted dungeons. But I think now bow actually got to a place where next time someone asks, yo, just a generic question of good weapons for beginners, those 5 weapons I mentioned, I'm gonna add regular bow, yeah. That's very good. Very good mental note. Regular bow on top. Yep, Froggy. I mean, be careful, Froggy. They have to nerf the Q, yeah? I'm so happy with the idea of giving bows like an option to play close range. It's awesome, but I mean, you must see this. You must see that. I'm not sure. I must admit, I did not actually watch it. At least not yet. But I did get a little interesting thumbnail on my YouTube feed one time recently, which I think had your face on it, Froggy. I kind of remember. And if I remember correctly, the hypothesis, the scientific claim that you were making under that video with a picture of your face was that the bow is, and I quote, broken. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm misremembering something. Now, a logical continuation, if something is broken, and I'm willing to believe you, is to fix it. So yes, Q1 needs a bit of a nerf. But it is a very fun way to... I love the fact that the way they buffed bows is by reducing the crazy, annoying long-range Q that essentially ends up with people fighting from across the screen, and instead buffing the close-range potential. That's a wonderful way to... If you're gonna buff bows, that's the way you should do it. I am the bad guy. For 700k? Don't mind. Don't mind the minus karma. Clickbait. Yeah, sure. You have to explain that to the developers. Actually, I didn't mean it. I wasn't trying to say that you need to nerf the bow. No, I am more willing. I trust the Froggy who made the video title and thumbnail more than I trust the Froggy in chat right now. You from the past had the wisdom. Still can't play too close since the regular bow E gets a nerf if they too close. Yes and no, Saltrek. You're right that it gets a nerf, but it's not as significant as you might think based on just reading it. It feels a bit like... yes, I played corrupted fights against bows where I spent the whole fight in their small AoE, and I was still losing brawls on Daybreaker, yeah? Where I don't lose my stacks when I E, right? I was still losing brawls, so... Yes, it's even more powerful when nobody is in your face, but it is good enough even with the little debuff. You're still good enough to outbrawl a lot of melee weapons. Okay. I hope I don't need to overcharge, actually. I mean, I don't need to double overcharge. This is such a sad moment. That's the sad moment of the day, the fact that I didn't have my real food for the 7-3 double-bladed. Like, he was so... And he was being toxic also in the end. He was so dead there. Imagine, like, he almost died in a brawl when I'm on omelette and I didn't have a chance to change food. That is... But I have to be a bit happy that I also almost died, so, you know, at least I survived. But yeah, that is a bit annoying. Because with his build, I 100% catch him, yeah? And he's not gonna be at the edge of the screen the whole time. How much do I have? Wait. I have 17 seconds. Let's see if we hear the breaking sound. Froggy line reviews again. I mean, you have put yourself into a corner, Froggy. Now you have to decide. Do you accept the accusations from Zoaxa? Also, what's up, Zoaxa? Happy to see you. Do you accept this accusation, or do you accept the nerf to bow Q1? Let's do this without sound. You know what is better than a bow? A tie. Badumts. Can you please explain why Awaken is worth doing when an equivalent higher tier item gives more IP? Perps. Two answers. Number one, it's not really worth it unless you are really going for very high tier and end game content. If you are looking to make silver, Awakening is... it's not really worth it. It's like borderline. It can be worth it, but it's so-so. However, the second part of the answer is that IP does not determine a lot of things. You can think of it... I lost an expensive part, but okay. One way you can think of it is that... Imagine, this is my 4-4 weapon, yeah? So it's like tier 8. Now, one option, if I want to become stronger, is to upgrade and instead buy a 5-4 weapon. Or like a 7-3 or whatever, yeah? Not 7-3, 6-3, I mean. So the next tier, yeah? And by next tier, if I upgrade my tier weapon, I have a bit more damage, my spells do a bit more damage, I have a tiny bit more HP, stuff like that, yeah? But now, instead of upgrading my weapon from tier 8 to tier 9 equivalent, or 6-3 equivalent, I am making that upgrade, but I get to customize in which ways my weapon upgrades, yeah? That's one way you can think about Awakening, in my opinion. It's kind of like the RPG element, where, you know, you play an RPG game and you decide, like you're playing God of War, you decide which move you become better at. Like, you decide how you upgrade your weapon. You pay a lot of extra for it, but I could never get this much extra HP. So, because this weapon is 4-4, and not 6-3 or 7-3, yes, I do a bit less damage with my spells, correctly, so, yeah, because my AP is lower. And there's other things that I don't get, but instead of that, I get these upgrades, which I would normally never get from upgrading my IP, or at least not to this extent, yeah? So I have customized my weapon upgrade, essentially. But at the end of the day, if you're chasing maximum silver, tier 7, tier 8 without Awakening is the best place to be, yeah? This is more for fun than for money. Although today is a tryhard day, as I said, I am being careful with my life, I'm not throwing it away. By the way, profit is now 15.5. We have 13.5 here, I haven't died yet. And we have a weapon here, which is worth a crazy amount. So I'm adding a little bit for that. But yeah, but Awakening, I don't also often do it. The other kind of reason, so it is fun, but also you can get things that you cannot get. Like I cannot get this kind of HP no matter how high I go. I cannot get cooldown reduction ever on my weapon, yeah? So I can get things that are not even available to me if I upgrade like the normal way. Okay, let's see, what is the damage done with the overcharge? Exactly 1 mil. Okay. Lost 1 mil to the jacket trashing, but... Nah, there's even no but, because that's such a sad situation that I didn't kill the double-bladed. It's a good lesson to remember to always equip the correct food, yeah? So I'm ready. So if I'm running around an omelette, I need to have snapper equipped. Thanks for following, S1. And hello. Gosh asked earlier, which matchup, only weapon, would you brawl with having Daybreaker 1 and Spear? Because I see you just kite all the time with Impaler. It depends on the specific build. It's not just weapon versus weapon matchup. Yeah? Some builds, I am more willing to brawl. But, like, very easy answer to that is anyone who wants to kite me. Bows, mostly. Most bows. Especially when they're on Frost Shot. Frost Staffs when they're on a Blink on W. Fire Staffs are so-so. Like, Q3, if the Fire Staff is playing Q1, you don't want to brawl them if IP is Equan. But if the Fire Staff is playing Q3, brawls are pretty good. You just need to dodge their Qs. And what you often see me do is not just full-on kiting with Impalers, yeah? I kite with Impalers until I get a bit of an advantage, and then I go in for the brawl to cash into that advantage, yeah? Like, if you see me, for example, fight... what would be a good example? I mean, a lot. Even like Death Givers, yeah? Like, Death Givers are good at brawling. Some Death Giver builds, I could brawl pretty well, just straight up. And then just kite a little bit, yeah? To wait out the stacks, for example. But some Death Givers build, you will see that I just kite a little bit to get a bit of an advantage, because if the whole fight happens in 1 square meter, I'm gonna lose it. But after I already took, like, let's say I hit 1 Impaler, maybe like 2 Qs and something, I get a bit of an advantage, then I will go and brawl the Death Givers, yeah? Kite to get advantage first. Yeah, that's like... That is the most straightforward way to take... to utilize the fact that my weapon is good at both styles of play. I have good tools to play from a distance, kind of, and I have good tools to brawl, kind of. The problem, like those who asked about bad matchups for Spear or Daybreaker, the problem are matchups where the enemy is also good at both of those things, because Spear is kind of okay, or like above average at everything, or Daybreaker is above average at everything, but, you know, when Flamewalker was the S tier weapon, it was just better than me at everything, for example. The Arclight Blasters, if I'm not fighting this with 2 tier, sorry, not this. If I'm not fighting this with an advantage from Awakening and higher tier, that's a matchup also where I can't really. I mean, he has an advantage from far, he has an advantage from close, as I said before. We have a Wildfire here. I don't want to change away from Omelette for this. I could also go Abbey, but I'm kind of curious to see. I can wait for someone to see if they show up and open the chest, and then if nobody comes, I can still get the Abbey if it's not cleared by then. I don't want to 1v2 them too much, but we'll see. Team 7-4 Fire. Ooh, that's interesting. I need to be ready to change food against 7-4 Fire. 7-4 though. It's actually 7-4. Holy shit. I'm not gonna risk my life that they might end up teaming me, but might end up helping me, but if they fight, I am sticking around to help them, of course. But I mean, they need my kind of approval. I'm not sure how useful they will be, but who knows? Like, the Death Givers is definitely gonna be strong. I don't know. Maybe we just go Abbey. It is a try-hard day after all, and I'm much more careful with my life today than than I'm usually. Yeah? I have attacked a couple 8.3s today. One of them ran away because he wanted a reset, because he wasn't full HP when I attacked him. And the other one was actually died, but not to me. There were like 2 lower tier guys, both later came to chat, by the way. I attacked an 8.4, full 8.4 double-bladed, with only weapon being 4-4. The fight didn't go very well, but it was kind of evenish, but I think more in his favor. But then 2 tier 7 guys amazingly ran past me, ignored me completely, and just went for the guy who is worth 80 million. So we had, like, I got lucky that both of them were experienced players, yeah? And both of them came to chat later as well, by the way. And one of them said that they did end up killing the 8.4 after chasing for a long time. So very happy. But 8.4 or 7.4 Fire? I'm definitely not in a position to 1v1 him, but I don't trust those guys either. Is there an optimal way to do the stat rolling, or not really? When Awakening, I mean, there are some stats which are better, if that's what you mean, but no, there is no secret, yeah? You will never get in your life, almost never get as much luck as I got with this weapon, yeah? Like, the only exception is the... Ooh, wait. Did the mob die? I was just walking around and I heard the mob die sound. I feel like it's bugged. There's this bug where the sound cuts off. It used to be 100% that this means somebody's close, but I think it's just, I don't know. There's some sort of weird bugs. There's also the visual bug. You saw, like, when for some reason I saw the enemy spells appear on top of me. the enemy was in the next room. I didn't even see them, but then I saw his spell on top of me. There's some weird bugs in Abbeys. But some of those bugs kind of seem to give extra information. Yeah? Thanks for following Fruit Pebble. So yeah, this... other than the clip I saw from Froggy, where 8, if I remember correctly, 8 rolls in a row were crits. Other than that, I've never seen that much luck. Like here on this weapon at the beginning, I also took screenshots. This weapon was like... I had like 10 crits out of the first 13 or 14 rolls. Just ridiculous to get. Sometimes if the sound comes from the right, it's actually from the left. Exactly, but that's... Oh, you see, someone was here. Holy shit, okay, so maybe I did. Yeah, there's the weird thing with direction. But also the sound is very... This is not a good idea. But I mean, it's a good idea to get him out of here, but I don't want to kill him. Are you leaving, sir? He's not leaving. Are you sure? Why isn't he leaving? Brother, go out. It's 4.1. It doesn't feel very good, but it will feel much worse if I run into a 4.1 and die again, like that time with the carving. Like, the minus karma here is worth it. But he could have just left. I don't know why he's not leaving. I am sorry. Sorry for your negative experience here today. Mr. Axe of the Battle, hopefully I'll see you again soon. So yeah, there's some weird directional thing with sound, and also it always happens like when I'm close enough and I hear the mobs dying, that's clear. Like, it's very clear someone is killing mobs are dying. But I just hear like a little fraction of a sound. I don't know. I hope it's not just me. Yeah? When I played duos with my friend, he said that he also heard it. Yeah, so we always heard it at the same time. So it's not like just my PC setup, but it might be that only some like audio devices have this sort of bug. So it sounds like the sound of a mob dying, but then instantly cut off, and with very weird direction. Thanks for following. I catch you. I think that's how I choose to name you. You already killed 5 people for that one guy who died too. Yeah, I am avenging. And the thing is, like the good example there with that situation with carving, the good example is that, I mean, he did obviously nothing wrong. It's just a good, it's a good situation to showcase why if it doesn't take too much time, it's a good idea to kill 4.1s who have PvP builds, yeah? At least somewhat PvP builds. Because, I mean, obviously he needs to kill me if I'm low, yeah? This is not even like a personal, it's not even like me saying, oh, you are gonna rat, yeah? I don't even know if it's ratting is like the right word there. Like if I run into a 4.1 with my last 100 HP, obviously he needs to kill me, yeah? But I can prevent that a little bit by thinning the field somewhat. It's just I keep referring. One of the first videos I made, I don't know, it was like... It was very much at the beginning. I don't remember if it got a lot of views or not, but maybe not as much as like spear videos, for example. One of the first videos I made was kind of like an overview of why if you go low IP in the mist, why people kill you, yeah? Like why high IP players kill low IP, like players where there's no chance of any fair fight. Because for many beginners it feels like, come on, like I want to have a fair fight while you're attacking me, yeah? And I actually came up with 4 very realistically like logical reasons. And one of them is indeed the fact that, you know, that enemy is going to contest some other objective later, yeah? Either rat you or to come for the chest or something. Froggy says, okay, I'm back, just in time to spread propaganda that multi-shot isn't OP at all. Did you rename your YouTube video? Maybe that should have been the name of your video, yo. You know, your face on the thumbnail, and then it says multi-shot isn't multi-shot. That's also good. Multi-shot isn't OP at all. 500k from an Abbey chest. This is a special day. Thanks for following. Rap is crap. What a nickname. What are the 4 reasons? So, the 4 reasons why it makes sense to kill people, even if there's no like fair fight happening in mists. Let me quickly think of, to make sure I still say all of them and don't start to think later. Okay, number 1, they are competing. Like, they are competing for objectives in mists, right? They are going to compete, they're going to take coffers, they're going to steal your abbeys, resources if you're gathering, and of course, like the big chests and turbulence as well. So, you are winning the competition. Number 2, they are a threat. This is why sometimes you see me, like, when I see, like, if I see 4.1, like, nature staff, full PvE build, I don't kill them sometimes. Because that guy isn't a threat. Even if he somehow sees me when I have 100 HP, he might not be a threat, yeah? But number 2, realistically, low IP players are a threat, of course. Either as a rat, 100% they will take the opportunity, and they must. I also will do that, yeah? Of course. They are either a threat as a rat, but also a lot of very experienced players. Like, okay, tier 7 is not low IP, but you know, I also am one of those who, after thousands of hours, still enjoy playing lower tiers, at least not the highest tiers sometimes, yeah? And we have like players like Ugborg, so who just like play tier 6 all the time. A lot of low IP players are actually good players, yeah? So they might not be able to 1v1 you if they're 3 tiers lower, but they will take advantage of you being like in a fight already better than you think. So they are actually like, there's more risk or more danger than you think. And if you're thinking, because for other beginners it might seem like, come on, like I don't want to rat, I just want to PvE, or I'm a beginner, I'm not a threat. This is relevant to specifically Mists. In Mists, everyone is a mysterious stranger, yeah? So nobody else knows if you are a rat or a threat or like an experienced player, yeah? That's the first 2 reasons. Number 3 reason is because it's like opening a chest, yeah? I've jokingly said this as well. It's just fun because I don't know what I'm gonna get, yeah? Like, if right now I'm gonna go open a chest in the middle of the Abbey. It's maybe a blue chest, probably gonna suck, like 100k. I'm still excited, I don't know what's in there. I have killed more than once. I hope this happens on stream so we can talk about this then also. I have killed more than once people in Mists, in Abbeys as well, where I killed a person and what he has in their bag is more than 10 times more expensive than what they are wearing, yeah? Like they're wearing like a 300k build and they have like a 4 million in their inventory. So, and that happens very rarely, but also legendary chests happen very rarely, yeah? It's the same kind of logic, like I'm excited. Ooh, I'm gonna be late. I'm excited by the kind of gambling opportunity to see what the loot box is gonna be, like opening a loot box, yeah? And the final reason why people kill lower AP players is just because it's fun to kill something, yeah? Obviously, it's more fun to take real fights, but it's fun, just like killing mobs is much more fun. If in the Abbey I had to just wait 15 minutes and stand in one place, wait until the chest spawns, I wouldn't do it. I would not play it. It's fun to at least kill mobs while you're waiting. I don't mean this in a derogatory terms, but low IP players are kind of like if they really have no chance to fight back, it's kind of like killing a more fun, a more intricate mob, yeah? So those are the kind of 4 reasons, and at the end of the day, it doesn't mean that you always have to attack everyone, but it's just, this is more like my explanation to someone if you're new and you're wondering, like, why is this experienced player killing me when I have no chance to fight back? One or all of those 4 reasons are like, help you understand that, yeah? I hope it makes at least some sense, yeah? They're like a piñata. That's one of the 4 reasons. That's the loot box thing I was saying, yeah? I don't know what I'm gonna get. I'm going for this coffer. I don't know what I'm gonna get. That makes it fun. The unpredictability. Maybe I get an 8.3 item, even in green chest. I got a 7 million item recently, last week, from a regular green coffer. Yeah, so it's possible. And this time I got 60k. Last time you saw on this chest, I killed a tier 7 dude, I think, or tier 6. And he, like, the loot I got from him was like 200k. Then I opened the chest that we are all fighting for, and the chest was like 100k, yeah? So he was much more valuable than the chest, for example. Anyway, I don't want to make it sound like some sort of like excuses why people attack weaker opponents and avoid good fights, yeah? These are not reasons to avoid good fights. These are reasons that if you have nothing else on your screen happening, in that case, at least attack whatever you can, kind of, yeah? What you can kill. Shishatroniker said earlier, since I've gotten ratted so much, I kill everything even if it's tier 3. That is... Exactly, that makes sense, yeah? Especially if it happened recently. If you have recent memory of being hurt, as in the pain of being ratted, it makes sense. It makes even more sense, yeah? I've learned it body language too. If they see you're scared or you get too close, you're dead. You're full cloaking. I don't know what that was an answer to. I don't fully understand what you're trying to say, Shizu. I don't know what you mean by body language. You mean like if you're playing too aggressively, they become scared and they run away? I'm not also sure. I'm not sure how, like, what you were talking about. New players when they die to other. Oh, okay, okay. If they see you. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, but what is the lesson that you got from it? There's a bloodletter who is following me. He's trying to do the build that Fists of Avalon were playing for a while. The kind of immortality while I burn you with Stalker Spectre Jacket build. If you're a new player, you just start running. They will want to see what's in the piñata. Ah, I understand. Yeah. You're saying that there's like extra psychology that if someone just starts running, that happens when in Abbeys for sure, and sometimes can happen. If someone who could definitely fight you just starts running, that it's like it makes it more interesting for you to chase and kill them because now you think they have a reason to run, maybe in their pocket. Okay, interesting point. Yeah, I understand now. Gotta farm that aura. Act like a Sigma 1v5 everybody. This is an open world player talking, yeah? If you're so Sigma, next time, don't bring Undead Cape. I want to see that. I'm kidding. Anyone playing open world, it's a no-brainer move. If you go tier 7 or higher, play Undead Cape, yeah? But yeah. I should have some open world days as well at some point to go and get better at that. It's just psychologically it's a bit more difficult. It's more difficult for me to handle the difficulty of 1v5 because there's so many more situations where I don't have any win condition, yeah? My only chance is just to survive. Like in Mists. In Mists, maybe today I'm playing a bit more careful, for example, but still, there's so many situations where I can at least see a potential for how I will win the fight. He's gonna do gazillion damage with his combo, yeah? So I kinda need my E and my boots and everything to get out of it later. Luckily, didn't have to drink potions, so I have cape for next time. It's an amazing, amazing build, just like with the fists. If I stand in his jacket, I die here, yeah? Like, legit, I think if there is, like, the best kind of build, like, we forget all of those regular ideas that, you know, who can kill higher IP players and everything. The best way, the only time I've seen legit tier 6s kill like 8.3s, yeah? There are also clips about it. Is this build. Not the bloodletter part, but the helmet, this jacket, and these boots. Because if he's able to keep me in his jacket while he doesn't take damage, first of all, and then later he doesn't die. If he's able to keep me in that, the damage is ridiculous. He can very easily kill me. This is awesome. Like if you want to have a lot of fun and you legit want a chance where you play tier 6 and you can kill some 8.3s, which no matter how good the matchup is, it's never gonna happen otherwise, yeah? These items in the center here are the items to go for. But I think I've seen it usually used with Fists of Avalon, and it worked better because you have good mobility, but you also have the built-in purge. And you can, I mean, okay, I didn't have to drink potions, I was an omelette, yeah, so like this isn't like a full-on serious fight here, but still you can see the damage potential from him there, yeah? Undead if your solo is nice. Undead is not just nice, Undead is almost mandatory. If you play open world solo, there is no build. If you play open world solo and you have a build that specifically requires some other cape, you probably shouldn't be playing that build in the open world, yeah? You're better off going into Mists and Corrupteds there. Like if you play tier 7 or higher, Undead Cape solo in open world is pretty much a no-brainer right now. And I say this with Smuggler's Cape in mind. The cape which is so good at 1v1s. But because the way the open world is set up, you have to face that there's so many situations you just cannot win. No matter what you do, you cannot win. So you need Undead Cape first to survive those, otherwise you die all the time. And yeah, overall it's not that fun. No Undead Cape challenge, that sounds interesting. That actually sounds like, that would be, I would love to see that, yeah? I would love to see you play without Undead. As I just said, it's pretty much mandatory, yeah? Like, there's so many situations you would die where, like, your experience, obviously, I mean, you probably know this better than me, Froggy, yeah? But your experience doesn't help at all, yeah? If you are contesting a chest, and the two guys that you want to fight suddenly bring 5 more friends, it doesn't matter how good and experienced you are, you know? You're not going to 1v7 survive that situation, unless they are completely beginners, yeah? Or if they don't have a purge, maybe, but yeah, unlikely, yeah? So it would be interesting, but it would change how you play it, for sure. Carleon's Cape, you think? You think P1? Okay, if let's create challenge. We are here creating a challenge for Froggy together. So if you go open world and you cannot use Undead Cape, what is the next choice for a bow? Is it actually Carleon Cape? Is P1's right? Or is it just Smuggler's Cape for a double invis or something? Or maybe healing potions in some cases. Oh shit, I want Abby, I think. Never mind, somebody's here. I'm gonna have to eat some of his Stalker jacket, I think. Oh, nice, I hit that. That's big. Ah! That's GG. I was waiting for his jump. If I don't hit that, I don't think I can catch him. We'll see. That Dust Quiver, I was actually waiting for his jump and then I still messed it up, kind of. That sucks. My E is a bit better cooldown, but not much. Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna run out of energy again. Is it time to consider the other boots? It's not the first time I have this energy problem like this. I waited for his little jump. Ooh, damn, that was close. So much, almost no energy at all. Time to try energetic sprint. You're right, Sparkly. Okay, this is why your Bloodletter, you don't really fight equal IP Spears and Daybreakers unless you are amazingly cracked Super Giga player. Like, you saw the brawl was pretty hopeless for him, right? Garbage Trash Rate? Was it Garbage Trash Rate? Okay, I got 2 important pieces. And he had Cultist? What? He had Cultist and he didn't swap? Damn, that guy is... he had a very good... Like, this is very good for him. Against me, he would win with Cultist. The brawl part, he would not exactly win, but it would go even at least. And then it's much riskier for me. I need to play around his ease when I get close to 40%. Do I deliver this Wisp? Yeah, you know what? Let's deliver it to celebrate. What the fuck? There was 8-3? No, it wasn't 8-3. It was the same IP as... I mean, it was 4-4-6-3 as me. The weapon died. Let's see what it was. The weapon was nice, yeah. 60 item power, ability damage. He didn't have cooldown, so it's not like super valuable for Bloodletter, but it was very well attuned. But big up to him. He took a proper fight on Bloodletter. Big respect. Yeah, the energy issue is annoying. The energy, I didn't want to buy energetic sprint because I awakened the weapon, yeah? So my IP is actually lower than my helmet, for example. But I got such a nice, like the weapon is first of all amazing, but secondly, I also added item power, so I'm almost have 6-3 weapon, yeah? Plus 75. Ayo, what's up, Kratos? Trash rate was not garbage, it was okay. Look at this, I got his boots and his jacket, his offhand. Unfortunately, the weapon trashed and his main helmet trashed. But that's absolutely not garbage trash rate. This is, I got decent amount. Okay, wait. So the answer to my question, what cape to use? What cape is Froggy going to use when we tell him that he cannot use undead cape anymore in open world because he's too good for it? So that was my question, and Pietman's first answer was Carrion double Q is nasty, but maybe Smugglers for survival. Okay, but Smugglers with Invis then, yeah, not healing. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I don't think there's anything else, any other cape that would really like. Fort Sterling is maybe going way overboard, yeah. Just to avoid one stun. Snowshade in YouTube chat says, I play like ganking one-handed Frost and Mist and try to kill all low players before chest or wisp, so I don't need to worry about them. Yeah, that's, as I said, one of the 4 reasons why low IP players get attacked, even when there's no chance to fight back. One of the 4 reasons is that they are actually a threat. And if you are a beginner listening to this and thinking, well, I'm not a threat, what the fuck, stop saying that. Yeah, I'm a beginner or I don't want to attack anyone. Then keep in mind that, number 1, you are more of a threat than you give yourself credit for, because if you do come across someone who has last 100 HP, you are going to kill them. Of course you are. Everyone is going to. And number 2, keep in mind that nobody knows who you are in the mist. Everyone is stranger, so they can't know that you, like, in open world, you can at least inspect and see that the other guy is like just started Albion yesterday, yeah, so. Okay, we have a bit over 18 mil here, plus I'm adding another 2 mil for the amazing weapon I looted earlier. So we have about 20 mil profit. So the Tryhard day is going actually well. I'm at a point where I can easily die and still have over 10 million profit, yeah? My set costs about 5 mil, the items I bought. But then this here is, I don't remember, I calculated earlier. It's one, I will teach you also, 120k. I'm doing it in calculator just to get used to it. You take this, the maximum attunement, times strain, times 58. And then divided by attunement bonus. I learned this just yesterday, that this is the actual calculation. So I've only put 1.7 million into this, apparently. So I'm, let's say, I'm about 5 mil my items plus 1.7 mil in the weapon. So I'm actually, yeah, I'm worth like, let's say I'm worth about 7 mil, yeah. So if I die, it's still pretty big profit, actually. Bro, if you don't want to fight, don't go in black zone. Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. You just, like, the only reason I see the other side is just that I want more and more people to enjoy Albion. I want the game to be open to beginners. I want there to be a good new player experience. I love the addition of the depths as a stepping stone between very casual, non-lethal beginner type PvP in yellow zones and full loot. Yeah, I love all those things. That's the only consideration, yeah? In terms of honor or like expectations, of course, if you go in any sort of black zone, you have to expect that everyone is good there to attack you. That's the whole point. That's why we're playing the game, yeah? So it's like going to a chess tournament and then playing like, what the fuck? Why did you just take my my knight, yeah? Or my bishop? Like, why can't I just, you know, exist here and enjoy my chess tournament? Yeah, it's the same equivalent. Of course, if you go to black zone, then expect it. You're right, no, it's no shit. Is Clarent Blade good for mists? No. If you want to play it at low IP because you enjoy it and it's fun, it's good enough where you can play it and you can have fun and you will win some fights. So it's not bad. But if your question is it good? No, it's not. And the reason is that you have no mobility at all from your E. So if you come and fight me, for example, on your Clarent Blade, if I'm winning the fight, you are dead. If I'm losing the fight, I run away. This is on top of the fact that I can also use mobility in the fight to actually win it, but whenever you start winning, I'm kind of running away. Yeah, Clarent, you can't. It's very difficult to catch people. You don't have good enough mobility. And it's also very difficult to get away from a bad situation. And bad situations happen, no matter how good you are. How dare you take my bishop? Yeah, can you imagine that? Someone at a chess tournament, like, being like... calling you toxic for taking their pieces on the chessboard. Saying like, what the fuck, I just wanted to come here and play games. I didn't want to... Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I only have 16 pieces and you took one of them. Like, you go to chess tournament to see what happens in a game. Who is better? Who wins? And you go to Black Zone also to see what happens when everyone is competing. But I am trying in my... Like, I want to balance that because I love the influx of new players. The game is always more fun when it feels alive and when it feels that more and more people are joining. So the new player experience needs to ease people into that. Of course. But right now I think new player experience is pretty okay. My chests are actually good. Did they secretly buff Abbey loot or just my streamer luck? Like, even like some random chest that I shouldn't be happy about, 150k at least feels like it's not complete waste of my time, yeah? And I've gotten some amazing chests, like decent chests, not amazing also. Like right now playing Mist, last couple of days, actually feels like a silver-worthy thing, not just for fun. No way SBI would ever buff Abbey loot. I mean, okay, keep in mind, just the throwback, yeah? I'm not a veteran of Albion, has experienced everything, but just a quick throwback to the time when SBI added mists and people also had all the problems, and a lot of people were also saying, like, why is all the loot in the mist? This sucks, I don't want to play against those 8.4s. Why is my open world nerfed? Another good chest, by the way. Right? Just so we're clear, yes, it does feel right now, if you're a Mist player, it does feel like you are the neglected child at the bottom of the pool, you know, in that meme where the mom is like holding one child up and like one child has already died like 5 years ago. It's a skeleton. It does feel like the Mist players are that child at the bottom of the pool now, but just to remind you that when Mist came out, other people felt the same. It's not SBI does not hate Mist. SBI just way over pumps a bunch of like loot and hype into whatever is the newest content. Because they kind of assume that other things people will play anyway, but new content they think that they need extra motivation. Where in reality, it's almost the opposite sometimes, yeah? Like, deaths are new, and so much hype around it and fun, that people would play depths even if the loot was twice, like 2 times worse. Like, I legit think if depths loot was twice as bad as it is, like 2 times worse, people would still be hyped and there would be so many people playing depths. Because the content is very well made, and it serves a very clear audience who are at that level and that have those interests, who want to play it. And, of course, because it's new. So even for a lot of, like we had before, someone mentioned, like, big content creators who went from Mist to Depths, yeah, for them it's also fun because it's still very new. So the only sword is Carving, I suppose. Carving and dual swords are good for Mist, yeah. Infinity Blade was good until it got really, really nerfed, so right now not amazing time. Green Surgeon said earlier, math-wise, okay, wait, I'm ready for mathematics. Going to the red zone flagged up for faction warfare and only doing camps, boss map drops gives you about the same XP as tier 5 black zone in half an hour. Okay. But black zone is safer, yeah, than red zone? Or is red zone safer in your opinion? I don't know what you mean. I feel like I would feel safer in black zone, but it's also because I don't have a lot of experience in red zone. You have pretty good English, Victor. Where are you from? Thank you, sir. I have most of my adult life, most of my professional life, meaning that the kind of work I have done, most of it I have done in English, yeah? But it's not among my first languages for sure. But thank you. And the answer to where I'm from, I am from a tiny, cool country in the northeast of Europe. It's a country that is actually part of Eastern Europe. But if you ever come here and you want to pick up girls, you should tell them that you believe we are part of Northern Europe, and people will love you. Everyone in Estonia wants to be part of Northern Europe. So yeah, the answer is Estonia. Black Zone is safer, honestly. That's how I felt in Black Zone, yeah. Like, people in Black Zone, it's full of people just doing their own things, yeah. But in Red Zone, like, there's gonna be very well organized gankers if they see you, and I feel like they are. I don't know. I feel like it's much less chaotic and much less organized just to kill me. Thanks for following Empastilao. Hello from Ukraine. Hello back to Ukraine. How you doing, guys? I'm doing well. I don't know. I Hamwali. Maybe someone else will tell you how they are doing. Language is very... Wait, to answer the North Europe part, if Finland just wanted to conquer Estonia, I think Estonians would gladly accept. Language is very similar. Yeah, like, whatever country you're from, in school you learn history and you learn it from the perspective of your country and your region, it's obvious, yeah? But for people growing up in Estonia, it's very common that your history lessons, you know, throughout years of school, a big part of learning history is just learning to remember who did Estonia belong to at different times and years in history, yeah? Because unlike most, well, not most, but unlike many other countries, Estonia throughout history was almost always owned by someone, yeah? It was like part of Russia, part of Denmark, part of Sweden on different times, part of Germany, yeah? So it's kind of like Estonians are just learning, like, whose slaves were we in this century? What about this century, you know? Kind of like that. 330k, not much. So yeah. So that's also why maybe Estonians will be more willing to accept, because we already have a bit of this identity of a victim kind of built in, that, you know, like, for some country, if you get if someone else said, like, oh, you know what, we want to make you part of us, it would be like, what the fuck, like, this is like the ultimate kind of national insult. For Estonians, for many Estonians, it would be like, yeah, I mean, they would be like, I knew this day would come, like, yeah, okay, just get it over with, yeah. Which, I'm not saying that Estonia is not fully preparing to defend itself from the actual real aggression, yeah, as we are part of NATO, but just, you know, the cultural identity is different in different countries, and I feel like Estonian is much more tied to being kind of... Anyway, we don't have freedom like, it feels like we are lucky to have been able to be like an independent country for 30 years, so... Whatever. EU server premium is 28, is it? Where is it? Here. 29 mils, yeah. Pretty big, yeah. Every server is getting a lot of inflation all of a sudden. Ooh, I don't know what is here, but I like the sound. I like the ding. Oh, this is learning points. You can buy 34 on an A. Yeah, Asia is by far the worst. Yeah, but Asia was already ahead of the curve in terms of like, it was over 50 mil already like weeks ago. Pretty crazy. Krindle, thank you for following. Does someone want to contest this chest? Is this the first 6-3 kill today, actually? Okay, well, this was this counts also, yeah. Me and the carving together, so it's not the first, but I guess it's the first proper 1v1 which ended in somebody dying, yeah? Like against 6-3. Like the other high IP fights ended up with no one dying. Unfortunately, the double-bladed, it still hurts me that letting the double-bladed not die because I was an omelet. That's up 1 mil from the weekend. Okay, just like, you know, your weight changes based on how much water you drank, the cost of premium will go up and down during the day and during the week. Like, I feel like people who actually like deal with Economy of Albion a bit more as part of the gameplay, they will know that every weekend premium price is affected just simply by the fact that it's weekend, and, you know, it goes up and down weekly, yeah. So like up 1 million, just like from a couple days, it doesn't yet mean anything long term, yeah. You need a longer period to track how that it is actually increasing. I will never get premium, says Iham Wale. Well, premium price being high is good for for the company, of course, because more people have to buy it. And the premium is kind of set up in a way where specifically people that need the premium the most, who are beginners and new players, for them it's the most difficult to actually buy it, so it's most likely that they will be in a situation where they decide to use real money. I also bought, I think, first 2 months of premium on NA when I started playing Albion. I think I bought 2 months with real money, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure. What could the reason be? I have been wondering for so many streams, Sparkly, about the someone to explain to me, and I've heard some theories. I've heard theories about RMT. I've heard theories about what was it? That was a weird theory, but I can't remember. Oh, about the referral skin, that people are like duping some referrals in order to get the new skin. Whatever. I've heard different theories, but nothing that actually made too much sense to me as a layman. Yeah. I want someone to be able to explain if you have any sort of like idea and you think you have an answer why the premium price is shooting up. I would like it to be explained in a way where I can understand it without too much like in-depth economic knowledge. Yeah, like I am definitely like have the average person's understanding of a lot of economical forces. Yeah, and so I can analyze it very well. But if it's too complex, you need to break it down a little bit. And for example, RMT is a good idea. Like RMT has been a crazy problem. There have been now DDoSes because the RMT ban, is that somehow affected? I cannot calculate in my head, like, how is it possible that the fact that there was a big ban wave for RMTers, that this somehow affects premium price? Vic, can I give you a special 6-4 weapon for a giveaway today? For a giveaway, sure. So essentially you want to give it not to me, but to someone watching. Yeah, of course, that always, like, I don't want stuff for myself, but for giveaway, yeah. The only problem is I don't know if the giveaway last time it didn't work, and I have done giveaways always through Discord. The giveaway bot in here, how to say, betrayed me last time, and was a bunch of problems. And the same bot that is supposed to run the giveaway. Let me see if it's still here. The same bot that was supposed to run the giveaway started actually timing people out for entering the giveaway because it had the default spam filter set up. Yeah, that's just my inexperience with streaming. So if we can do the giveaway on Discord, then absolutely. Yeah. Vingot says, I've been to Tallinn recently, chill and nice place. Seems like a lot of EU tech startups are from there. It is a very like Estonia in general is a very technologically advanced country. It's easier to be technologically advanced when you're such a small country. Yeah, like a lot of technology that Estonia like adopted like years before others, like banking technology, like online banking technology, voting, like elections. Estonian elections have been online for a long time, way before it came to a lot of other like Western European countries, for example, or US. But the reason is that it kind of sounds bad because obviously if something is wrong in your program, it's still a big shitstorm. But if you have 1.4 million people, if something really goes wrong with your internet elections, it sounds bad to say, but it's not the end of the world, yeah? Like, if you imagine like Germany or US, like the kind of like how far you have to be sure that everything is 100 million% works correctly before you can take a step to actually adopt that sort of technology. For banking, for like education, for taxes, yeah. Like taxes have been super simple and online in Estonia for as long as I remember, yeah. Maybe not 10 years ago, I don't remember, but even then, like things like that. Like it would take me right now like half an hour to start a company essentially online, yeah, like a register. So those things have been present for a long time. But as I said, in a small country, it's very easy to make those progresses, yeah. Like for a big country, you have to be much more careful. But there's other reasons also why Estonia is technologically advanced, yeah, because we want to stand out, yeah. Like if you are part of a friend group, you know this feeling, like you usually want to stand out with something, yeah. It just makes you feel good. So you know, if you have if one of your friends is super good looking, one is really smart, and one is like amazing athlete, then you kind of you have to find something that you can do with your genetics. So maybe you're gonna be really funny, or you're gonna really get obsessed with whiskey, and that's going to be your thing, yeah. I'm simplifying this, but That's kind of, I think, what happened in Estonia also, that Estonia really wanted to find the thing that is, we are special. And since it's such a small country, we cannot be special with sports, we cannot be special with world politics or anything else. So technology was kind of the only thing that doesn't care that much about size. I don't know. These are my random thoughts about my country, if it's interesting for someone. Thanks for following, by the way. Big Bubble and Ayhamwale. Everyone's playing depths and not losing gear, so people are generally richer and buying premium with silver. That's a good one. Yo, Alchemy comes out with a good one. Is it possible that the big increase in premium price is just simply lack of full loot PvP? Because it is true, even though a lot of people have returned from depths to their original content, it is true that a lot of people still play depths. And it's likely that a bunch of full loot PvP, which normally would happen, isn't happening. I need to be a bit careful with this bow, because it might be a close fight. Oh shit. We have an 8.4. I mean, if the Bloodletter decided to fight, I could help him, but there's also no way in which this Bloodletter will ever kill that guy, so... yeah. From Bloodletter's perspective, it doesn't make sense, because I cannot think in a million years, I cannot imagine a way in which this Bloodletter kills that Death Gears. But if he wants to fight me, we can fight. They have to nerf depths, it's just too good for non-lethal content. Yes, yes, yes. But I like that, that's so simple and so obvious, and I don't know why we haven't talked about that. Alchemy's response is pretty crisp also, like the presentation, so thank you for explaining that. It's just too much stuff coming into the economy and people are not losing it back because not enough people are fighting. Holy shit, he's fighting. I wish, right now I wish I could put it on my head that I am disabling my ability to rat, yeah? Like, I wish I could somehow tell them I am just a spectator, because I am so curious to see this fight. Like, I cannot believe this Bloodletter is actually taking the fight and has a chance to win. That's amazing, man. Legit crazy amazing. Against Armor of Valor as well. Holy shit, the Deathgiver sucks balls. How is it possible? I think the Bloodletter will kill me too, though. Like, if he has the balls to do this, he's good enough to kill me later. I don't want to let this guy go, but holy shit. Man, the Bloodletter is just has a lot of my respect here. Okay, at least I got him in combat with me. Would be nice if the other guy was also in combat with me. The Deathgivers is actually... no, full trying to run away. Man, am I just gonna full die here? Might end up killing the Bloodletter here, hopefully, but we'll see. At least I'm in combat with both, which is important. It's that same guy! It's that same guy that was full pussy last time. I am so happy. It's the guy he didn't let me take the like to get the kill in the end. I think he has too much cooldown reduction. I don't think I will be able to catch him, but we'll see. Yo, am I the rat? The master of the rat or not? I am a bit sorry because the Bloodletter has so much respect from me. I'm sorry, I'm bleeding. I didn't mean to cancel the animation. I am sorry. But holy shit. I am actually the master rat. This Bloodletter has a lot of my respect for taking that fight and winning it. But he lost an equal amount of my respect by calling me a dog in the end. I never... This is probably the most profitable ratting mist or mist in general I've had on EU since forever. So you are witnessing my first actual 8.4 rat. The weapon survived at least one, the other didn't. I don't think it's ever, like, jokes aside, as I said earlier also, like, I do also say, like, eat shit and die as a joke to my friends, of course, you know, especially when we are competing and having fun. But I don't think you should ever, like, calling someone a dog, no matter what they do, calling someone a dog is, like, I cannot stand for this, yeah? So all the respect he got from being obvious and amazing player for taking the fight, he lost. Like, an actually decent human being, no matter what happens to you, you don't write dog to someone, yeah? But holy shit. Holy shit, it is actually a profit day. Yep, this is absolutely Cinema's 74 million run. This is what we're bringing home. I'm happy that I got the bloodletter as well. There is no expectation from him that I'm helping, that I'm his friend, but it's also very clear for the bloodletter, yeah? It's also very clear for the bloodletter that I am prioritizing the 8.4, yeah? Like, when I got dismounted, I could just insta-kill the bloodletter almost, but I'm not going for it because I'm prioritizing the guy who's worth a lot more, yeah? So, like, I kind of fulfilled that expectation, but holy shit. Okay, this is not very attuned. That bloodletter is awesome player, I know him, but he's toxic as fuck. Okay, I have no doubt. As I said, already, the moment I saw him taking the fight and actually starting to win, I have no doubt that this guy is a very good player, yeah? Like, this is not a guy running around trying to abuse bloodletter mobility. This has to be a very good player. But all there's, like, I've said this many times, like, being a good human being, in my eyes, will be always 10 times more important than being good at the game, yeah? Any sort of game, whether it's real life or here, so... I cannot stand for someone writing dog in chat to others. Also, he doesn't know me, right? So, for me, doesn't matter. I play Albion for thousands of hours. I've been ratted a million times and I rat a million times. So, for me, it's whatever. But maybe I'm a beginner, yeah? Like presenting this sort of toxic side of Albion, writing dog to someone who could easily just be a beginner, it sucks, yeah? But holy shit. This is so sweet. This is the person... that, remember, I took a fight, tier 7 versus tier 8, and he was like full pussy mode on his one-handed dagger, hoping that I run into him. I ended up not doing it, yeah, so I didn't give him an advantage. We took a fight. It was a very close fight. I ended up killing him, but he died from his own E, remember? And then he actually, and he killed himself, yeah? So he didn't give me the last hit honorably, even though it was a fair 1v1 fight where I was like at a disadvantage even, yeah? And then it wasn't a big thing, but I just, you know, as a sort of a joke, yeah? As a sort of a joke, I wrote to him, yo, like, why didn't you let me last hit? He didn't answer anything, but anyway. So I'm so happy it's the same guy. Holy shit. But this also, like, is difficult, yeah? It's difficult to play 8-4. Like, he was in a very difficult situation there. Because he's obviously the priority, and you saw he ran into one really good player, which was the bloodletter. And he's all, like, because he ran into that very good player, he was in a place now where he's very vulnerable to being ratted. But holy shit, the ratting was giga successful. We're gonna count profit together now. Give me a moment to drop all of these stuff. I'm just trying to figure out which things can I still put in this left side, or the first tab, and then everything else in the second tab. Okay, here's where we're at. We have 77 mil here. And 14, so we have over 90. We have 91 mil. And the other weapon, it was plus 2 mil. This weapon, I don't think I'm going to count anything on top of the actual cost. So it's just 2 mil on top because I got super duper awakened Fists of Avalon here, so just to count it. So we have, what did I say? 91.5 essentially. So we have 93.5. Easy profit. I don't know if this kind of situation will happen again for a long time. But I'm just gonna pose with the profit for a moment, yeah. Just am I still an omelet? Actually, I didn't even eat omelet, or did it time out? If I didn't even eat omelet, then I'm not even the best rat, you know. But with omelet, I'm very good rat. Like if I was an omelet there, it's like every stars align. Holy moly, it's Carvink. The guy denied you the kill. Exactly. That was what I was saying. Yeah. It's the guy that wanted me to just run into him when I was already fighting tier 7 versus tier 8 against one-handed dagger, where it's not my advantage. But then he didn't get me the kill, yeah. But I mean, here at this point, like here, there was just a straight up rat. Like in terms of game, like who actually played the best, there's no doubt that this guy was the one in that situation who did all of the work and played really well. But who comes away with the money? The guy who joins the fight last. I think you should share your profits with chat since we are all in this together. That is an interesting question. I will figure out ways to do giveaways, yeah. But I don't want to do it like directly, like just pick a random item. Okay, I will add it to the list. You know what? I will add it to the list. I have a list of things for stream, and many of them I have already actually done. But I'm gonna add it. Make sure giveaways work, because the giveaway bot was doing weird stuff and didn't work. But I do want to do giveaways. But right now, all the giveaways that I've been doing were through Discord. Yeah. You just made more than my Albion net worth. Well. All it took was just being lucky in the right place at the right moment, yeah? And it's not only that, I also have a very good build for this, yeah? If I had other helmet, I am not getting this, yeah? If I had other helmet, I probably just have to kill the Bloodletter and accept his hatred for the rest of my life. And let the 8.4 go. How long will the stream go on for? I just joined, like an hour and a half more, I think. I feel like you will make some sort of ratting video when you get enough of these clips. Maybe, but we'll see. I am figuring out, and I'm trying to... One thing I do is I delete a lot more clips than I used to, because I realized how much... It's one reason why it's difficult for me to make videos from clips is because I've created such a big backlog, and then I don't have the time or energy to look through all of them, yeah? Are you playing on EU server? Yes, I am, Wally. I am. I think you should... Wait, he usually does... He usually does like 7-8 hours. Oh, that was the answer about my about the thing. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like somewhere between 6.5 and 7 hours, I think, today. We can't see the total with facecam. We're missing out on the pride pose. What? Why not? Why you can't see the total with facecam? What do you mean? Oh. Do you think I should write 93 million on a piece of paper and have it like... I could write it here. I don't know if it's possible. If I had this, like, you know, the marker for whiteboard that you can remove with wet wipe, I could write the of it on my forehead. I would change that. Wipe it off and put it again. That bank tab. Oh, you don't see the bank. I see. Wait. I mean, I calculated correctly, but yeah. I understand Soltruck. Yeah, the bank tab is on the left. Okay. Quickly, because it doesn't happen every day. So this is the tab. I mean, I already started second tab before this missed, you know. This was the first tab, and then we have this second tab. With a bunch of 8.4 items. I got his weapon, his armor of valor, and his helmet, right? Only the boots trashed. Also his... satchel, by the way. How much you got from him? You have to look at the VOD exactly, but I think the overall mist was like 74 mil together with blood. From Bloodletter, just the Bloodletter itself trashed, right? I think this is Bloodletter, and this, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. It was like 74 mil total, yeah, or something like that. With some stuff I had from other, like, previous kill, but it was like, I took out the 6-3 kill. I think these things I already put in bank before. Yeah. So I didn't have anything from previous kill. Let's put the camera back, so you got to enjoy the bank tab. So I basically lost 70 mil. Oh, you were the Bloodletter. Dude, what the fuck are you doing writing dog in chat, man? You are obviously the, like, big respect. Like, if you see the VOD, you will see, like, I have a lot of respect for the fact that you took the fight and you were out playing him, yeah? You are, in terms of skill, you deserve all of it. But what the fuck are you doing writing, calling other people dogs, man? You couldn't loot? What? You did, like, you think that it was bugged? Because you definitely did more than 50% of damage, you know, there's no question. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why that happened. Like, I understand that if it's a long chase, sometimes it's like the timer resets, you know, so it doesn't count your previous damage. But I feel like it's... What else do I say than dog when I die in last set to rat? Is that a serious question? Being like a decent human being is infinitely more important than how much silver you have in Albion or how good you are in the game, yeah? Or any sort of game, yeah? So... I know it sucks, bro. Absolutely. I cannot take anything away from how bad it feels in your position. So I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't have like the emotions, but I don't know. Okay, you know, you can be yourself. I can just know that no matter how like tilted and crazy I am, I don't think that that's like that's the way to express it. Yeah. He's a regard, just ignore him. No, he's not. I mean, this is obviously an experienced player who has played a lot and is a lot better at the game than almost like that 95% of the game for sure. Yeah, like there's no way. Like I would have zero chance with this build to go against 8.4 Death Givers. I would have zero chance. Yeah, and this guy was winning. So this is like. We are dealing with a very, very good skilled player, but it's very common in other games as well, like, you know, from Dota or competitive games. It's very common that, you know, sometimes it goes together, like some of the mechanically the best players also, like, they become very good at the mechanical skill, but not so good at the emotional skill, yeah? Of talking to other human beings. But it doesn't mean that, like, you know, I am not near the best players of Albion, but I'm working my way towards that to improve. And just the same way, someone who is already really good at Albion, but maybe, you know, has some problems with the kind of communication, yeah, that kind of person is improving in the other direction, yeah? In the other side. It's very normal. So he's good, but he's often toxic. Yeah, and I know. I mean, as I said before, like, it's much more important to be a good human being. I would much rather, and in every game I play, I would much rather be just an average player, but a happy, positive human being rather than being a good player. But everyone is different, yeah? I just wanted to highlight the fact that what I said about my for example, that I'm trying to improve at PvP always, yeah? I just wanted to highlight the fact that just like all of us are trying to get better at PvP, getting better at like being a decent human and communicating to others without resorting to things like that, like writing toxic shit. That is also a thing where people improve. Yeah, just like you can get better at PvP, you can also get better at communication or emotional regulation or whatever. But that's the only thing I wanted to highlight. Yeah. So if you're here and if you think like if you're kind of being aggressively against someone being toxic, I just want to point out that, you know, toxic people also change. Yeah. But of course, at the end of the day, like, I understand the emotion is crazy because it's an 8.4 that you have outplayed, and all you have to show for it is just knowledge in your head. I mean, at the end of the day, not just you, Charney. I think Charney is correct, yeah. Jan, it's not just you that knows that you are really good. Everyone who saw it on stream also, I think, hope we understand that at least you're very good at the game, yeah. So at least you have that to show for it, yeah? So you can be more satisfied, and I can be happy with the 70 mil. Why not both? I'm bad at super toxic. That's nice. That's good, Froggy. Yep. I wonder if there's like a correlation. Like in League or Dota, it's a bit difficult, yeah? It's a bit difficult to kind of to figure it out. Like, are better players more toxic or not? And the reason is because in League or Dota, being toxic makes you perform worse because it's a team-based game, yeah? So, like, in Dota, if you play with the highest ranks, even if they're toxic in their mind, they're not gonna say all of those things because they want you to play better to win the game for them, yeah? But I don't know if it's otherwise, if there's some sort of correlation. Maybe there's a reason why. Like, from my Dota friends, for example, I'm sure that the guys who are not very skilled, who are more like relaxed about the game, there's a lot less toxicity among them, yeah? They are much more chill. That's the problem, man. I'm good at the game and got 100k silver. That's not how the game is supposed to be. Yes and no. Yes and no. First of all, they are doing something about it. Yo, remember that change. Yo, Charney, remember... Would I, like, the way I ratted right now, I got dismounted by damage, yeah? From, like, your Stalker jacket and his Q, yeah? They are changing so that you get a debuff. If this happens in the future, the guy who rats gets a 10-second debuff. So they are at least taking... I know it's not solving the issue, but it's making it a bit less relevant or prevalent, yeah? It's more difficult to rat in the future. But at the end of the day, like, There is a reason why we are playing Albion, yeah? Because it is a game which is more sandboxy and you can play in different ways. Like if ratting is like a deal breaker for you, like it kills the whole game, then you should take your amazing gaming talent, like your skill, like you obviously have a lot of mechanical skill, you should take that to a strictly defined competitive game, yeah? Like you could be like a top ranked player in Dota or League, yeah? Right? And there, in League, you cannot rat. Sure, there are some strategies which are cheesing, yeah, or in Dota, but you cannot rat, yeah? It's pretty much a fair 5v5 from the rules, at least. You know, people cannot sit in the bushes and wait until they have all the advantages, or rat like I did, yeah? Just so we're clear, yeah? There's still a reason why you are playing Albion, so... And the same reason that makes Albion wonderful is also the same that, unfortunately, creates these bad feelings sometimes. Nihal says in YouTube chat, love your videos, man. Thank you for being here to write that, making me feel good. Any advice for new player? I try to PvP but keep dying. Well, you are already doing, like, if you are a new player and you keep dying, you are already doing a very good job at playing Albion. There, you have to, like, everyone dies for a long time in Albion until you start seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and start understanding what you're doing wrong and kind of how to improve. So I 100%, like, if you are dying in full loot as a beginner, you're already on the right path. You kind of have to accept that's the way it goes, yeah, for a while. If you have more specific questions, like there's something about a specific fight, probably the best way by far that you can improve at all is for you to clip a specific fight, yeah? Is he just gonna full run or not? I'm guessing he's gonna full run, but neither of us has a red buff, so it should be kind of okay. He has 3 more stacks. Obviously, I'm changing to... Oh, this is the same guy. He fought me earlier. Yo, he can fight me. That's actually the same guy that ran away when I was an omelette. Yo. This time I have the correct food equipped. No, but I can't catch him right now. Okay, let's see if he turns around. This is the same guy that got away. I said earlier that, oh, I'm so unhappy, yeah? Because I didn't have correct food equipped. So I had to fight him on omelette, and I couldn't brawl him on omelette. So yeah, Nihal, the best thing you can do is to try to get more specific advice. Ask more specific questions, not just what advice for new player. Or, the best of the best is to record some of the fights and then share it with someone more experienced. For example, if you join Discord, it's under Twitch, under the stream. If you join Discord, there's a VOD review channel, you can post your clip there. And someone will comment on it, yeah? And you will get at least a bit better. I don't want to fight. I need the bow to not be on my screen. I desperately need a red buff, and I just need to fight the double-bladed. This is a decent double-bladed build. This is not a full mobility abuse build, yeah? This is a build with Cultist Cull. And I am 95% sure it's the same guy that I fought earlier that got away because I only had omelette. This time, I'm also on omelette because I was chasing him, yeah? But I'm ready to swap to Snapper and actually take the brawl. Man, I need a red buff. Please, I hope I get this roam. He already had 3 more stacks, so if he's clearing right now with Stalker Jacket, he might end up having more stacks. But I don't... Like, the advantage from, like, him having 4 more stacks is whatever, I think. I can get over that. But I cannot get over the fact that if he has the red buff and I don't. Please don't be the double blade. Okay, it's a frost. Please be afraid of me, but he's not afraid of me. He's not going to be afraid of me. And the double bladed is just gonna kill me. It's a regular frost though, so he cannot freeze me and then take my buff. The double-bladed fight is gonna be close, and we have already quite a few contenders here. Play Stalker Corrupted, improve PvP. Yeah, you can play Corrupted as a beginner, for sure. I mean, you can play Corrupted also as an advanced player, but you know. Stalker or Hunter Corrupteds when you're really new, just to get used to mechanics, and then later Corrupteds are like... Stalker Corrupteds are a good place to learn the mechanics of the game, but you have to be careful because a lot of the things that you learn there about how people, what kind of builds they play and how they play, how they approach fights, is not gonna be, it's not going to be applied. That was your first 8.4 kill, I think it was actually, yeah. I don't remember ever last hitting. Maybe Murder Ledger I can check out my like NA. I can check out myself on NA, but I don't remember ever last hitting an 8.4, and I have nobody here is the I need the double bladed. So yeah, I think that was actually Vitus. We have to open beers. Of course, it doesn't feel as good when it's you know, when it's not like a straight up 1v1 kill. But man, there's a lot of people. Why are you suddenly all in the Abbey? This one time, I wish there was just the double bladed player. The double bladed is never gonna come without red buff. I need him to have red buff, but also not like 15 stacks, yeah? He might be farming right now. And this is the only guy from these guys that is worth something, but I can't engage in a fight until I kind of see the double bladed, I guess. And the reason I think the double bladed is gonna come because last time the double bladed wanted to fight me, yeah? And I don't think in his I don't think he understood that I'm on omelette and I cannot swap, yeah? If he understood, then props. Then he fought me just because he realized that he can fight me just because I'm an omelette, yeah? And I can't swap against the Frost like I would like to. Because I need to be ready for double bladed, yeah? He doesn't have red buff. Okay, so this is not actually a fight. This is just going to be a murder, probably. I mean, he's going to probably get away, but... He can't really fight back 1v1 because I have the red buff. So he's just going to go away. Too bad I didn't catch him with that. He didn't catch me with his W. Okay, so we got this guy out, and then we need to figure out the double-bladed. What caused the spike in earning? I will show you later. I ratted a big fight between 8.4 Death Givers, full 8.4, and 5482 Bloodletter. I got dismounted in the middle of their fight, and I got both last hits. I went straight for the 8.4, and me and Bloodletter were chasing him together. And then I got the last hit on this guy, and then the Bloodletter was also really low, and I finished off the Bloodletter also. It was fair 2v1. Well. The double-bladed actually left completely, okay. Too bad. I could go and try to find him, but by now he definitely has 15 stacks, so I need also a red buff. To refresh my red buff, and I need to be ready to fight 8 stacks versus 15. I kind of want to find him, because... Based on, like, if he remembers, I don't think he remembers me, but if he might think that he can win the same way as before. But before, the reason why it was so close is because I was on omelette and I couldn't swap. Here, now I'm gonna swap. And if I don't take too much damage from his cultist call, then it's my fight. I redeemed hydration, I'm still holding my bottle of water. Oh no! Aha! That is such a sad emote and sad emotion. Wait. We're gonna hydrate together. I'm sorry. We had a deal with those who were here from the start of the stream. Because my stream elements crashed. So the thing that updates things that happen, I have to tab out and look at it separately. So I haven't been noticing things. So we had a deal that you won't be timed out. You can put full on caps lock messages to show me, yeah? So we are gonna hydrate together. Oh, don't make me sad. Oh, the little emote with crying eyes is heartbreaking. We're gonna hydrate together. This is the last bit of this bottle. If I have to hydrate more, I'm gonna bring more later. We're gonna hydrate together as we leave this abbey. So if you have water, then you drink it with me. I'm still holding my bottle. Are you ready? Aha, are you ready? I hope you are. It was your message was also probably like a couple minutes ago, right? I don't see the timing. Toast to big profit. Yes. Toast to the first ever 8.4 kill. I mean, it has to happen one way or another. Yeah, it's not the honorable way I expected it to come, but it happened. And it is very satisfying to put 70 mil in your bank at once. So, to big profits and to improving at life. Let's all drink together. Wow. It's not the first time I say this, but I learned recently that if you take very big gulps of water, your brain understands better that you are hydrated. It doesn't affect, obviously, how much water you actually have, yeah? But it's just that your brain, like if you are thirsty, then your brain will send you more signals that you're not thirsty anymore if you take like big sips. I mean, not that it really matters, but I learned this from a QI episode when Sandy Toxic was talking about surviving in the desert and about the idea that, you know, like apparently among people who die of thirst in the desert, significant amount still have water. So people kind of, they try to ration, like, you know, I'm gonna just drink a little bit right now and a little bit later, and then what do I want to say? Oh, and anyway, so then they die of thirst even though they still have water. And also it's better for your brain that if you have the water, then you just drink it like this also, so that your brain doesn't keep you feeling very thirsty, you know? You said I'm disabling my ability to rat and rat today. I said that, yeah, I said that when I was looking at the fight because I was so curious to see what happens. I said that if I could right now, like if I could click a button that I am not rat, I'm just a cameraman, I would click that, yeah? And if that was possible, 100%, I would kind of regret it, but you know, at the same time, yeah, then that was the situation where I was just so curious. The thing is, I wanted to be on top of the fight just to see it, because I was so curious to see how that fight goes. Because in my mind, I don't fully understand how... I understand that the Bloodletter doesn't die to that Deathgiver's build, but I don't fully understand how the Bloodletter gets an advantage where the one Bloodletter starts winning. So, I guess I should thank the developers that I cannot disable my ratting, yeah? It'd be fun if there was a silence, disarm, and invest myself for 5 minutes button. Yeah, kind of like that, yeah. I mean, if that was in the open world there is like a silence, disarm, and invest, yeah, with if you run out of portal. But if it happened in the open, like in the open world, you would abuse it as a like a scouting thing, yeah. But in Mist, yeah, that would be interesting, yeah. That's, by the way, I guess radar is not like such a big problem, or I don't know, but I think, I don't remember which game, but I've read about this being like, this is a legit strategy that at least one game developer, but I can't remember where I read it. Anyway, a legit idea for a strategy to fight against radar users is to put like invisible dummies out into the world, yeah? Like, imagine if in the Mist, like, there would be like 1-2 people, like, kind of players or something. There would be like invisible dummy characters that you and I cannot see. So normal legit players will never, like, you will just walk past it, you will never see it. It has to be somehow like untargetable, or if I hit it I don't get any feedback, yeah? But it exists as information on your client. So people who are using radar, for them, they see that it's a player, yeah? Like, it's very difficult to properly spoof like a real player, but essentially like this logic that you put these invisible dummy kind of trap targets, and if someone like dismounts off the screen and attacks this, like if you double blade dismounts, runs towards and starts attacking this thing, easy, you instantly know that person using radar, because legit player cannot have the information that there's this invisible like booby trap in the middle of the thing, which I think is a super clever thing. Obviously, as I'm talking about, it's also I understand that it's kind of difficult to actually apply in real life. There's a lot of moving details that I'm not technical enough to understand. But it's just an interesting idea that I've heard. I don't remember where. I heard that someone did something similar, like, but it was like a small developer, so it wasn't like on a big scale tested thing. You know, Vic, that's a good idea, actually. I think some game already does. I heard it from someone, but I don't remember where from. It's called honeypot in software development. So, honeypot as in you bait the hacker or like the whatever, yeah? As you bait them with honey, yeah? Like sticks and carrots, yeah, the carrot part. Allegedly, they are cooking something against the radar users, that's to be dropped soon. Maybe they actually are inspired by that. I just remember that right now. Froggy says, I wish that some of the biggest kills on Killboard would be like recorded by the game, so you can rewatch them like a replay from the game. Yeah, oh, actually, wait, I should add myself to Killboard, yeah? I talk to a haha occasionally anyway. It would make sense to also I'll think about it. To also be there, so because you know usually when you see like streamed kills, then you can open the VOD there right away. Did you kill a juicy player? Yes, but it was a rat. I was in a mist, and close to me, 8.4 death givers started fighting against 5.4 bloodletter. And they fought. I got dismounted in the stalker jacket, and then I helped him. Well, not helped him, but together with him, I went for the 8.4. I chased him. I got the last hit on the 8.4, and then after I killed the 8.4, the bloodletter was next to me with like 1 bar of HP or 1.5 bars. So I was able to catch and finish him as well. So I got both of the kills and pretty good trash rate. From this here, I think only boots trashed, if I remember correctly. So I got the weapon, the chest piece, and the helmet, if I remember correctly. Anyway, I came out of that mist with over 70 mil. Profit today, 9 mil. Guy grab bite. Profit today, 93 mil. That one mist was over 70 mil profit. I mean, the actual legit profit that I added earlier was from this kill. This was like a 6-4, it was a 6-3 or 6-3 kill, yeah? So this is like the only kind of good legit kill I got 1v1. But the actual money, the majority, happened from this. I can show you. This was like, it was a ratting. It was just a straight up. It was exactly the same kind of ratting that is going to be nerfed with the next patch. That 7-4 is the same guy from yesterday. Suicided. Exactly. That was also a big... When I saw the name, I was satisfied also, because that's the guy that didn't want to... like, kind of wanted me to give him items for free, but then he still took the fight, and after the close fight, he suicided. Yeah. And Darylon also says, I went to eat dinner and suddenly 93 mil. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna quickly show this. Let's have a quick look. It was definitely the most I've ever walked out with from a mist. Let's see. Today is 13th. I'm just looking at the right clip. I think this is the right clip. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So, what's getting patched in PvP? There are a couple updates for Mist, but the big one is that when you get dismounted by damage on top of somebody else's fight, you're gonna have a debuff for 10 seconds. You do 50% less damage and 50% less crowd control that you deal, yeah? So, what I'm about to show you, this sort of ratting, is going to be very much nerfed. Okay? This is me from the past, yeah? This is what happened. This is, you see, profit 20 mil. Here, actually, I did say in chat that here, if I could disable my ratting like ability, I actually would disable it because I was so curious to see the fight, yeah? Luckily, I was not able to disable my ratting ability. So there are two guys fighting here. We have the 8.4 Death Givers and 5.4 Bloodletter. I don't understand how Bloodletter is winning. I legit don't, because... And the guy came to chat also, and like he's a known guy. We had a bit of a problem that he was a bit toxic in the end, but he's actually a legit super good player, the Bloodletter, yeah? So this is him like outplaying the Death Givers, or at least understanding the matchup better than Death Givers, yeah? It's kind of crazy that it's like a legit fight, yeah? Even with, look at this, Stalker Jacket versus Armor of Valor, which should counter Stalker Jacket pretty okay, yeah? So the Bloodletter somehow is winning this, which I'm very impressed by. And you see, now my ratting chance, this guy just double eat and he's trying to get away. Okay, to be fair, he's dying here anyway, yeah, to Bloodletter. Not dying anyway, but he's losing slowly, yeah? Anyway, after double E, you see that like there is still some chance maybe for him to fight back. He still has a healing potion. Okay, I get hit by his Q. Like, ratting like this, like getting dismounted by damage on top of a fight, this is gonna be very much nerfed, yeah? The next patch. Now I have the Stalker Jacket from the Bloodletter. Luckily, the mobs hit me. I go straight for 8-4. Obviously, this guy is worth times and times less, not even a question. Even though maybe he's much easier kill, I go for 8-4. I actually did have Snapper, okay, so I wasn't an Omelette. I thought that I was also lucky to be an Omelette, but I wasn't an Omelette, I was on Snapper. But I am lucky that I have a good build to catch in this situation, and I also have the helmet for that, yeah? So I just go full for 8-4. I hope, like, I had some point, I kind of have to... Luckily, this Q hits the Bloodletter. This is actually kind of important, yeah? Because the Bloodletter, when I started dismounted, he walked away. So, from his perspective, if I don't hit the Q on him, he's not in combat. He's gonna heal up and kill me, maybe, yeah? So, luckily, I'm in combat with both of them now. I remove his boots, not on purpose, but I need to use E to get closer. I don't care about Bloodletter. This is not like 2v1, yeah? I don't care about him catching. I want to be the guy who gets the 8.4, of course. So, everything makes sense. And I'm kind of lucky with my build, because here, once again, If I didn't have Duskweaver, yeah, I wouldn't have the chance to catch him. And kind of hit everything here. Inferno, not really necessary. I mean, there's Bloodletter E is here, then it's important. I get the last hit. He said, the guy, the Bloodletter, he said that he couldn't loot. Which doesn't make sense. Like, I obviously, like, I did maybe like 20% of damage or something, yeah, maximum. I don't know how, but the game didn't let him loot. That's what he said here. But anyway, I'm not looting either because of how low he is, and you can see now it's just a matter of catching up to him. Because I hit the Impaler, and he ran into a corner, yeah? Let's see. Yeah, actually I ended up not getting, like, he tried to use the mobs, but he got knocked. And he gets a bit angry here, saying that I'm a dog, but hey. I mean, it's obviously a very good player who is angry because it was his 8.4 kill. I'm not trying, I hope it's also clear, I'm not trying to, you know, I have bleed on me. That's why I start executing a couple times. This is not me trying to be toxic with my animation, yeah? So we got 8 mil from here, and then a little bit later. Where's the other body? Please tell me I recorded until the end. Yeah, okay. The other body is 65 mil. Crazy. Not an everyday occurrence. Okay, let's see what I missed in chat. What's getting patched in PvP? Oh yeah, I answered that more or less. Would you recommend staffs for solo? Yeah, absolutely. There are good staffs. Like, staffs is such a general... Ramsefs, it's such a general question. Yes. You can play in solo PvP, Curse Staff, Frost Staff, Fire Staffs, there are options, yeah. Arcane Staff. Only Nature Staff and Holies are not good if you want to PvP because of, well, they are just weaker right now, and the healing doesn't make up for the fact that you don't do enough damage. Although, some Nature Staff players are still cracked and kind of make it work sometimes. He didn't hit for a long time. I guess that's it, yeah. It was a bit weird. It was a bit weird when he couldn't loot, yeah. If he was able to loot, he would have looted, and some of the things he looted might have trashed. So I still kill him the same, yeah, if I catch him, but some of the 8.4 items might have trashed, so I might have made a lot less actually. He gave you the kill though, that was nice of him. He could suicide. That's true, Spaz, yeah. That's true. He could suicide there, yeah. But he was taking the time while he was lying down in order to open chat and call me a dog. So, you know, for him it was a trade-off. Like, do I give him the kill, but at least I let him know that I think he's an animal, or do I lose my chance to, you know, to properly ult chat, but then I'm going to at least not get the kill, not get the death. So he made the trade-off. What the fuck happened? I left on your 15 minutes. I just showed what it was. You have to look at VOD now, Zod. I just showed again. I was a very, very lucky rat at the right moment, at the right time. And I got both last hits and all the loot that survived from an 8.4 fighting against a 5.4. Sure, no worries. Yeah. Reminder, request build by someone just in case you missed due to stream element bug. Oh, thank you, Tosha. So, you are doing something very important. Request a build from Killikiz. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm gonna take this profit out and we're gonna do a more relaxed tier 7 run, because you can use channel points to make me play anything for half an hour. But today stream elements died, so I don't see all the things. I don't see... I try to keep up with chat, and sometimes I tab out to check if I missed something. Like hydration. Aha, I was waiting for 15 minutes. But thank you. I very much appreciate, you know. Tosha, very, very good that you pointed it out. Okay, we can put the stuff here. We have... I mean, it's not enough to add to profit. It's still 93 something. Ready, set. Okay. Here I'm gonna put all the stuff for future, you know, that I'm gonna re-equip, obviously, when we go back to this. And now, let's take a horse. And let's see, what is the tier 7 build that I'm gonna play because of channel point redemption. By the way, thanks for following Night Royce. Okay, Killikiz, let's see. Oh, the pike! Oh, I actually saw the pike message and I was going back to it, but I didn't realize it was a request. I thought it was... I thought it was going to build up to a question. Okay, pike, hunter hood, hunter jacket, boots. I don't have any of those things. Or are you saying hunter boots also? Boots of your choice. What about cape? Does cape matter? I guess pike can be smugglers or keeper, maybe. Boots of your choice. Well, with pike, I probably need dash or night boots, yeah? Let's go dash, I guess. Cape of your choice, okay. Night Royce says, hi Vic, I love your vids, learn a lot. of the game because of you. Thank you. Thank you for the happy message, Night Royce, and welcome to the stream. I am happy. Ever since I started streaming, not only you learned because of me, but I learned because of you a lot. It's been very, very educational also. Also for me, all these weird things we've done on stream. Sometimes less weird, sometimes more weird. Okay, Hunter Hood. Do you want me to use the Hunter, like the Hunter Hood? The idea is to actually use the Hunter Hood, yeah? I mean, the spell of the Hunter Hood, yeah? Okay, we have Hunter Hood, we have Hunter Jacket on Pike. Interesting. I'm not sure how I'm gonna make that work at all. The spells, I'm actually using the special spells, yeah, on everything, or am I overthinking it? And do I just go Inferno? Actually, let's buy also 5-2 and holy shit, that's a big difference between qualities. Okay, this is cheaper. I still want heals, yeah. No, nothing else is gonna be worth it. Yeah, the deflect. Okay, basically I want to see Hunter Jacket spell be a replacement for Trinity Spear. Eee. Very interesting. Do I go Geekpot to survive more and then I just take a different... No, I think I just go healing. And I play this kind of normally, but not exactly. I think I just go to healing. But it's kind of weird. Can I Q1 or is that a troll on Pike? Interesting. And I guess we go... I still go Snapper. I don't know. It's difficult to figure out what is good here. Anyone have a question? How can I get learning points? Okay, learning points, you get them passively all the time. If you are a premium, like if you have premium in Albion, you get passively build up learning points. The only way that I know to get them faster is to, okay, the two ways is to get them from Journal, yeah? There's a bunch of Journal rewards that give you learning points, and to just buy them, you know? They recently added to Shop that you can actually just straight up buy learning points, yeah? Like if I open here, you know, these are learning point packets. But other than that, you just get them every day if you're a premium player. Okay, we're gonna play Pike for half an hour or until I die. I don't know, like there's many parts of this build it's not so obvious if they make sense. Vic, can you answer my question? Let's see, it goes on Bilios. Can you explain the thing about getting dismounted? Won't it be a huge buff for IP abusers? Okay, so what's gonna happen is if you get dismounted on top of somebody else's fight, just like I did there, dismounted by damage, you will have a 10-second debuff where you deal 50% less damage and 50% less CC, yeah? I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to catch anyone though, which is a bit problem. So, the question is it's definitely nerfing ratting. It's making it more complicated to rat because you need to dismount away from the fight. It means that taking fights and when there's someone suddenly shows up, you can sometimes win, like you can finish the fight, yeah? Like if I'm fighting someone, if I'm very close to death, the same ratting will still work. But if I have like 40% HP, I might be able to win the fight, and even though I dismounted the rat, still survive, yeah? Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to try the Hunter Jacket. Doesn't feel amazing, to be honest. The Death Givers would be an interesting fight, for sure. His build is gonna destroy me. And I don't have a build for kiting here. And I don't have a purge. So, it's not clear exactly. But at least his W is for catching, yeah? At least his W is kind of weak. Nah. I can't brawl this. I will die to his next team. I also ran out of energy there. Interesting fight though. The spear kind of saved me. I'm not sure, but I feel like he ate the Shadow Edge, and the stun of the Shadow Edge could have been dangerous. So this sort of ratting will be severely debuffed. And your question was, okay, but does it like hugely buff IP abusers? Not necessarily, but one thing it will create very clearly, if you see me do this also, not with IP abuse, but with tier 7, yeah? One thing you often see, interesting outcome, yeah, I wasn't expecting that I can stand my ground against him, like close range, yeah? At all, because he's on Q1, but at least he has Shadow Edge, which doesn't help him that much with it. So, what I do is I attack, if there's a bunch of people on the chest, and only I am dismounted, I attack one of them, so that if someone gets dismounted, if dismounts themselves close, they get 15 seconds. In the future, if I am dismounted, and there's 2 people on the horses somewhere close, it would be a no-brainer best decision to quickly try to attack one of them to get in combat with them, and then go and dismount the other, yeah? That's the only, like, clearly abusable thing that I can think of instantly, like, how this can end up being frustrating to some people. I should have used more my auto attacks from far. I'm not used to this Q. I should have just used these, like, auto attacks from a distance a bit more. What the fuck are you playing? Antec, this is a channel point redemption. For half an hour, I am playing, because you can use channel points to make me play anything. I'm gonna buy it in tier 7 and play it. He can purge, but is that gonna be enough? No, he's going for Abby, fuck. Interesting. Please don't tag me. Mr. Panther, don't. Come on. He's just gonna boots after me and take the advantage now. I don't have 2 potions here. I'm actually winning this if I had 2 potions, I think. Ah! I was keeping my Hunter Hood to the very edge, to the very, very end, you know? To try to bait him. Because I mean, I get 1 usage of Hunter Hood anyway, no matter how this fight goes. That's the big problem with Hunter Hood, yeah? That it's way too long cooldown. So, if I guess his Impaler, amazing, yeah, but it's much more difficult to do. So I tried to guess when he's gonna go for the big finish. But, Jacket earlier, I guess, but I would just lose my stacks with Jacket earlier. He instantly purged my Hunter Jacket there. Too bad that I don't have second potion. It would have given me more time to buy for my next E damage. Good fight though, like, I mean, I got an actual decent fight, yeah, I didn't have to run around trying to attack 4.1s or trying to run away from 8.3s. But he instantly purged my Jacket. Essentially, the moment I use Jacket, I also lose stacks, which is an annoying thing about this. And that's also one reason why Pike is not very good for solo PvP, not just because you also don't have any mobility on your E, but because just like Claymore at least has some mobility, but Claymore the same way. It's like it's way too predictable, yeah? Like I cannot, like he can play in different ways. He can choose to purge my boots and you know, use mobility. He can choose to purge my defensives, or in this case Hunter Jacket. There's different things he can do. I am very linear and predictable, yeah? I will always have to charge up my Qs and then E as fast as possible for damage, pretty much, yeah? So he can, if I didn't Hunter Jacket, he could maybe at some point still purge stacks, and then what, I wait another 6 seconds of free damage. And unfortunately I didn't have a purge against his Inferno. I hit my E outside of Inferno, but then after that I didn't have a purge for it. I don't know about jacket. I don't know what happens if I change my boots as well. Okay, I must say that this didn't. By the way, Night Royce, thank you for following. I don't know if I said that. Maybe I said it already. I feel like I didn't get me as excited about the build, because I don't like Hunter Hood, as you know, and I don't know, this Hunter Jacket thing. It seems a bit like a meme, right? It's a bit like trying to cheese the enemy, yeah. The range on Q2 is very nice. Kind of true when they are walking away, yeah. It feels better. I don't know. How much range do I get? 40%. I don't know what the regular range is. I don't think it says anywhere in the stats. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's some obvious way to take this fight, other than wait for the second healing potion, yeah, which I could have done, but I wanted to go in there. If I wait for second healing potion, I probably still die. I think I'm still losing, but at the same time, I have enough damage. If I wait for second healing potion, I have enough damage to wait to hit another E, and then enough time to hit another E, and then if I hit my amazing Hunter Hood at the best time, I can maybe kill him, but it's unlikely. He was on Demon Boots also, which is kind of... It's because I have no mobility, he doesn't care, yeah? What if they make it that when you loot somebody and die with the loot, it doesn't trash on him? I don't know what you mean, next patch. I mean, that's the name of the person asking the question. Its name is Next Patch. I'm not trying to confuse you. I agree with Ghost and Billies, gave you more of a corrupted build, should have been different helmet. Yeah, in general, the Hunter Hood is very hit or miss, because you get one chance, and against builds where you cannot, like, I can try to predict, and I was trying to keep my Hunter Hood for when he goes for the final E to kill me, but he killed me without it, yeah? And trying to Hunter Hood Impaler is very, very difficult. It can happen by accident, but yeah. Why would you make Vikron Hunter Hood cruel? Yeah, exactly. Hunter Hood shit now, I feel like. Hunter Hood is shit, yeah, for a while it's been. In Corrupted it's still okay, but it's still... it's kind of meh. In Corrupted at least you're guaranteed the enemy is going to be close to you and fighting you for a long time. Hi, give best build for Pike Spear. I don't know if I'm the right person to ask, as you just saw. This was one of my few experiences with Pike. Thank you for making me play it. Although I was not... I mean, I got a good fight. That's like... Sometimes when I run around for like 20 minutes with a channel point redemption, I can't find anyone. So that was very nice. But yeah. The boot thing was also... I think it made sense to have assassin shoes. I could have tried to play the knight boots. The regular Pike build, for the person asking. The most regular one in solo PvP, which I've seen in Mists. The only one I've really seen in Mists played by some experienced players. Wasn't still very good, but it was knight boots on the shield charge. Then a cleric robe or some sort of cloth armor. You can also use mage robe, but cleric robe might be easier. Then helmet is kind of variable. Usually helmet for extra damage, but you can also buy a defensive, like a guardian helmet can be very good. Because you are playing like a cloth armor, high DPS, but very easy to kill build, yeah? And for your cape, either Keeper Cape or Smuggler's Cape is just always good. Keeper Cape can combo with your E, but Keeper Cape will make you even more predictable. Like already, this guy can kind of predict exactly what I'm gonna do. But with Keeper Cape at least... sorry, not at least. With this one at least, there's some mystery of at which point exactly do I attack. With Keeper Cape, it's very obvious. Energizing Shield is low-key underrated. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm curious to see if it works. It's not underrated. It was amazingly strong before the update. They nerfed the cooldown now. Now it's 25 seconds, yeah? It's no longer 20 seconds on Bilios. But it was not underrated. People were absolutely using and abusing it all the time. Before the nerf. After the nerf, it's just an okay alternative. If you don't have anything else on your helmet for a brawl, it's good alternative, yeah? But it's no longer like super duper strong as even like a default setting, which I was using it as a default option for many things. You wanted to let them know you were not a rat, just a spectator, but proceeded to rat anyway. What are your thoughts on it? Dr. Kali, I'm in retrospect, I am lucky that I was not able to turn off my ratting potential, yeah? Because obviously 70 mil, there's at the end of the day, there's zero chance that if I'm in that situation, somebody is not going to go for me and kill me the same way, yeah? So I have to pay. I have to use the silver to pay for all the times when I'm being the biggest dick man in the mist and trying to attack people or trying to proc fight, like aggro people into fights where they have an advantage. So 70 mil is a very big thing, yeah. But it is also it is very like interesting situation, because I specifically said there that if there was like a button right now, I would press it, yeah. I would press the button to not be able to rat, just in order to be able to see the fight, like, because I thought that the fight is so interesting. Like, watching the fight is worth it. Like, watching the fight is worth giving away my opportunity to rat. That's what my point was. And if there was a setting to do that in the game, then I wouldn't be at 90 mil now. Isn't that like too much profit? Maybe for you, Scriptex, I don't know. For me, it's like an average day. I usually make 90 mil an hour because I am the most giga-cracked gamer. Didn't you know? Go back in stream, he explained some 3 times. yeah. Don't be mean about it. It's nice. It's nice when people come, are surprised, and are interested in what the fuck happened. Basically ratted 7-4. Yes. I ratted a fight. I ratted a fight where a 5.4 Bloodletter, very good player, was taking a difficult fight and actually kind of almost winning a fight against a full 8.4 player. I make 1 mil an hour and I'm still happy. How many hours? It's been 6 hours of stream. Okay, counting the fact that at the beginning of stream, you know, we talk about stuff. There's also the 5 minutes of intro, or 6 minutes today, where there's music. Yeah, so counting all of that, forgetting about that, let's say I've been playing for 6 hours. So because of this 1 giga rat once in a long time opportunity, our actual hourly profit right now is like, what is it? 15? Yeah, like 15.5 mil per hour. And that is how I make 15.5 mil per hour. After taking this little break to play Pike, I feel like... also, it's been a while, so... I mean, it's been 6 hours of stream, so I feel a little bit like my brain is tired. Maybe it's time to actually do something else for real, you know? Maybe it's time to continue this Daybreaker gameplay tomorrow. Goldstain would be proud. It was exactly the kind of ratting situation that Goldstain thrives on, yeah? Where there are very valuable high IP players already fighting, and you use their fight to get dismounted in the middle of the fight. It was exactly like that. I mean, Goldstain is specifically looking out for those situations, yeah, and kind of like preparing for them. But for me, there was a bit of that extra luck that even though I'm not trying to rat, you know, it's not my focus ever, you know. I always say that everyone is a rat. If there's a ratting opportunity, of course, rat. But going into the mist with the idea of ratting is very boring, and I don't like that. But despite that, you know, I go into the mist to find fights. Despite that, my build is actually not bad for ratting, yeah? Because of Duskweaver Helmet, having E on my mobility as well, and potential to even purge someone else's boots with my E. Because of that, like, if I was playing a less mobile build, or I didn't have Duskweaver, even after ratting like that, the guy would probably, the 8.4 would probably just get away, yeah? Or he would die to the Bloodletter and not to me. Hi Vic, do you have favorite type of cheese? But IRL, not Albion. Yes. I like 2 types of cheeses. Number 1 is just Parmesan, yeah? Parmigiano, Reggiano, I don't know if that's like a type of Parmesan or not, but you know, any sort of Parmesan I like. Honestly, I don't really buy it very often, because it's kind of expensive for like, it's more like a bit like a special thing, yeah? But I like to just legit eat it, you know, and not just put it on like pasta or stuff, but to just eat it. If I do buy it, it's gonna be like a snacking food mostly. And then the other cheese that I really like is the kind of... in my country, it's very often just called Swiss cheese. And last time somebody also reminded me that the actual name for that, like those types of cheeses, like, you know, with holes and which are like... I don't know what's the correct... I don't know the correct terminology for how cheese is prepared. But it's usually cheese which is like aged a little bit or whatever. But sometimes it's like Emmentaler or... I don't remember the other, but anyway, there's some sort of Dutch cheese things. In my experience, they are usually Dutch, but it's still called Swiss cheese often where I come from. Ruthless says here to use. No, not here to use. I don't think here to use is that. I think here to use is something much simpler. Not Gouda either. Like, okay, Gouda is really nice for like just putting on your sandwich, yeah. But what I'm talking about is not Gouda. I think Gouda is a bit different, yeah. It doesn't have that extra taste of the thing I'm describing, like the Swiss cheese with holes. Maybe it's time to stay hydrated. Stay hydrated again. Maybe. I'm hydrating pretty well in general. Like I am. I forget to hydrate, but when I do remember, I have no problem drinking like half a liter of bottle at once, yeah? So over the course of the day, I usually get like a good amount. I had the sound bug again, so I think someone is close. Emmental or Gruyere. I don't know about Gruyere, actually. I don't remember last time I saw that name even, but Emmentaler is definitely one of those cheeses I was trying to describe. You see? I told you. There's a guy. No. Oh shit. He hit me, so at least he might think he's in combat, but who knows. Tier 7 Warbow. He doesn't have any buff? Really? I'm gonna have to drink a potion against him, though. I'm gonna drink a potion just to not risk it too much. Might actually get away. The Invis is very good value from Invis there. The question is, does he try to kill me as I'm chasing after him, or is he just full running away here? I think he gets away with his W. He's close enough to the exit, but we'll see. We're both on omelet here. That's why he's doing so much damage to me. Yeah, he gets away. Nice, good job. Sometimes fighting back is your best option. If he was running away, it would be so much easier for me. Yeah, with omelet it's pretty nice for me also, though. I have cooldown reduction on weapon also. I'm just gonna run out of energy, which is a problem, but... I don't have energy for this. No. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. That was good. That was good. Good turnaround there. Nice. Well played. He had some kills, though. He could have left, yeah? He could have left, just so we're clear. He could have left. And that is why, the reason I'm highlighting this, because one of the big things for a lot of beginners who just want to survive is that you don't have to just either I'm fighting or I am full running, yeah? Like, it's a very good idea to be at a level where sometimes you fight back just to run away later, which is kind of what happened to him, yeah? This is definitely a guy who has a lot of experience, I think, at least. The way he played, it's a very good example, yeah? He's fighting back. I am just, like, mindlessly running after him, kind of, yeah? Because of him fighting back, he later got a very nice opportunity to survive. I mean, I had to drink a potion, yeah? That was a streamer. I thought that I've seen this name, but I'm not sure. Well, I'm not surprised, because he played well. Like, given the situation. I mean, I'm surprised that he didn't just leave, because he was free to just full run away. He didn't hit me with Frost Shot after Invis. Are they trying to drown you? Did someone actually hydrate again? No, he didn't. It's been a while since I got hydrated, yeah. Why does everyone know every type of cheese? What? Zombilius? Because cheese is tasty. What do you mean? Because as you live life, you learn what you like, what you prefer in life and what you don't like, yeah? How much to the chest? 4 minutes. I hope I find some more buffs as well. Yeah, this shield feels pretty good with the cooldown reduction still. I'm a simple man, Cheddar. Oh, I forgot Yo, Pietvans is so right. I forgot about one big thing. Yes, but I haven't bought cheddar in a very long time. I completely forgot. The yes, cheddar is amazing. Yeah. When I had there was like about a year of time where I had very good like healthy habits. You know, waking up early. I was going to the gym for most of the year very consistently. I also lived on keto during that time. And when I was living on keto, cheddar was one of the, I don't want to say saving graces because I enjoyed living like that anyway, but it was one of the big like joys of the day. I was doing keto and I was doing one meal a day, yeah? So I just ate once a day. By the way, it was so much, like, it made life so much easier when you don't have to constantly think what I'm gonna have for dinner or what time is my breakfast should be. Just eat once per day, yeah? But, I mean, maybe it doesn't fit everyone, but it fits me. But then, back then, I remember cheddar was like one of the happy things, one of the really happy things in my life. Because I couldn't really like have a lot of snack or anything, but I did. When I was cooking food, like my one meal, I was snacking on some cheddar and some nuts. I have 58 silver, 58 million silver. Says yes, I'm scared to put tier 7, but slowly building courage to that. Take your time. You are in no rush. It's a video game, yeah? At the end of the day, the point is to enjoy the process. I mean, I personally kind of think like that about life as well. But I know in life, there's different strategies, yeah? But it's a video game, so absolutely. Like, Yezel, there's no rush. You don't have some place you need to be, yeah? Like, you need to enjoy the process. And a lot of people who have a lot of experience figure out that they still don't want to play tier 7 just because they enjoy tier 6 more. Or they enjoy buying 4-1 curse and seeing if they can actually kill someone, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of ways to enjoy the game. So you don't have to push yourself to play a specific way. The show says, I often struggle to know if a player is a possible target or if I'm going to get wrecked. Do you have any tips to quickly judge an opponent? I have a video which is about inspecting players. You will find it on my channel. If you list videos by most popular, it's going to be somewhere like in top 5, top 10 for sure. But there isn't some sort of secret hack, you know, like, wow, like you get like there's something you're doing wrong. The only thing that is kind of like not secret hack but something is that to stop looking at average IP and try to evaluate what tier they are playing and what their specs are. Yeah, that's a better thinking frame than trying to just focus on average IP, because average IP, like two people can have same average IP and be completely different in how strong they are. Yeah, but other than that, there's no like real hack or solution. You just try to inspect everyone, and as you get better at the game, you will naturally be better at inspecting, because it will be quicker in your head that you understand, okay, this is the build, I've seen this build 50 times, I know what to look out for, I know how strong this build is going to be at tier 7 or tier 8 or something like that, yeah? It just builds up as experience, there's nothing else, but I do definitely suggest, as much as you can, I suggest inspecting absolutely everyone you come across. Is he full running away or not? He's on triple kick. I can't catch him on triple kick. Even on omelette, I can't catch him if he's on triple kick. He's probably not... I think he would fight if I was not red buff. He didn't find the red buff, so... that's why he's not fighting. Oh, dagger pair. I don't remember seeing this before. Let's try a meme. Out-meme the dagger pair, essentially. That was fun though, right? The reflect. But I gave him so much time to react. I'm surprised he messed it up. He definitely could have reacted there. I can't remove his boots because my E is still on cooldown here. And he will get away. Even though I'm an omelette, he will probably get away, but we'll see. Unless he decides to fight back here, who knows? He's here. Oh no, if I hit that, I actually have a chance to catch him. It's just because of the red buff, but I am on omelette. Okay, I guess we'll chase him out. Maybe he makes a mistake, it's possible. Do you think he will fight if I don't know what to I don't know what the condition is for him to fight. I need to waste my buff, not have healing potions. Is that too crazy if I just don't use healing potions at all? Will you fight? Will you fight? I don't know. Maybe he will. Maybe he has some sort of idea like what I can do to interest him in this fight. Because I don't need the advantage of healing potion for this, like for advantage of red buff for this fight. Maybe if my buff times out, he will fight. Does he have equipped actually? He has snapper equipped, so he can change his food, yeah. I guess you saw it, how Vic inspected that dude for 1 sec. Exactly, that's what he's talking about. A big thing, if you want to get better at inspecting, like the only shortcut I can tell you is disregard average IP, but over time, the only thing is just inspect everyone. Just get into a habit, even if you don't know why you're inspecting, you don't know like what to do, inspect every single person is on your screen. Mystique says, he's watching me. Okay, nice. Good luck. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, whatever. If he comes later, I thought maybe because I don't want like without any healing potions, it's no point risking my like 5 or 6 mil, you know, more actually now it's like 7 mil without healing potions. But if I do, if my like now my buff, I thought maybe he will fight if my buff times out and he still has a buff. You're being way too nice. Get his ass. Yeah, but you know, it's not me being nice. He's at the exit. Yeah, I wasn't until he reached the exit. I wasn't nice. Yeah, if I hit my dust quiver after his invis, he's probably dead. Just to be so we're clear. I'm not trying to be a nice person. It's just that he already reached the exit. So my only way to get his items is to negotiate some sort of way where he agrees to take the fight. It's a fight he can win, but it's very difficult for him. I think it's a matchup which is much better for Daybreaker. From my experience, I have lost fights against equal tier Fists of Avalon. When I mess up, if I use my spells correctly, I don't see a very good way for them to win, but it's possible still. Watch him jump you when you fight mobs. I'm not fighting mobs, yeah, but I was ready. When I walked away, I was ready that maybe he will follow and look for opportunity. The biggest problem with wearing tier 7, says Yezel, is to be demolished by some tier 9 tools. I don't mind losing gear to fair fight, but getting just stomped is meh. True. It is true. And that's why a lot of people have always argued for like separate mists for like lower IP and higher IP, but it will very much mess with the idea that for like if you are new, it sucks if you cannot play tier 7 and you cannot get enough good fights. But if you're experienced, it's so nice to have the option of playing a different way, yeah? It's nice to have the variety of different strategies. Like if you have already a couple thousand hours in the game, the fact that you can go play 8.4 mobility build, or you can go 4.1, 5.1 or tier 7 to try to catch them. There is so many things you can do because of the variety of options. So I don't want to segregate mists into different IPs, but I do understand that it sucks for someone who has not used to losing all the tier 7 items. It sucks when you have no chance to fight back, yeah? That feeling is not good. Okay. Let's see, what is the profit looking like? Can I reach 100 mil? I mean, I need at least one very big fight to get to 100 mil. Don't think we're gonna have that. This is 14.8 and this is... So we have 93 exactly, plus the 2 mil from the extra weapon that I keep adding. So we have 95 actually, exactly right now. I went away for an hour or so and your profit is 93. How do you get so much? I'm just so good, Hellshot. I just didn't want to brag about it before, but secretly, when you are not looking, I am just the most giga gamerist best player, and I make money like it's nobody's business. If you watch the VOD, and if you see me just ratting an 8.4, that is AI. That is haters are just creating AI deepfakes of my gameplay, trying to convince people that I ratted an 8.4. The reflect was fun though, with the dagger pair. I checked the reason I said okay, let's do something fun, but then I checked his build quickly before I decided to do the fun thing. The big reason is because if he's on Shadow Edge, this is a terrible strategy. Yeah, just so we're clear, yeah? Like, reflect against dagger pair. I've done this several times because I can't really lose the 1v1 against the dagger pair, yeah, and I think I have enough mobility to avoid the fist, yeah, so it was a bit just for fun, but if it's like a more serious fight, I would still sometimes go deflect, because it messes up with them a lot, yeah? Messes like the dagger pair's ideas, but if they're on Shadow Edge, instantly that idea goes out the window, because they can always cancel it with Shadow Edge and then do the I think the actual bleed can be reflected also. I mean, the majority of the damage is instant, yeah? But I'm just saying, if you have a reflect, and from my experience, you can also reflect the actual overtime damage that the dagger pair applies. At least, I think so. Ratting is fake news on this channel. Yes, Hellshoot, exactly. Haters gonna try to convince you. I'm testing now longbow. It's so nice to PV, but PvP is tricky. Yeah, well, at least they added the slow to longbow. Maybe it was there before, I don't remember, but at least you have some slow. I have fought a longbow, like low IP fight, like 4.1, 4.2, whatever. I fought longbow that was essentially playing a lot like kiting warbow, and he was constantly using his E. Not as like, oh my god, now I got you, now I'm gonna full channel E. But he was just using his E for like 1 or 2 ticks, just to apply the slow as he keeps kiting, which is kind of interesting way to use it. Hello Drakes. Stream is available on Twitch and on YouTube. And if you got more ads today than before, I'm kind of sorry, but inspired by some advice from much more experienced streamers yesterday, I'm kind of trying out what happens if I let Twitch handle the ad kind of regulation, because, you know, that is one step closer to me spending more time as a content creator and less time with other work. So it's very nice and important part of the way there, yeah. If it actually does end up bringing money, because usually I run very few ads, and it's not even consideration. But I'm checking out what will happen if Twitch is managing ads. But if you miss anything, if there's some random ad at some point, then of course I'm always here to show what happened. Ooh. Legendary Wisp. How far am I from my goal of having 200 chests? I still need 120. I need 1.1 million favor, and then I will do a big chest opening. What did Vic say about Goldstein, by the way? I didn't say anything about Goldstein. We were discussing him like yesterday or some other stream. We don't usually discuss people, like it's kind of pointless. Like at the end of the day, like what you think of someone else, it doesn't really matter, and for you also, what I think of someone else shouldn't really matter too much. But we did have a short discussion, and one point I wanted to make is that I believe I know that people, like, some people hate and some people love it. I feel like I see both sides. Like, I see the people saying that this is amazing content because it is really, really fun to watch, and I also see the people hating on Goldstein, saying that you are making this game worse for everyone else. It's the same logic that I have against Double Bladeds, yeah? If everybody played like Goldstein, the game would die in 2 weeks, yeah? So I feel like, I see the hate, I see the love, I understand that, but I think the only kind of point I want to make is that I pretty strongly believe that he's legit a very good player, yeah? Like, whether you like his way of playing or not, whether you think like this is what he's doing is like super easy, then some people say like, oh, you never take fair fights. I legit think that Goldstein is a very good Albion player. Like, in terms of his understanding of the game and skill, he's very good. That's the only thing like I kind of wanted to express, but you're absolutely free to love or hate him, doesn't matter. The reason he came up earlier is because he really likes this sort of ratting, which I did today, where you dismount yourself by going in the middle of the fight and get dismount by damage, yeah? That's how I got the big 8.4 last hit from that situation. It led to this today. Getting dismounted in the middle of the enemy fights, already fighting, led to this. And it's going to be nerfed. Next patch, the one currently on test server, when it goes live in a week or two, next patch, it's going to be so that if you get dismounted by damage in the middle of a fight, you, for 10 seconds, you have a big debuff, and the debuff is you deal 50% less damage And your CC is 50% less that you deal to someone. Hey Vic, how's it going? What's up, Nihar? It's going well. I mean, you can see it. It's like 15 mil per hour average profit, yeah? That's pretty good, no? Interesting. Interesting. It's an 8.4 though, so let's see. I'm probably just gonna go to the exit, but I don't want to give him my items. Oh shit, that's not good. I do still have 2 healing potions, so... He can't kill me. I still have 2 healing potions, so... He can't kill me before the exit. Unless I somehow get into combat with him, yeah? This is today, yeah? This is new. This is new, Vic. This is new. Not even trying the fight, walking away because it's a try-hard day. I mean, honestly, I'm also kind of dead from, like, brain dead in the sense that tired, but today I have been much more careful with my life, yeah? I've only attacked a couple 8.3s, and both times when I did that, I've, like... It wasn't crazy attacking, yeah? It was more like me trying to capitalize on an advantage. At least the first time. The second time was like a straight-up fight. The 8.4 double-bladed was a straight-up fight. But other people ended up joining the fight, and they told me on stream later that they actually caught and killed the 8.4. The other 8.4 double-bladed that I fought, it started like a 1v1 between me and him. I think he was winning, but it was close. But then 2 other guys ran through, and instead of attacking me, went for him. Amazing. The 8.4 seemed to have gotten away. I was also very low, so I walked away. But then the guys who were going after him came to stream, and one of them said that he ended up catching it like later. So there was one actual fight against essentially like 8.4, not like a ratting, but hey, this was an interesting experience, yeah. If he was 8.3, I think I am strong enough, yeah. Here, I don't know how that fight. The big problem with my big problem with double-bladeds recently. They're still kind of amazing to make money as a tier 7, tier 8 because you can overcome big IP disadvantages. But the big problem is that I have been in several situations where the way they fight. So if he dismounts me and I think, okay, fuck it, you know what? I'm fighting this. I will try this. The moment I fight back, the way they fight is they become super careful. And they will win the fight or make the fight at least, maybe not kill me, but they will make the fight impossible for me by just playing with the helmet. Like the guy earlier or yesterday that I fought, he didn't even upgrade his stalker jacket to 8.4. He only upgraded his helmet to 8.4 just to keep doing damage from the other side of the screen, yeah? Which is very tilting because if I do decide, you know what, fuck it, I'm brave enough, I'm gonna take this fight, I'm gonna see what happens. And then I get like, I don't actually even get a chance to fight. That's a pretty tilting moment. You can kill him. I don't know. This guy? I don't know. I mean, he did throw both poisons at the beginning, so he has no cape. My build is not bad. I have to eat food. Ooh, let's go for another. It's a legendary day. I have to eat food. That's a big thing. I cannot fight him on omelette. There's a chance. If I fight him, like it's not obvious that he has like a huge advantage. I kind of probably need to overcharge, right? Because it's like it is 3 tiers difference, which is a bit much. But the big problem is, if I fight back, he's not actually going to fight me, yeah? He's going to try to just be at the edge of the screen, just hitting his helmets, essentially, and hitting maybe potions, yeah? And if you're thinking, well, that is fighting, yeah? That is his way of fighting. Sure, yeah, but what has happened to me many times is double-bladed when I fight back. They fight from such a distance, they don't care if I run away, yeah? So they just want to make sure that they don't die, which really sucks, like, from my perspective, yeah? Makes it not very enjoyable. But at least it also means that I can always run away, yeah? It's often that I see double-bladed, they just go so far that if I want to run away later, I can. 100 mil profit, yeah, it would be nice. I'm really tired, yeah, it's been like 6.5 hours, and I don't know, today it's a good tired, yeah? It's not like frustrating tired, but I feel like I'm more tired. Maybe playing higher tier, maybe it is actually on my brain more tiring than tier 7. Who knows? Maybe because I'm trying to put more effort into correct decisions. Anyway, it would be nice to end on 100 million, absolutely. It would be amazing. So we just need a very good legendary chest with a 5 million item. Or like a regular 6-3 fight against under 6-3. Vic, have you ever played Minecraft? Not really, no. In high school I played, like, we played one... we built, like, some houses with friends, yeah. That's it. We never did the actual playthrough. And it wasn't that fun for me, because my friends, the two friends I played with, already knew everything, yeah. So it wasn't like discovering the game together, but they had to teach me everything and show me, like, okay, if you put all of these things together in the crafting thing, like in this specific order, you get a pickaxe, and you know, I don't know, it wasn't that fun when they both knew what they're doing and I was trying to figure out. By the way, did I miss the Yo Mama joke stream? No, you didn't actually. I've thought about it several times. No, you haven't. We haven't done it yet. We had the stream of pickup lines, yeah, Albion related pickup line stream, but not the Yo Mama one. Christian in YouTube chat says, "Bro, Vic, how you doing?" Doing very well, as you can see under the stream, also in Albion actually. Profitable day. What do you think about Chillhal with Mistcaller? Cultist chest, you mean, okay? Cultist robe, Avalonian's head and sandals. Do you think it is meta? It's not meta, but it is strong. It is that's Chillhal build seems like Chillhal in general is good, and that build seems okay, except for the sandals. I don't think you need energy on Chillhal. I don't think Chillhal needs energy sandals. I think you can just run rejuvenating sprint, yeah? And everything else, it's very basic, yeah? Very basic Chillhal build, nothing wrong. Definitely good. Not meta, yeah? It's like a B tier strong weapon, yeah? It's good because you can avoid a lot of situations where other builds would die. So you can take fights from in a more safe way. But it is difficult because against other meta weapons, you're going to be very difficult for you. Even if they chase you for a while, then they turn around, and then it's very easy for you to start chasing them a bit too early and just die. Double bladed is my favorite escape weapon, says Drakes. Nobody could catch me with that and miner boats. Yes. But I do not like escaping, Drakes. Of course. You're right. You're right. Double bladed is a very good weapon to survive and escape. But I don't like... I like when Albion is not about escaping, but when it's about risking more. Can you do wagers before fights or have a mod do it so we can bet channel points on the outcome? Yes, but I don't have any mods yet, Third Squirtimus. I'm still kind of thinking about how to set it up, and also I'm hoping that sooner or later someone will volunteer to be a mod, and of course at the beginning it kind of has to be someone who is already a mod somewhere else, you know, because then I don't have to worry so much about the trust and everything, yeah? So I don't have, but in the future, yeah, there's definitely room for someone to help manage the stream a little bit by creating gambas, for example, yeah. Tosha says, sorry to repeat, but I guess you missed the build request. Wait, what? Another build request? Oh shit, it did. Calder. Oh man, nice. Yo, fuck the. Let's not do this legendary mist. Let's go do Caldere's build request. Yes, thank you. Tosha, you are invaluable. Very important. Sorry that my stream elements crashed and I'm too afraid to restart it because I'm afraid the whole stream might crash. So, since I don't have stream elements, I have to tab out manually to check requests and stuff. Ooh, let's kill the spider. Let's kill the spider, get a bunch of good artifacts, and then go do Caldere's request. No. Okay. I still can't believe I got such a good weapon for so cheap, yeah? If you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, this weapon was probably the best awakened, like, start I've ever seen. 200k, okay. I got, out of the first 10 rolls on the weapon, I got 8 crits, and then, like, ended up on like 11 crits out of like 15 rolls or something. It still is very low strain. At the beginning it was even crazier. At 30 strain it was already very good. Look at this. It's very good perk, like very good traits, and it's such a low strain, yeah. It's really cheap that I got this amazing weapon. Okay, I see Calder. I see your request. Nice, okay. So, I think I'm just gonna cash. Okay, not gonna be 100 mil, but I think I'm gonna end the Daybreaker part here, and we're gonna play Kaldari's Channel Point Redemption for half an hour, or until I die. I just learned the escaping way, not fighting, because I'm not good at all at PvP. Drakes, that makes sense. A lot of people think like that, but if you do want to play other parts of the game, the PvP side at some point, I suggest you also to think about that, and to think about the fact that, at least from my experience, getting good at fighting, like if you take fights and you learn something about fights, you know, even when you die all the time, that will also make you much better at escaping. Because you know, you use a lot of the same skills when you escape. You need to quickly evaluate the situation, react to what your enemy's spells are, how to use your spells. If you get into a lot of fights, you will also instantly get much better at escaping. Okay, so Kaldari's Redemption is Assassin Shoes, I don't have them. Chill Hull, I don't have. Assassin Jacket, I will have here. I don't have doesn't mean I'm not playing, yeah? It just means I'm gonna go buy. Stalker Hood, Muizak, Beef Stew, Smuggler. Okay, Stalker Hood, yes. Muizak, I don't. Smuggler, okay, nice. Interesting. Is this double poison or is this double healing? Assassin Shoes. Chill Hull. If there's some specific, like, spell that you think I should be using, then let me know, of course. Wait, this is cheaper, yeah? 6-1 was cheaper, actually. No, it's the same. Okay, whatever, let's buy 6-1, doesn't matter. This, and the first. You said Muizak. Really? Is that a thing? Chill Hull with Muizak. Okay, let's buy a nice one. Beef stew. Wait, okay, so I'm using beef stew, Muizak. At this point, I kind of need energy potions now. Assassin Jacket, Assassin Shoes, yeah. At this point, I might kind of need energy potions, right? With Muizak. I mean, Chill Hull is not super energy hungry, but at this, with this build, I'm not sure. I bought stew and potions. Is there some specific potion? Oh, W1 you said. This thing. Slowing enemies in an area. Are you sure? Is that a thing? Okay, I guess I go healing potions to survive and play a bit longer. Then I can also enjoy the fight for longer. Since you didn't specify any potion. And siphon the energy, of course. Because I love it and I would not been able... I've only once overcharged my 6-3 items today. You take fights 1v6, not me, I'd rather get away the fuck from there. Well, I don't take a lot of 1v6 fights, but yeah, in Mists, like the 1v1, 1v1 is kind of fun. What's the most useless weapon in the game? I don't actually know, but if I had to choose, I would say Demon Fang. A few hours ago was about 10 mil. I got one proper kill in a 1v1. After this I had 20 mil profit, and then I got the best ratting situation of my life when guys were fighting and I ended up dismounting on top of them with damage, and I finished the 8.4. Like, ran after him, I had good build to catch. And then the other guy who was in the combat also, very brave 5-4, also fell. So I came out with one mist with like 70 million. I've never seen that weapon for real. Yeah. Demon Fang is suicidal. But they are changing something about Demon Fang, so maybe it will be more okay. Okay, I am using beef stew. Are you sure? W1, Kaldaria, were you... it's a joke, or were you actually... W1. It's like a delayed explosion, yeah? But why? Kaldari, talk to me. Tell me something. Also, how am I gonna fight? I don't have energy. I'm gonna run out of energy. Very quickly. Pair it with E. True. With E, there's at least I can... What is the explosion timing here? 1.6 second. And this is for 2 seconds, yeah? So if I E a mob... okay. But the thing is, I don't get like crazy rewarded. Even if I hit it, it's not like, wow, amazing giga damage, yeah? Bro is testing you. Kaldari, say something, please. Save me from this. Also, what the hell? I want to use Stalker Hood because it's awesome, but I'm kind of leaning towards Energetic Shield because I just won't have the energy to actually fight. Also, I probably don't need... if I'm using W1, I probably don't need Invis. I mean, okay, it's okay either way, but I don't have the W Blink, which is weird. Bro is testing you, yeah. Man, what is this? A Frost Mist? Did I get match made into a mist with only Frost Staffs? Because I'm a Frost Staff. Okay, let's try. Let's see if I can kill the proper Frost build here. The problem is all Frosts are good against Chillhowl because of his Blink, yeah? He's just gonna blink out of my E and I can't really do much about it. Is Merc Hood, Soldier Armor, Deathgiver still good? They're okay, but low IP don't go Soldier Armor. Soldier Armor is okay if you go high IP because it helps you survive a lot of situations. For the actual 1v1 fight, it's okay, but it's not like good level okay. Yeah, it's just okay, I think. Okay, tier 8 Quarterstaff. I can't fight this without W. Like, I want to fight, but I can't fight the tier 8 Quarterstaff without Frost Nova. If I play Frost Nova, I can easily take this fight and enjoy it, yeah? I can't fight without W. And Kaldari is not saying anything. He just says W1 and he threw his computer into the river, into the dumpster, you know, like the Parks and Rec meme, yeah? He wrote the last message and then he took his computer outside and threw it into the dumpster. I just farmed the Legendary Mist for the first time and it was exhilarating. I killed 2 players and murdered the 3rd round. Wow, okay. That's awesome experience. My problem with Legendary Mist is that usually there aren't many PvPers there, yeah? Usually in Legendary Mist there's more people looking to gather and PvE. Like, I have nothing against his E. He's just gonna jump on top of me and kill me. I have 2 potions. That's the only redeeming factor in this. Okay, let's try. Let's try Inferno and just fight with this weird W. I don't think there's any way to play without the Blink and Mists. Well, the other option, which is okay, is the Frost Lance. In which case you stand your ground and you brawl and you fight, because Frost Lance does a gigaton of damage. And it also has very good cast range, like cast range plus the range it flies. So you force your enemy to get close. Now Kaldari says you can do whatever W, but there was some point, yeah? You wanted me to combo the W1 in some way, yeah? With this build. Like, you had some point, yeah? Originally. I wish the Quarterstaff I could find him, because if I'm on this, then the Quarterstaff is a good fight, yeah? Because I can dodge his E every time. Okay. I can also fight him on this much better. I still prefer his build, but it's not bad. Okay, that's not good. I think he wants to get dismounted, but he's also not sure himself, kind of. I have 2 potions. Actually, I could have used everything, yeah? I have a big advantage. I don't know why I'm not just going full YOLO for it. My Q is much better. But he has helmet. That's the only thing. Only annoying thing for me is that he will helmet from far. Yo, Senpai-kun, do I have to farm in fish clusters? What do I get more? I hope that question was for someone else. I don't know anything about fishing. He shouldn't have blinked. He needs to just never blink in this matchup. Now he also used this, okay. Can we kill the mobs? Okay, actually had just enough energy. Okay, he messed everything up anyway, but I mean, he was tier 6 also. But yeah, this fight, is okay. This fight would be okay for him because, you know, when it's a kite, when it's not a brawling fight, IP difference matters less. But he should change to Q1. It's much better in this matchup. He should never use Blink until I E. He has a perfect counter. I can never E him until he uses Blink. And he needs to Mage Robe my Inferno, yeah? So he did everything wrong, but of course the pressure was also on him because I do have IP advantage, clearly. Frostlance could work. Yeah, Frostlance is like... I feel like the other W that if a Frost Staff doesn't want to kite, it should change to Frostlance, yeah? These other three don't really make any sense. He actually used Q3. Yeah, that's weird. Like, he... In this matchup... And I expected him to be better because usually Great Frost is one of those weapons that often is played by experienced players. It's one of those, when I said earlier that, you know, if you're low IP, you might think that, well, I'm just a beginner, just learning, but others don't know that because you're a mysterious stranger, and a lot of people who consistently play low IP are actually really good players. Great Frost is exactly the kind of weapon that some, just like Arcane Staff, that some players who have a lot of experience, who decide to go low IP, will sometimes choose Great Frost. Because you are actually deceptively really duper super strong. And it's a pretty nice playstyle if you bait your enemy in. But it usually works with Frostlance better. Yeah. On this build I can kind of be dismounted anyway. Ooh. I need to make it seem like I'm afraid of him, right? Otherwise he's not fighting, but... I don't know. We'll see. It was a tier 7 overcharged bear paws. If he is from far, I should be able to react, but it depends on my global cooldown situation. Team, he says. What team? No. Damn, that was my bad that I let him out. And now my potion's on cooldown. And look at my energy now. It's GG, I can't take this fight anymore. It sucks. At least we both use a potion, but I need to get full HP and I can't use... Stalker Hood is so cool, but I cannot use Stalker Hood. Like, it's not possible. I need to use the other helmet. I just can't take the fight without Stalker Hood. He's overcharged. I do have overcharge also if I really want to use it, but... There's too many things he can use to get out of my E. But yeah, I cannot brawl like this. I need to be a lot more careful. And his E is too fast for me to react with my E, yeah? I can react with my W, but not with my E, I'm afraid. I need this for energy. Oh, come on, mob. Mob, 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 mob. Stop it. Oh, shit. We have a challenger. I have an iframe against Curse, but it's not an amazing iframe. Too bad. The fight was actually going quite okay there. The curse cannot catch him, unfortunately. Unless he already hit the root, which I don't think he did. Did he hit root now? I don't think the curse can catch him, yeah. Too bad. I still have 6 potions, so I can keep fighting. Damn! That was also... You can also E yourself as well, apart from WI frame. Oh, yeah, but I can't react to his E, I think, with my E. It's way too difficult, a very tight window. Or, oh, you meant against curse. Against curse. Oh, yeah, against curse I have two ways, yeah. Yeah, that was easy at least. But I am very much out of energy. Yeah, with without the energy shield, I don't know. I don't see any way to do this. Even with energy shield, I'm running out of energy. That was easy for you. Well, yeah, I mean, he didn't really fight back. Yeah, I just rooted him a couple times. Probably should have chose close tunnel with energetic sprint. Yeah, because you gave me Muizak, yeah. Chill Howl is not a mana very energy hungry build, yeah, but you gave me Muizak. Now I can also dance in front of you. Sure. What a shitty approach to life, no? Like, he wants me to dismount him on top of me so he gets a free kill. And when I go dismount to take the fight far, he's... Oh yeah, finally, I can run after you. What an outsmart. Giga outsmarter. He changed to Inferno. That's good decision from him. Definitely much better. I have 2 potions again, but so does he. Inferno was way too slow from him though. He can run away because he changed to his mobility W. I think he can run away, but I'm not sure. Fuck, that's not good. The fact that he hit that is a bit annoying, but... Also, nice cooldown reduction for him there. I don't want to overcharge. I want the mental kind of advantage of having won this fight without overcharging. Really? Does loot in Corrupted Dungeon have its own scaling? Not anymore. It used to depend on your infamy, but not anymore. Maybe I should have overcharged, but the way he's playing this fight, the chances of him staying for the fight after overcharge are just about 10%, yeah? Like if he was trying to, God forbid, like he was trying to get dismounted for so long, and when finally decided, like he accepted the fight, then he was trying to abuse the fact that I dismounted, yeah, so it seems like if I overcharge, he's going to... he is going to... just fully disengage. Okay, I need to find next mist. Okay, there it is. Let's go. Hi, hello, Kuyakus. How did you kill Carving? I saw him, and then I used my super mega gaming awesome skills into his face. My uber gaming. in his face. That's the only thing that happened. And if someone tells you that I ratted or something, it's it's AI generated haters. The solo bear pose might be up there with 8.4 Stalker Bloodletter. Why, Sushi? Why? No, I mean, the guy's fighting, it's okay, but he was very, very worried about me having an advantage, or just fighting, like, regularly, yeah? Like, he was, no, dismount me, like, he's already overcharged, he was like, no, you have to dismount me, yeah? And then when I mounted up and thought, okay, well, I'm not gonna take the fight when I dismount right on top of him, yeah? Maybe I could overcharge and still take it, I'm not sure. So when I walked away and dismounted the head, he was like, oh, yes! Quickly! Use all of his mobility to try to take advantage of the 5-second cooldown I have. It's like, I should have maybe just overcharged, but I'm just afraid that he will run away if I overcharge, but I should have overcharged as well. He's overcharged, and a lot of these, like, the way the fight was, I was already kind of close to winning this if I just had overcharged anyway. Would you recommend Corrupted Dungeon for good loot? Decent, yeah. Depths are definitely much better, but it's decent. Corrupted Dungeons, if you kill players, are decent, not just from the items you get from people who die, but also the demon loot, it's called. You get extra loot whenever you kill. There's like an extra section of loot that you get from the system, and that loot seems pretty good. In my experience, chests in Corrupted Dungeons are not good, but some people have different opinions and have said that they've looted some amazing stuff also from chests. Kenvar says, time to find something that melts mobs. Is decent for depths, so I can help my buddies in depths. Okay, well, you can buy a Stalker Jacket if you want to hit mobs a bit faster. Like a hammer, but okay, yeah. I hope you find something to help your mates. Today I saw a streamer get 2.7 mil in Stalker CD from a blue chest. Well, somebody in chat, last time we discussed it, someone also... I don't remember what it was, but... like, you can get very lucky chests, yeah. But on average, I feel like the chests are not amazing. Bushman says was good for a week after update. Now the demon loot and chest loot is terrible again. It's not really worth the time unless winning 70% of games. Was the demon loot buffed and then nerfed, or how does it work, Bushman? Why is it suddenly worse than before? Or is it just your personal experience that you didn't get as lucky anymore? Or did they actually change something? Eric says, hello Vic, are you tryharding today like Helen Keller did our whole life? Yes, I am tryharding. I mean, tryhard part is kind of over. This is channel point redemption from Caldari to play till I play Chillhouse for half an hour or until I die. I did Tryhard 6-4 Daybreaker the whole day, and I got the most valuable. It was a rat, yeah. I was not 1v1ing, obviously, probably obvious. I don't know, but I ratted a very valuable kill. 2 actually. Like I killed both of the guys there who was fighting as a rat. But tryharding meant that I was more interested in making silver in general. I was not giving my enemies advantages all the time. Like if I did take some fights which were really risky, but I was taking fewer riskier situations. If there's a bunch of guys trying to team up on me, I was more careful with my life and not going like full on just attack one and see what happens. So that was the tryhard part mostly. On average, there's no loot in Corrupted. You either win PvP and loot or you don't. Okay, well, I got the decent items from a demon loot like consistently when I played it for a couple days recently. How did this today's profit is crazy. That's average profit for me, Texter. That's 15 mil an hour is like almost the same. Same player as yesterday. Yes, Eric, that was also satisfying. This 8.4 that I ratted is the same player yesterday that was a bit like a bitch yesterday yesterday I fought tier 7 versus tier 8 against him. He was being a little bit of a bitch, but then he actually did take the fight. We had a good fight. It was very close. And after I killed him, he didn't let me, last hit him. No. I need all of my spells. I needed to use everything just to proc my passive, No! Come back! Aha! Aha! Fisherman! Why is he not charging his boots? Don't worry, brother, I don't have a purge. You can boots. Why isn't he bootsing, sir? Why did he take 0 damage? So many questions. Wait, did he boots already? No, he didn't, right? Okay, mystery. How many times I've said you need to kill everyone because sometimes you get 10 times more loot than what they're wearing. Did you think this would be 900k in my profit today or not? Be honest. Is there someone who would have guessed? If I didn't kill him and I had to ask you, like, how much was he wearing, yeah? If we had a Gamba. Most people would have said 25k, I think. Innocent Fisher was rich. That was surprising. Why so much? I mean, okay, tier 6 items, but he had Wanderlust. Yeah, he didn't have the Fisher weird shit. So why didn't he boots? I don't know. Hello, Quarterstaff. Let's try it. Nah, he's helmet. Nah, I was swapping helmet because I thought he's a fighter, but it's not a fighter. My bad. I should have attacked him. He was playing like a bot. I mean, there are legit bots in MMORPGs, yeah, Bobby? So maybe, who knows? But I don't... I know there's like bots in Albion also that do like this transport, like hard transports or whatever. But I don't think anyone would send a bot to the mists. I actually expect around 1 million loot from them. Yeah, Yaria, so you actually... here also you could have... You are the only person in the stream, I think, who would have ever been able to anticipate this 900k profit. He was just not reacting like Helen Keller. What is it with you and Helen Keller suddenly? You really enjoyed yesterday's quote, yeah? How do you decide between Invis and Fire Shield? If my game plan is to avoid all close contact with my enemy, and I believe I will be able to play that way, I go Invis. If it's a matchup where I feel like I don't mind tanking some damage and being close, or at least brawling a little bit with my enemy, or if it's a matchup where I feel like I will have no choice, I will have to be close and brawl, then I go for Inferno. Against the Quarterstaff, I didn't feel like I really need the extra Invis, yeah. But I'm gonna jump away from his E essentially, and then both are definitely fine. But I feel like with Quarterstaff, I will get advantage from dodging his E, then hitting my E on him, and then I will just stand and brawl him until the end, kind of. So actually, in fact, I could probably avoid brawling here. So it's not a matchup where I think it's really such a good idea to change to Inferno, but I feel like it's gonna give me a better chance to just if I do outplay him at the beginning, I'm just gonna stand brawl and finish him off with damage. Nope. But I think both were fine there, yeah. If enemy has a Purge, I'm definitely not going for Inferno, yeah. If they have Helmet of Valor, I'd rather them try to Purge my Invis and miss, or not Purge at all. But yeah, I guess a better way to say it, if I can tolerate at all any sort of like close contact and brawling with an enemy, if I feel in my head that this fight will be going away where I'm actually probably gonna be okay with some brawling, then I can change to Inferno. Yesterday's quote was pretty fun. I'm glad. You may have heard of Fist of Avalon, but what about Bare Fists of Fisherman? That's good. That's good. Bare Fists of Fisherman. Yes. He didn't have any weapon to escape, yeah. Completely new. Okay, this is legit a bot, yeah? Or somebody is like somebody's second account or something. I think he's gonna change his W, but we'll see. He's only tier 6, no cape, and pretty low spec. I can brawl him a little bit, yeah. Okay, never mind. He changed to Impaler, actually. I need to E him after he E's, pretty much, yeah. I need to E him after he E's. Or, if I E right away, then he's gonna have to E without any stacks, which is also not bad. I have... How much IP? I have 300 IP advantage, but okay, half of it is the cape. So that's just extra healing potion, but it still does matter, yeah? So the boots were very bad from him. Okay. He pretty much missed everything there. I'm also missing everything though. If I knew that he's just randomly going to use his purge, then of course I would have preferred to have my Inferno instead of Invis, but that's unpredictable. I would like to not have to drink my both healing potions, but it's looking like I will have to. Unfortunately, my food also is kind of funky, yeah? I don't have cooldown reduction, I don't have much else. Nice, this time he used Inferno correctly. Okay. Yeah, well. Pretty valuable for pretty much an almost unwinnable fight. Like, he has to play very correctly, I think, to beat me. But he can brawl me well, yeah? If he changes to Harpoon, and I have to use my W just to get away from him. If he changes to Harpoon, purges my Invis, I'm in a bit of trouble, yeah? But yeah, he did purge nothing, unfortunately. And I missed a lot of Qs there also. But I like these Qs. And he's writing positive messages, which is awesome. Do you think Bear Pose is playable in Mist at all? And what tier should you put them? Barely playable, yeah? Even if you're really good, you're just gonna suffer most of the time. So, like if we try to put in, like, best 30 Mist weapons into the tier list, Bear Pose would probably not make that list, or just barely be at the bottom, yeah? Whatever tier that means for you. Thoughts on energizing shield after patch? It's in a very good place. It's just balanced enough where it is valuable to have this as a second option, but it's not so strong like it used to be, where it makes sense to default to it all the time. Any chance you could make your in-game chat screen bigger? Yeah, I put it here so it doesn't distract me from the actual game. Bigger, I don't know. I'll think about it. It is bigger when I change the HUD to the city HUD, but then it's behind my face, so you don't see it at all. Thanks for following. Time Wasting Pro. This is one of the first times where a channel point redemption I actually survive and just finish the whole half an hour, yeah? This was a channel point redemption to play Chillhal. Yeah, I played 6-3 Daybreaker for the rest of the day. And it's been fun. Chillhal is very fun, although the build is very, very funky. Muizak and Beef Stew, like, my damage is much higher than it should be, but all the other important parts of what the Chillhal does are kind of undermined. Why so are the cons of Bear Paws? You don't have mobility to meaningfully, you know, compete with meta weapons, but you don't make up for that by being an amazing brawler. You're just kind of average at everything and nothing amazing, unfortunately. Like, a Battle Axe is just a better Bear Paws in many ways. You don't have the mobility on E, so yeah, that's nice. The Bear Paws E mobility is nice, but it's nowhere near nice enough to give you a meaningful chance to compete with spears, swords, like playing playable swords, yeah. All the mobility weapons, Fists of Avalon, bows, double-bladed, bloodletters. You don't make, like, you cannot match that sort of mobility with your little E jump. Okay, that's time. And you don't make up for that. Like, Battle Axe is at least very good at brawling and surprising, and they have has very good regen, and you can do damage from far sometimes, and it has some more options. Bear Pose, you don't make up for your complete inability to match the mobility of best weapons. You don't make up for that by being like amazing giga best out brawler, yeah? Like, a lot of spears and swords will just happily brawl you and almost always win. And the final nail in the coffin is how incredibly easy it is to dodge the Bear Paws E if it comes from close range, yeah? If I'm fighting you, you are standing on... this is you, standing on top of me. Let's say I'm using Bear Paws, yeah? If we are brawling, I am Bear Paws, you are fighting me. I cannot use my E point blank, right? You can't use it like this. So in order to hit your E when we are just brawling, like, compare it to Daybreaker, yeah? I can just E and I will always hit you almost, yeah? To use your E, you need to step back. So it's so obvious and easily telegraphed. Any good player, if they're fighting as Bear Paws, and suddenly the Bear Paws is just walking away to take 2 steps back to E into it, it's just the most obvious thing in the world, yeah? So, there's a extra little downside there for you. Okay, whatever. This tab is 15 mil, let's say. It's full. And the other tab, that's gonna the fisherman loot is gonna go there as well. The other tab is, this is all profit. I'm just keeping the silver bags to put them nicely in this tab here, like this. Okay, so we have 15 mil plus we have 95 mil essentially. And on top of that, I kept adding 2 mil to the profit because I made the 7-4 weapon is barely attuned, so it doesn't matter. But the fists that I killed earlier, it's so incredibly well, like highly attuned that I add at least like I will be able to insta sell it almost for 2 mil more than it's worth, than its actual price. Yeah. So I think we're gonna end the day on 90. How much does it say? 97 mil. Are you changing build? Can I request one as well? Not anymore, no. But every stream when I'm not doing some sort of specific challenge, there can be 2 channel point requests. So 2 times per stream, it's possible to redeem this channel point request and make me play for an hour or for half an hour or until I die. Any sort of build, I will buy it in tier 7 like I did. But for today, not anymore, yeah, you know. Would you still default energizing shield when using Stalkerhood unless you benefit from removing invis? Good question, Rene. It's like it's borderline, yeah. Some of the situations with the nerf to energizing shield are a little bit like borderline. Here I defaulted to it because the build that I was given by Caldari is so bad at energy management that it wasn't possible without the extra energy, yeah. So I had to do it. But in other situations, that's a very good question. I have to think about that. I have to play Stalkerhood and think about that. That's a very good question, yeah. It's definitely closer than before. I want to say still yes, but I'm leaning towards energy shield still, but it's not clear at all. Question about drops. The new drops are the noble drops, and you cannot farm twice drops, like both drops at the same time, from what I've heard from people. So you first get the noble, the special drop, which are only from the creators or members of the Albion online creator program, such as myself, and there's a lot of people, of course, on Twitch, you see them. And then once that's done, then you can get the regular drop after that as well. Will you play fists one day? Why not keep them? Maybe I will, yeah. I'll think about it, yeah. It's possible, yeah. Absolutely, but it's possible. I'm not saying I have to. It's just to calculate profit. I'm not saying I'm 100% gonna sell them, yeah. I might play. Fists are fun. I've played fists, and I even channel point redemption recently, and fists are not in the best place. They were absolute top S tier for a while. So they're not at the best place they have ever been, but they are fun, and I might play them, yeah, for sure. Vingot asked, what's your logic when picking passive one-handed spear? The logic is that one passive is just better than all others. I am never changing. I have never in 2,000 hours, since the moment I was looking at other people playing spear and learning how to play it from guides or from more experienced players, to the moment I'm playing spear today, I have used this, and I have never felt any real urge that these can even remotely compare in how powerful they are. So if you try something else and you feel like it helps you some way, I'll be curious to know, potentially with some clips or some explanation. But from my experience, the others don't work, and from what I've heard from others, ever since I started playing spear, this is just the superior choice. This is just the superior choice. So only new drops or what type of coins? Okay, yeah, you can get coins, but you can also, I got like a horse skin, like a armored horse skin right away from my first new drop, you know, because I also get drops when I stream. The actual like highlight that you can get is this pig. I have this because of all creators got it, but you know, this is something you can get from there, the little dire boar buttercup. And you also can get coins like noble. I don't think I have them here. You can get some noble coins that you can later trade for cosmetics also. I've seen a lot of Trinity players using last passive. I will be very curious to know about that, yeah. But at least for Trinity, I understand, because you are, if you do hit your E, you are attacking very fast, yeah. The problem with one-handed spear and Daybreaker, you don't want to limit yourself when your passive, if your passive only becomes useful if you have to hit a certain amount of auto attacks, because there are not many matchups where you can just stand and hit 5 auto attacks in a row. It doesn't happen that often, yeah. And you want something that feels very useful when you're kiting and when you're brawling all the time, and just extra HP is just overall like very basic, always useful. Doesn't matter what you do with it, yeah. Like comboing this damage thing is it's just 7%, but still 7% is okay. But you have to combo it with some spells. You have to be close to hit the auto attacks. This one kind of the same, but it's interesting, yeah. If Trinities are using it, that's very interesting. I wish they had a passive for spears, which doesn't depend just on auto attacks, but I don't know. Is there a spear that excels in brawling? Daybreaker is good at brawling, yeah. I wouldn't say it excels, but it is very good at brawling, yeah. It's just, you don't brawl, you have the tools, you don't have to brawl everyone, because you're still a spear. Daybreaker usually has other tools, so if you're up against Death Givers on Q1 or Battle Axe or Dual Swords, it's better not to just full brawl if it's same IP, yeah? Use your other tools to kite as well, but in theory it's still a very good brawler, yeah? Other spears are not really played in solo PvP enough to discuss them. This one doesn't brawl, Heron is not good as a brawler. One-hand spear used to be better, now still can brawl, but not like it's not brawler first, it's kiter first and brawler second. Trinity and Pike are kind of interesting. I don't know, I mean, Trinity tries to stack up and then jump on you, and then I guess that's called a brawl, but it's a bit... It's more like playing around their E rhythm rather than just straight up brawling. Okay, it is time for me to go make a little bit of food and then go to sleep. Unfortunately, if you weren't here before, I will repeat it, but sorry. Unfortunately, tomorrow and the day after, I need to take off to do other real-life stuff. I am absolutely transitioning into more and more time put into creating content, streaming, and enjoying Albion. Thank you for being here and making this so much fun. But I do need to do some other real-life stuff as well. So this week, I have 2 days off for sure from streaming, which is Thursday and Friday. And then over the weekend, I'll play a bit of Albion, but also we'll do a bit of variety, yeah? If you're on Discord, you'll find out. If not, then, I mean, you will see when I'm live, and I'll be ready. Let's go. Yo, we ended on a Frost Staff. Let's raid Sagox. If you don't know him, I haven't looked for him. Like, I haven't watched him play for a while. I think he's taken a break. At least at some point he took a break. But he used to be like a very, very cracked Frost player, yeah? I think he plays more on and off, like a lot of people do. But he's also playing Frost now. So if you have any Frost questions, I'm from what I've heard about him, and this is back from an A server already, I think that he's definitely among the guys who used to also play a lot of 8-3, like on NA, and like know the ins and outs of using Frost Staff. So if you have questions like how the changes to Frost Staff has actually played out, even though he has kind of maybe taken a break, there might be. Oh, by the way, yo, you had to, because my stream elements is dead, you had to tell me when I missed something. Thanks for subbing with Prime. Reach here. I appreciate you. Spears out. Before we go for the raid, Spears out. And then we have Tixter. Almost 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed it because my stream elements crashed and I was too afraid to restart it without crashing stream. And Tixter, subbing for second month, says, okay, don't know when exactly it expired, but my life is busy, so here it goes now. Thank you, sir. I really hope you're still here. I appreciate you. I mean, your second month of enjoying the spear. Next month you'll get the upgrade. And love you all. Talk to you on Saturday. Let's go share some spear love with Sagox. He's actually not far. If I remember correctly, he's Finnish, so you know it's almost like the same kind of Nordic energy that we have here. Maybe. Stay for the raid to get points, so you can make me play weird builds later. Spears out. Nice. I really hope Dexter's still here because it was like 50 minutes ago and I missed it. But yeah, I'm gonna go fix my stream balance. See ya. Bye. And this is also bye from YouTube because